Welcome, everybody. It is time to find out which 4 players will be going to Iceland to compete for the $12,000 prize pool and the title of 2023 KARDS World Champion. Spooz, we had an amazing event yesterday. We had the OCC Clash. It was great, but nothing compared to this. We had a few players, J King and Bezio, who also played yesterday. Obviously, J King won the whole darn thing. How do you think that affects, somebody like Bezio and somebody like J King's mindset now coming into today?
I mean, J King obviously being really confident, I guess. Not bringing the same lineup as yesterday, but yeah, it's always good to have like a good win in the pocket and coming to such an event. Bezio, on the other hand, lost the first match against J King yesterday, so probably not in the best mood. But today is a complete different day, different decks, different players. Other than J King and Bezio, they already played yesterday, but. Yeah, I think anything can happen, and the players know that. It's a new day. Everything starts from new, and you're just one match win or one series win away from going to Iceland. So everything on the line here, and I think the players will be really, really focused today and try their best to just advance to the top 4 stage.
Now, Bubbles, this is a different style of tournament because in reality, we're just sort of tuning into the end of the event, right? This is double elimination. The top bracket, those players kind of have 2 lives. They can lose and they get another shot. You've got 2 players at the bottom who, have 1 shot at it. How does that affect how you played this first game, knowing that you have a second life, if you will, in case things go sideways?
I think considering how much is on the line, you have to not let that get into your head. You have to not take into account, I've got a second chance if I fail. You use that after if you lose the first round to reset your mentality. But for this first game, it's so important to treat it like it's a life or death situation. Because if you lose, you're suddenly in a life or death situation. And it's so easy to lose this first game, go, it's okay, I've got a second chance, and then lose that second game. So if you have any inkling of error or any inkling of being too comfortable because you feel like you have this second game to fall back on, you can make that small mistake, lose the match, and then before you know it, you've lost the series, and then you are up against the wall and you're very, very close to being knocked out. So I think you absolutely have to go into it treating every game as if it's your last.
Absolutely. So speaking of that kind of format, let's go ahead and bring up the bracket. We'll walk you all through exactly what's going to go down here. So this bracket, a little bit different than what we are used to. Again, this is the final 6 of this double elimination. Started with 32 players, and here we are. So Socialist versus J King is going to be our first matchup. The winner of that match will punch their ticket to Iceland. we'll have Pytorch versus Leo. We're going to be joined by Starry and Berto for that matchup. But same principle there. Winner moves on to Iceland. The loser will go down to the bottom bracket and face Thanatron. Bezio waiting for the loser of the Socialist versus J King matchup. So that's how it's going to work. Both players, or all players here, are bringing 4 decks. There will be 1 ban. It's going to be best of 5. So let's get you kicked off with Socialist versus J King. Why don't we start once again with our defending world champion J King and bring up their player card. There you see J King's career stats: 25,000 matches, a 70% win rate, which is interesting because I feel like in recent OCCs we've seen that win rate continue to drive upwards. In the knockout round, did go 9-1, so only 1 loss thus far, and looking to go ahead and punch that ticket here, get that win, and not take another loss in this best of 5. I mean, we've talked about J King over and over again, but Bubbles, anything specific you want to talk about? I mean, that favorite card is a little bit reflective of what might have happened yesterday.
Yeah, the double strength deck we saw yesterday, we did see J King finally getting it to kick into play and, get it working. But as we'll see in a little bit, he has sidelined it for now, possibly thinking that players will know how to beat it now that they've seen it, or maybe just wasn't fully confident when the decks were submitted, because I believe the decks were submitted before the OCC yesterday, so it's possible that he wasn't sure about it, and that was his opportunity to test it. If he qualifies today, maybe we'll see it in the top 4.
That is absolutely correct. So they did have to submit the decks for today before the OCC, so J King didn't quite get a chance to see how that would perform, and I wonder if his lineup would be different if he did get that opportunity. But let's take a look and see what he's bringing here today. Bubbles, why don't you take us through this lineup?
So the first deck we have here is Jagro. We've seen Jagro a lot. It's fairly traditional. There are a couple changes that J King has made to the deck. We do see this single copy of Eagle Claws, which is something we saw yesterday in one of Head's decks, a USA Frontline deck, and this was used to try and combat Marder and Aichi. I imagine that this is pretty much the same for J King. I know they're in similar practice groups, so I imagine they have discussed Eagle Claws already, and they've come to a similar conclusion that it is good enough against Aichi and Marder to be worth running. It's also similar that you're going to be holding the front line a lot of the time, and this is when Eagle Claws can become a lot of damage very, very efficiently and sort of act like a pseudo Desperate Measures. It's not as good as Desperate Measures. It's less damage because it doesn't hit face, it doesn't hit the front line, and it's more credits. However, maybe it fills a similar role now that Desperate Measures is on the reserve list. Another card we have here is the 7th Stutzen. It's just good at fighting, it's good at holding the front line, it heals itself after it trades, and it does 3 extra points of burn damage, which is a good amount of burn damage. We've also seen in the past Mitos being enough to finish out the game. Stutzen just does that little bit extra damage, and sometimes in these Jagro matchups, that 1 point of damage can be the difference. The next deck we see, this is a different Brit deck to what we saw yesterday. This is Mobilize. You can see we've got the supply shortages in here for AoE, but then the main game plan is to play around this Potez along with the Honey, and then you have all these different mobilized units, especially the ones which trigger when you heal. So you've got the Commando's Kiefer, which do 1 damage every time you heal, and you have the 73E, which get +1/+1 every time you heal. So you're generally trying to combo off with these in the mid game. This is very much a mid-range deck. You've got this Commonwealth to try and close out the game where you are struggling to close it out otherwise, and you have a lot of stats similar to an Alpine deck when fighting other aggressive or mid-range decks. You're just trying to outstat them on the board. But obviously this AoE means you have a huge edge against other aggressive and mid-range decks, because a lot of these don't actually get access to AoE. Then we have a USA Frontline list, very similar to what we've seen already. We've got the double Blitzkrieg this time, but we do have the single copy of Eagle Claws and a single copy of Enigma, which is not something we've seen very often. Maybe J King has decided there is enough control in the meta for 1 copy of Enigma to be worth it. This is where Enigma is good. Against aggressive decks that empty their hand quickly, Enigma is going to be stuck in your hand. It's too slow, it just doesn't do what it needs to. But against these slower control decks is where Enigma is really, really useful. The final deck we have is a Soviet Italy control deck. This is something we used to see a little bit back in the day, but it did go out of fashion for a while. And then in the knockout stages, we saw players like Starry and Berto bring this deck back and have very, very good success with it. So this might be a little bit of reflection on noticing their success and trying to replicate that. I know this is a deck J King used to perform very, very well on. It has been a little bit updated. We've run in Confusions again. We've got the BM13, which is a new card, and we do have the Naval Engagement, which just completely destroys your opponent's support line. It destroys all units in the enemy support line, which is the main reason you're running it, as it can just completely close out the game on its own. Overall, it's a very well-rounded, fairly meta lineup. The mobilized deck's a little bit weirder to see, but we do see this not being popular on ladder and still making it to tournaments fairly frequently, so it's not too surprising to see this here.
Thank you so much, Bubbles. Let's take a look at J King's opponent here in this first matchup. We have Socialist, only 6,000 total matches, win rate of 62%. Again, a knockout record of 9-1, so doing very well in their approach to get here. Spooz, somebody playing 6,000 matches, looking up against J King's whatever it was, 20-something thousand. How do you think Socialist is approaching this?
I mean, we just saw this in the past with players not being too well known in the competitive scene, but then making it really far into those big tournaments, and Socialist is one of them. I only know him from playing him on ladder, so not any competitive play in my head right now. But yeah, I mean, J King almost has 4 times the experience in total matches, but as I said, today anything can happen, and making it this deep into a tournament just shows how well you know the game. It's not just that, like in the qualifiers, where you just need one good deck that you need to pilot really, really well and then make it to the next stage. No, you need 4 new decks today, and that's a whole new story. And I think Socialist just proved already that they know the game, and yep, they have good chances today to advance to the next round, even though they only played 6,000 matches so far.
Well, let's see how our 2-time defending world champion does against Socialist. But Spooz, walk us through the list that they're bringing here today.
Yeah, so Socialist bringing a pretty similar lineup than J King is bringing here. 3 decks that are basically the same archetype, with a few changes. Like if we, for example, see this US-Germany frontline deck, there is no like Eagle Claws in it, no Enigma that J King, for example, is bringing. So only slight differences, but overall the same deck. And in the end, I think, yeah, it might just come down to nuances and experience, like who's winning this one. So US frontline, the same thing that J King is bringing. Then we have Jagro, also a deck that J King is having today in the lineup. Also bringing the 7 Schützen, but 2 copies of it. So people just, yeah, seeing that Schützen can be a good finisher with 2 copies. That's 6 more damage to the opponent's face if you can get it off into the veteran state. So really good tech card, and we will see how it works out and if it maybe makes a difference today. Then we have a deck that J King is not bringing here. This is a German-Japan kind of mid-range deck. We saw similar things yesterday, performing really well. Socialist bringing 2 copies of Southern Plan. I'm excited to see how this works. It enables you to play your big boys like the FW190A earlier. You just can play Comet 1 turn earlier just to ship your opponent's HQ health away. So it enables some of the good cards earlier in the game and also just denies your opponent's big cards. So it's an interesting choice. I'm excited to see how good Southern Plan is doing without Observer Core. That was just very dominant in the Brit-Japan credit denial deck. Excited to see how it, and if it making a difference, how big of an impact it has today. And then we also have Brit Mobilize. Really interesting to see that 2 players are bringing this today here, and they're both just playing against each other. I'm pretty sure if J King could just change his decks, I would expect he would change it to the double strength deck maybe. I think Mobilize, I think it is good against, that's at least what I heard, against the Brit Japan credit denial deck. Unfortunately, since Observer Core got nerfed, this deck kind of disappeared out of the meta. So I don't see a deck where Mobilize is really, really strong against at the moment. So I'm kind of surprised to see this twice today. But I'm pretty sure both players know what they're doing and know how to pilot this deck. But yeah, I'm interested to see how good it performs, actually.
Well, let's see exactly which decks we are going to encounter in this first matchup, as we do have the bans. Again, this is best of 5, and Socialist losing their frontline list, whereas J-King is going to lose that Soviet Italy control list. So we're going to see fairly similar lineups. Again, little tweaks and changes here and there. But as we're getting ready for the players to get into the matchups here, let's break this down just a little bit. Bubbles, if you're Socialist and you're banning that Soviet Italy control list, is it just a question of that, being a very challenging deck to play against, and being able to possibly counter some of those quicker decks, or that potentially that frontline deck that you don't know is being banned yet?
I think Jagro is very difficult into the matchup, and then this Germany-Japan deck can be quite difficult because there's a lot of guards, and you've got a lot of fighters. You're trying to do a lot of things with sort of pressuring the face in the mid to late game, and you're just not able to do that when there's all these guards about. You do have the Leopold to clear the board, but the deck even has ways of dealing with Leopold. If you get an IS on the board before the Leopold comes out, then you can't even play that. There's a lot of things, a lot of tools that the Soviet deck has to fight that. So if you're looking at J-King's lineup and you're expecting one of your either Brit Mobilized deck or USA Frontline deck to get banned, then 2 of your remaining decks have a bad matchup against this Soviet list. So it just makes sense to ban it.
And the players are eager to get right into it. So let's go. Let's find out who's going to be our first player going to Iceland for the 2023 World Championship.
Both players here having fairly strong openers. They've got a lot of tools to work with. I wonder if we'll see evasive action come out early on to try and combat a Panzer 35T. It's normally not worth the card from hand. However, with a convoy in hand, it might become worth it. Putting back the convoy, keeping the evasive. The East Starry is fairly powerful in this matchup, assuming it doesn't get hit by a raiding brigade.
Oh, Socialist with the really strong opener here. I can't imagine how just Mobilize withstands this pressure. Like, all these units are potentially strong, but they need time to grow, they need time to make an impact. And I don't really see how J-King is just dealing with this. This evasive action actually really good, protecting the 5th parachute from dying to the 35T. So that already made a big difference here for the beginning of the match.
And that really slows Socialist down. This turn is going to be quite a difficult one. However, expansion gives Socialists just a nice out on how they want to use these credits. Finding another expansion. And I feel like you just want to go for this card draw while you can, while it's available. Notice that J-King has put the 2021 war bonds behind him. You see that in the camera?
Yeah.
That's the nice prize for 2021 World Championship.
Just for the flex. Playing up the Easter here to protect the HQ. Really nice addition into a mobilized deck. Like, a lot of people, maybe some of these are casting right now, are just putting all the mobilized units into this deck and just fully rely on that. But then you're really bad matchup against Jagro or any aggressive decks. And with guards, it also just helps your smaller mobilized units to give them time to grow. So really good addition here. Not playing it, knowing that it's turn 3 already and there is a raiding brigade in your opponent's deck. And we know that it's even in hand. So good idea holding it back. Maybe can bait it out on one of these honeys and then have a guard up later. That is very hard for Socialists to get rid of.
You're also just not under any pressure at the moment. There's not much reason to rush out. But with 2 honeys on board, surviving to turn 4, this Sincerely Yours now healing for a huge amount of HP, and J-King going up to 33. That was a 10 HP card right there. It's a lot.
That's really a lot. And just how much impact this evasive action had in the early game. I think the game would have gone completely different if not for that evasive. But now J-King in a pretty good spot here, and Socialist is doing what Jagger usually does not want to do. He's trading out the honeys and just yeah, missing the face damage there that they desperately need when J King is already at 33 health.
I mean, it is worth noting, Jagro can often do these long games as they do have good card draw of expansion. We've seen 2 of them used already, which is why Socialist has the cards to work with. But as it goes longer and longer now, you've used 2 of your expansions. It's going to be difficult to stay in it. I think this K83 is going to be a really important card to look out for, as well as this Raiding Brigade. If you can hit the Raiding Brigade, hitting one of these East Surreys, and then you can get the K83 to stick on board, that's potentially your way to burn out J King while continuing to draw cards.
J King with the first airborne here. First airborne is really, really strong when you can just manage to, yeah, just stack several of them in your support line. Then your opponent is maybe having 1 or 2 units in the front line, and then you can push them back with the airdrop, play the Monty, clock your opponent in a support line, and then those first airborne units can do so much damage since they have Fury. They grow each turn, reduce the operation cost, so you can have stuff like a 4/4 with Fury in the front line. They're a really, really good finisher once you get the correct setup, and Socialist really, really needs to play around this.
Now, we do see 2 surprise attacks in hand here for Socialist, which is a great way of answering the Potez. I wonder if we'll see it come out this turn, as J King does need resources. You can play 2 mobilized units with it. There's temptation to wait until turn 7.
Ooh.
Oh, Monty is a beautiful find.
Monty is huge.
The issue of waiting till turn 7 is chances are Socialist is going to have flooded the front line at that point, and you're not going to be able to establish the Potez plus the airdrop to really get that combo going. I would like to see this Monty being held onto. I think that's the smart move.
Might lose the Potez now, but get 1 additional draw plus 2 health.
Socialist can kill the Potez anyway, right? With the with these double surprise attacks in hand, the Potez is doomed no matter what. But if you can wait till there's more units on the board, you can slam a Monty, and you can do it in conjunction with a supply shortage later on, and you can really just destroy Socialist's board. What Socialist needs to find here is this Signal Regiment. If you find the Signal Regiment, when all these units get cleared, you don't lose quite as much value as you do get a lot of face burn.
J King with another supply shortage in hand. That means there's an easy way to clear the board, but naval supply run. Denying that one.
These are open deck lists, so both players know the deck list. You saw J King there checking a second monitor or tabbing out. What J King is doing is referencing what's been played and what's left in Socialist deck, and that would allow him to make very calculated decisions rather than leaving it to fate and trying to figure it out based on just what other people may have been running. The Monty coming out.
See what you're drawing.
I mean, I don't hate the supply shortage here, as you do need to kill the K83, and this is a way of starting to bring it down. It's got to die at some point. If you put down the honey, you do get additional healing. And it looks like going to go for the Kiefer with the honey. On Socialist turn, J King is going to draw 2 cards, heal for 2, and that means you're going to get 2 pings from this commando. Now, the lack of Eagle Claws in Socialist deck allows J King to play a lot more aggressively in how he's putting down these units.
Triple supply shortage in J King's hand, but he needs answers against this Key 83. He can play the Saxon on it next turn if he really needs to.
Yeah, and assuming Socialist kills one of J King's units here, there's space to go for both the Sexton and the supply shortage. My only concern is it's possible that the Saxon doesn't live for the next turn, and it's just a 1-turn pin, which is nice, but it's not too big. It's also possible we're just going to see J King go for multiple supply shortages to clear these units with more than 1 HP. Taking the airborne that has grown the most. And yeah, I expect we'll probably see a double supply shortage come out this turn. So that really clears a lot of the board. It's also possible we might see some sort of Potez plays as you do get a lot of healing and you do get a lot of possible commando pings. It just leaves a little bit too much to fate compared to the supply shortages. Now that commando ping hit the Sendai, which means on the start of Socialist turn, J-King is going to trigger first, the orders trigger first, you get back your units.
Key still on 1 health, so will definitely die next turn. And Socialist still with an okay hand. That Aichi can have a big impact. Double Aichi actually.
The issue is, as this game goes later and later, J-King's value just becomes so much more than Socialist. Socialist has a nice hand that could close out the game if J-King had 2 or 3 cards in hand. But J-King has a huge hand, and most of it are things which are going to be useful in this matchup. So I think it's going to be really difficult for Socialist to actually close out the game, even with this large amount of resources sitting in his hand.
Yeah, especially since J-King has another protest and a lot of mobilized units in hand and still the airdrop. So this alone is at least 8 or 10 more healing. Oh no, okay, it doesn't matter too much. I think this is not really a Commonwealth game so far.
Yeah, it can definitely finish the game here still if we're J-King. Now, maybe going for the Potez airdrop play. The only problem with this is your hand is very full already, and you do risk losing a lot of cards. I'd like to see the Commando Kiefers being woken up instead, as there's not going to be anything available to kill them on their 1 HP. They will survive. And it just means you can put this airdrop into this parachute regiment into the front line, this first airborne.
Yeah, maybe he wants to, he values the pings from the Kiefers a little bit more than that Fury guy, but
yeah, but
actually having a 4/4 Fury, that's a lot
yeah.
of pressure on the opponent, right?
And the 4/4 in the front line with a 2/1 Kiefer in the back line is safer than how it is at the moment. There's more possibility for Socialist to kill that at the moment. It's possible he's actually hoping that it gets killed and using it to try and take attention away from these little mobilized units that are up there. As they do have Fury, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, maybe it was a play around that Schützen actually, because now it might just trade better into the Schützen than the Kiefer did.
Oh, but look at this. Socialist has almost ran out of cards, and J-King has a huge hand still.
J-King is overdrawing.
And with the Potez gone, it's actually not too bad, because you can play these mobilized units without continuing to overdraw and filter for your deck. That is a slight risk at this stage in the game. Now, if you can save this supply shortage for Aichi, it's really, really impactful, as the replacement Aichis, the Aichis die on your turn, so you don't get this destruction effect. They don't actually die during your opponent's turn, as supply shortage triggers in your own turn. So if you can save this and hit the Aichis with it, it just completely shuts down one of Socialist's main outs in this game.
J-King really considering whether to play the Saxon or not. Probably thinking if he needs it for other stuff, like... Oh, there's still no Shiden in Socialist deck.
There may not be, as there's a lot of other ways of doing a bit of burn damage. It's possible Socialists decided that it was just a little bit too slow and they had better ways of closing out the game. Yeah, there's no Shiden available.
So
which means...
Then the veteran...
Oh, look at this.
Probably... Oh, look at this monster.
This supply shortage and these Aichis, like we spoke about, they're not going to get the replacement bomber. This is going to completely wipe Socialist board. And I think that might be the nail in the coffin here for Socialist. In Mobilize, when you reach this mid to late game, it can be really, really strong against Jagro, and we're seeing that now.
And just look at this first airborne units now. A 4-2 and a 5-5 getting to the front line. Very, very likely. And there's not much that Socialist can do against it. Too many targets. He needs to kill the Sexton and also these small airborne units that started small but are really huge now.
There is a Shinano and Socialist deck, so I wonder if J King is going to try and play around the Shinano and not overcommit to the board.
And since
However,
there's no shilling, you can just push up the guard.
Yeah, you can push up the guard, but I think even if you get hit by a Shinano, it only buys time for Socialist. It doesn't close out the game for them. But I'm tempted to say you push up this second infantry, you go for the guard, and then you just pass back the turn. There's not much reason to overextend on the board. And yeah, look at that. Holding back a lot of these units. Goes for the other airborne as this grows really, really aggressively. And will help J King close out the game just in case.
That's game number
And
one.
there you go.
I did not expect this, but actually that evasive action made a really, really big impact and a really, really big difference in how this match just did go. Protecting the 5th parachute there, and from there on, yeah, it looks like a smooth sail here for J King. But I think the matchup is not really easy for Mobilize.
No, I mean, if you hit this mid to late game, it can be very favored for Mobilize. But the amount of times I've played against Jaguar Mobilize and I've not reached that mid to late game, because if you don't find supply shortage, you don't find Monte, and you don't find these early tools to fight, sometimes you're just overrun and you're swamped before you can stabilize. But J King didn't need to stabilize because, like you say, this evasive action just shut down Socialist's push. And it meant J King was never in a position where stabilization was a big deal. Now we see Socialists bringing this sort of Germany-Japan aggressive mid-rangey deck.
Ooh, both players with a really good starting hand. I mean, at least both found the 15th Cavalry Regiment.
Keeping a Rado is very interesting. I'm surprised you're holding on to that, as I'm not sure where you're planning on playing this. Turn 1, J King is going to put down his own unit and reply. And then turn 2, you're going to put down your 22nd, or you're going to put down a different unit off the top. But I don't see you playing this Rado until turn 3 or turn 4 at the earliest, which is very, very slow. And I think you would have been happier with something else in hand.
Interesting that J King did decide to open up the possibility for Socialist to play, to just get an additional draw.
But now clears the board and plays the expansion. And you see it's turn 3 and Socialist still holding on to this Arado. You could have drawn into it by now, or you could have had something which is just a little bit more aggressive.
Ah, I see. The German-Japan is not running 35T, so it actually made sense to not waste the 15th Cavalry there and use the Type 94 to trade into this. And yeah, so far
we can see an ME come out here, and this allows Socialists to draw a card and gain some credits. But they need to find something useful.
Ooh,
15th Cavalry, relatively useful, but I cannot get over this Arado Spooz. It's not doing anything.
Not yet. Not yet. Wait
Now,
for it.
J King has a few options here. I feel like all the cards in your hand want to be used in conjunction with other cards. However, you need to just start playing them, because if you're not going to do things, you're going to lose just due to board presence. You have a big hand. You're able to be a little bit wasteful of how you use these cards and not worry too much, so long as you're fighting for board presence. If Marder comes out this turn, this could be a really, really huge equal clause, as this can just clear the back line. Now,
So that big
Socialist,
key is on the one hand is a big problem for Socialists, but it would also help to just refill their hand, and
Yeah, if
surprise
you
attack
just-
might be the perfect tool to just not eat the damage but get the draw in.
I mean, there's also the possibility of finding like a dive bombing or something, and then that just buys you even more time at not having to combat this this fight.
Exciting.
But it looks like he's going to go for the trade instead. And that does put J King in a really nice situation where you can go for the 22nd, you can go for the Panzer 35T, and you can even pin the Marder if you want. Gonna hold on to the resources though, just use the Eagle Claws. maybe worried about the Marder pushing to the front line, and if the Marder moves up, then you can't go for this powerful Eagle Claws.
Yeah, but what to do with the remaining 2 credits here? Do you play
That's
a plain 22nd?
It's my concern with this play is it puts you in an awkward position afterwards, and maybe why I would have liked 22nd, 35T and pin. And I do think holding the credits and passing back may be the move, as it stops this errado coming down. But obviously, Jaking doesn't have the same information about what's in hand as we do.
Ooh, there's this second Type 94.
Look at this, turn 6. Finally, it comes out.
Found the hipper. Not really what you need in that situation.
No, it's certainly not that useful.
I think you play it here, don't you?
I mean, it's a little bit of an awkward situation. If you go for the Type 94, then you're being really wasteful in credits. Hipper is very, very efficient on credits, but it does allow Jaking to just re-pour it out. And, well, this is definitely in Jaking's favor, this situation.
Heals the Aradu to protect the 22nd infantry. Yeah, now Socialist, not really with much left here. That is a really good top deck, the autocannon.
It is, however, Jaking already has multiple answers to it. It has the Sendai as well as these Type 94 surprise attacks, which are just a really neat way of answering it. It's very, very, simple. You play these, you go for the pin, and it's just straightforward.
And after that, Socialist left with 1 card in hand. Oh, just going for the pin.
So I was trying to buy time.
Second Type 94 probably coming in here to get double surprise attack on this autocannon.
I mean, the lack of Panzer 35Ts and Socialist deck are really hurting this this game plan here. It almost feels like Heinz deck, which has just been substituted in certain ways. And I'm wondering if just traditional Heinz would have been a little bit more reliable. I see there's some cool moves you can do in Socialist deck. If you get the front line, you've got this ME, you've got the Marder, you can try and just go to Value Town. But when you're in the back lane like this, you have far fewer options about how to come back into the game, because not many of your cards have Blitz. We see this. All of Socialist deck, they have to be deployed, and then they have a whole turn of Jaking responding to them with all these Blitz units.
Oh, this one
And
is really good here. Helping out that this Type 93 survives. Surprise attack on the Marder.
I do wonder if we'll see a Sendai come out. Yokosuka and Cavalry, both really, really nice here for rushing the front line.
Attack first to get the draw from the Marder, and then decide whether to play the Sendai. Or flood the front line maybe, but I think Sendai is... Yeah, you still have a 3-5.
Send to the front line's really powerful here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 4-5 from the front line, and if Socialist wants to double trade into this, it's so detrimental here. It gets so little done, and 5-year plan, or not 5-year plan, sorry, Southern plan,
Yeah.
coming far too late into the game to be useful.
Yeah, actually the worst draw you can find in this situation. You need units, and this Southern plan is not getting you anywhere that deep into the game. I mean, what can they do here? What is the effect of Schützen if they survive combat, right? So as soon as you attack with the BF... Oh no, you need to attack with the one on the first.
No, it's when it attacks and kills a unit.
Or
when it attacks,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, I see.
It has to attack and it has to kill the unit. But now, Jaking just has to decide how to end this game. There's a whole hand of options here.
Yeah, all these modders providing so much draw here for Jaking. Really giving him the card advantage. Just utilizing the mod is a little bit better than Socialist is. Also just for pressure reasons. The Socialist was forced to play them at some point, but yeah, look at this front line. Socialist really, really far behind here, and it might just be the 2-0 for J King.
No, yeah, it looks like Socialist passing back the turn with J King's huge board. We're going to see Type 93 come out, and I think this is going to be it here for Socialist. You can even see the Sendai come out to get rid of this this fighter if we want, just to be extra safe. Although if you play Signal, that means you have to then trade away with the board as you fill up your support line. So
You just fill up the whole board.
yeah, but this actually increases our maximum damage, because when we trade away this cavalry, we can move up our tank, and now we can go for the Type 93 afterwards. And this just gives J King a little bit extra damage. You get 1 point for the burn, and then you get 1 extra point of damage for the martyr attack. So you're getting 2 extra attack damage this turn. And there you go, that 2 extra damage. J King finding lethal and getting 2-0. And now Socialist up against the wall, or J King is going with a quick 3-0 and hopping straight onto an aeroplane.
Really, really continuing where he stopped yesterday. Winning match after match, and now left with US frontline, which is
a scary deck for Socialist.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not like J King is left with a weird, wacky deck like we saw yesterday. It's really quite scary. And this opener, going first, getting Red Dawn, Whirlwind, and Combat Engineers, it doesn't matter what Socialist keeps.
Look, J King is already playing where Socialist is still in the mulligan. He wants to get the fast 3-0. So actually, it scores 2-0, guys, not 1-0. So for those who wonder, J King is 1 win away from making it to the top 4 in Iceland.
So there's only actually 3 orders in Socialist deck. There's 2 Southern plans, and then there's this Hipper. So this Arado only finds credit in our pieces, which is really, really slow. And finding the Enigma, so Sherman and Enigma, there's so much hand refill here. Question is, are we going to see J King playing around this Careless Talk? Because it's possible you go for the trade and you move up the Combat Engineers to enable your Sherman guarantee next turn. Because if you don't, there's a possibility of a 15th Cavalry coming down and trading away with your... No, gonna play around the Careless Talk, but not take the front line with the Engineers. And this will enable Socialists to combat and take the front line. But J King able to trade really, really effectively against this. You can go Whirlwind. There's another Red Devils. And this is looking tough. However, Socialist has bought a fair amount of time here. J King playing around that Careless Talk.
Another 15s. So definitely good answers here, and might just see how the next few draws and turns work out.
And this Flampans is fairly scary. However, the 5th Rangers does trade into it really, really efficiently. This Enigma might just be coming down next turn. You could go for the Red Devils into the Enigma and refill your hand without needing to secure the front line for the Sherman. Especially if Socialist holds this Careless Talk. If you play the Red Devils and it instantly dies to Careless Talk, then I'm tempted to say it's worth it to go for the Enigma and refill some of your hand.
Yeah, I think at this point it's better to just keep the pressure high, although you might risk to run to Careless Talk here.
Does survive the Careless Talk. It will die to the Cavalry. This MEBF will offer some card draw as well if Socialist wants it.
So it's still a 4-1 in the front line that the Socialist needs to take care of. Do this with the 15th Cavalry. Flampans probably going to the front line. And J King not really having good answers to a 3-3 tank in the front. Wait, they're not pushing it up?
No, not yet.
Oh, Jaking really happy about this. Did you see how he just can't believe
Yeah,
that
it
he had a
gives
chance to draw here?
Socialist so much. Socialist giving Jaking so much room to work with here.
I think
And now
this.
Jaking getting 2 units into the front line, has the strat bombing to follow it up next turn. And Socialist giving Jaking an inch and he's taking a mile. And this is the thing with this frontline deck. You give them the opportunity on turn 5 or 6 to take the front line, and you are at such high risk of getting Shermaned. I guess maybe Socialist was worried about the 2nd, 5th Rangers, but you've already seen one. There's only 3 of them in the deck. It's not that likely. It's far more likely that one of these 4 Shermans is just waiting in the wings to come in and draw cards for Jaking. And for anyone unfamiliar with why this Sherman is such a potent card and there's so much focus on it, Convoy is a 3k card that draws you 2 cards, and this is one of like the standard rates for draw. This is British draw. It's very good. 2 cards for 3 credits. Sherman, when you have the front line, you're spending 1 more credit than a Convoy. So you think about Convoy, you spend 1 extra credits, and you're left with a 4/4 tank. It's so efficient. It gives you so much value. And it really is the cornerstone and the backbone of why this deck is so powerful. And we see it here, Jaking having a huge amount of units on board, as well as a huge amount of cards in hand. And this strat bombing is just going to come in and ruin Socialist today.
Oh, I don't like how this game is going for Socialist. It was really big mistake giving Jaking the front line there. And now really getting punished for this. The units are stuck in the support line and really hit by a monstrous strat bombing here.
An Admiral Hipper can come out soon. However, if you Hipper this Sherman and you don't take the front line, then to what end? What are you doing it for?
Yeah.
Slightly confused why the Arado came out over just bouncing the Sherman and pushing up this unit to the front line. I feel like Socialist hasn't been doing enough fighting for the front line. Pathfinders is such a good find here. You can even go for the Marder first to draw from it, as it does count as the Pathfinders killing it. It counts as the unit killing it. And you can even blitz it to the front line if you want to. This stops this Arado coming down. However, I think you're okay with the Arado being bounced and coming down again, as it's only finding southern plans.
Oh, he's thinking about sacrificing the Pathfinders into the frontline unit, I guess.
Oh, I don't hate this. You draw 2 cards and clear the board from Socialist. You can then also push up this 0k unit. However,
tough decision.
Is it worth it over just trading the Sherman? If you're going to trade into the frontline unit anyway, you may as well just trade with the Sherman. Keeping back the Pathfinders is, like I said, you're more than okay with the Arado being bounced. You know, an FW being bounced over and over again, you might think Socialist is getting a lot of draw from that, but spending 6k to draw a single card up against US frontline, it is not good enough.
Yeah, not really. I'm just losing a lot of tempo with this. So, and as you said, the Arado is only going to find another southern plan. That's not really what Socialist needs here. And yeah, problems increasing for Socialist. Not out of the game yet. I think the 7 Schützen can still have a big impact here when they come out and maybe trade into the Sherman. But that hitting the Marder as well, really increasing the problems here for Socialist. Although Jaking is not looking too happy. But he has another Sherman.
I think that's just his focused face. That's the extreme focus. And like I said in the pre-stage, you want to take these games seriously. The moment you give yourself this sort of space and mentally, Jaking very confused because
Jaking
Pathfinders, it can come down again and draw you again from the Marder. And he realizes there's something going on here. If you're bouncing this and floating these credits, there's got to be a countermeasure. So I'm going to play the peer for the
sacrifice
countermeasure.
into this careless talk. It's the PIR, but now, since the Arado is dying now, those Pathfinders are really hitting one of the big units. Sure, Schützen has Blitz. I mean, Panzer 3H is not a bad Barwin's target as well, right?
I think Jaking's realized there's a Stutzen in Socialist's hand because Socialist has been very, very patient to wait for Jaking to push up to the front line. And I think Jaking's realized that this is the reason why. Now, this is a slightly better card for the Pathfinders to be bouncing for Socialist here. If you can find a Leopold, that could be fairly big at turning the game around. However, if you don't find it very quickly, you're just going to lose. And Stutzen, no thank you. Get out the front line, pushed back.
Jaking has so much draw in hand. 2 Shermans, 1 Enigma, which is not too good right now, since Socialist is down to 4 cards in hand.
You've got a Martyr on board as well,
Yeah,
right? You've got
Martyr
draw in
as
hand,
well.
draw on board. And Socialist is just sitting here thinking, Leopold, please, Leopold, off the top. Leopold isn't in Socialist stack. I just checked the list. So
I think he's still hoping for it.
I'm still hoping for it, even
Miracle
though it's not
Leopold.
in the deck. I'm not sure what is left in Socialist deck to get out of this situation, because Leopold is the outs, and
Yeah, I mean, these 5/5s are really awkward for Jaking to trade into with all these 4 attack Shermans and 5th Rangers, like the FW. They're mostly 2-for-1 trades and give you the draw. So yeah, if we can just survive a little bit longer and bring down these big bodies, but the Pathfinders are just
it's just
denying
trading
that they stay on
away.
board, right? Yeah, I mean, makes sense. You have the Pathfinders, any big guy that the opponent's playing is probably getting bounced.
Hear me out. You play the autocannon. J-King forgets to trade into the autocannon. You keep playing units that get bounced by the Pathfinders. You win through autocannon.
I mean, yeah, I think this is never going to happen, but there's a chance. Not too high, but it is there. Spoils of War, looking for better options than Socialist
Just
has in
not
hand
sure
right
what
now.
these better options are.
Ooh, that is not too bad. That's at least one hard removal, but do you really want to spend double surprise attack on a 2/2? Not right
think
now, I
you-
guess.
Maybe you just hold on to the issues. If you kill the Pathfinders, then there's no chance of your bomber getting bounced. And right now, you're really hoping that your bomber gets bounced.
Oh, he's really doing it.
J-King, look at his hand size.
That just sacrifices your Heinkel now into the Sherman, probably.
So I feel like maybe there was the move to pin the Sherman and just pass back the turn. And then if the Pathfinders bounces your tank, you get an extra surprise attack anyway. The only concern is J-King probably has quite a few blitz tanks in hand, and you're sort of thinking there's not much I can do.
Look at this front line.
And yeah, the lack of Leopold available for Socialist in this deck means that it's only a matter of time until J-King can close out this game.
Jaking is just one blitzkrieg away from the top 4 finals in Iceland, and he has several chances to find it on top of deck or with the Sherman.
One Blitzkrieg or just a couple turns without Blitzkrieg will do it.
And the 4th Sherman.
Okay. We've got one opportunity here with the Sherman. Doesn't find it.
Ooh,
But
half track
finds
is
the
really
half
strong.
track.
Thinking that he really wants to give the opponent another draw, but that's just so much tempo that Socialist is losing here with losing his 6 credit 5/5 that he has to replay next turn.
What's Socialist going to draw into? You need the early game so badly with this deck from Socialist. You need to capture this front line. You need to establish an early game, and then you try and close out the game with the Marder to draw you cards and the sort of credit denial packages to stop your opponent answering your board. But if you don't get this early game aggressive start, then all your cards, they really don't play well from the back foot.
Ooh,
And this is one of my This is one of my concerns with this deck moving forward, because Socialist does get another opportunity yet, but I'm still concerned by this Germany deck, because if you don't get the early game, you're so bad from playing behind. And Jaken gets to play Lotto again, look for Blitzkrieg once again.
Double Marder on board is scary. No Eagle Claws in hand. You played it already, right?
Believe that was the last match he played it, because he has it in his Jaguar list as well.
Ah, okay. It might be last game, yeah.
So I believe it's still in the deck.
You need to be careful with the Shermans now to not spend too many credits and not being able to trade, maybe.
I think you can probably get away with one Sherman, but if you're planning on trading Sherman into these Marders anyway, then yeah, put down the Marder. Then you can just trade into these Marders.
That just gives Socialist only one draw from the Marder now.
Yeah.
Also kill
And
the autocannon. Yeah. Get rid
yeah.
of it.
I mean, I think you trade away this Greyhound as well, finish it off. And sure, Jaken just traded away half his board, but he also drew 3 cards for doing so. You've got 2 Marders on board, and you draw 1 card, and your opponent draws 3. This is how it feels right now. Jag Bomber, quite a nice find. Stutz in a nice way of clearing this front line as well.
Ooh.
And that looks slightly rough here for Jaking, but double 5th Rangers in hand gives Jaking a lot of opportunity to fight back.
No, there's the Eagle Claws he needed earlier.
Goes the Eagle Claws. But
So
you can take the front line this turn. You can go 5th Rangers, you've got 35 Ts, you've got Greyhounds, you've got so many ways of combating this board. And I mean, 1 5th Ranger and a Greyhound clears the front line.
Oh. Yeah,
Like,
Socialist
Jaking-
keeps top decking like this.
Yeah, but Jaken's going to get like 3 more units into the front line this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only scary thing is that FW right now, but Socialist probably also playing Comet. So that also sets up...
No Comet in Socialist deck.
Wait, not?
Oh,
There
yes,
is-
there
there
is
is a
Comet.
Comet,
Sorry.
yeah.
Comet available. I
Oh,
believe there's an
talking about the
FW
Comet,
left.
Look at this. That sets up a 2... No.
Oh, no.
3-turn timer.
But Jaking also has
Oh,
an
no, 2
extremely
turns.
quick clock.
Oh my god, how
Mm.
close is this?
Jaking has a 2-turn clock or a 1-turn clock with Blitzkrieg.
Socialist setting up lethal here. No Blitzkrieg for J King. Oh my god, look at this.
No way Socialist has found a way out. Jaking needs to find Blitzkrieg. Goes for the Sherman. You've got to go for the Sherman. You have no choice but to go for the Sherman.
It's not having a Whirlwind left, right?
Even if you do, it's not going to survive. There's the Blitzkrieg.
Oh my
And
god.
Jaking finds his way out of this scenario. Surely you've got so many credits to work with here.
35T, Greyhound.
Yeah, that's
already enough, right?
That's it.
5,
There you go.
Oh.
Jaking, by the skin of his teeth, takes a 3-0, and congratulations, the first player going to Iceland, and Socialist will get a second chance at it.
Nice comeback there, almost from Socialist. Look at this. Congrats, J King. Yeah, nice. 3-0, but yeah, also some slight mistakes there from Socialist, but really really well fought back there and almost turned it around. But yeah, just the sheer hand advantage there on J King's end, just sealed the deal into Blitzkrieg, found with the Sherman. Wow, intense series.
Huge series, and I do love the fact that J King had his camera on there, getting to see like the celebration of, hey, I'm going to Iceland. I'm going to get a chance to become a 3-time Cards World Champion, which is just absolutely wild. Socialist going to get another crack at it, going down to the bottom bracket to face Bezio a little bit later on. But let's break down that matchup a little bit, because we did see that German mid-range deck struggle a little bit. Bubbles, what's your kind of take on that?
I think the deck has a clear game plan. You know, you put down your early units, you establish a presence on the board, you try to pressure your opponent as much as possible, and then you use cards like Southern Plan, which you find from a Rado or this Admiral Hipper, to deny your opponent's resources so that they can answer the board state. And then you've got things like Marder, and you've got this MEBF, which draw you additional cards so that you just outvalue your opponent. The issue is you have a lack of blitz and you have no removal in the deck, because you've got these type 94s, but they're not very reliable when it comes to removal. They're a really, really powerful unit and definitely worth running, but they cannot be relied upon as your only source of removal. So this means the moment you're on your back foot, you have no removal and almost no blitz. And it's really, really difficult to fight from this position. Frontline, there's a lot of units which can fight. You've got the Panzer 35T, you've got the 5th Rangers, you often have dive bombings. Jaguar, you've got so many blitz units, and you have a lot more orders than you used to. But even when you didn't have as many orders in Feigned Retreat, you had all these blitz units, and things like Sendai and Raiding Brigade were really good at clearing the board. So my concern is with this deck is I'm sure when it's ahead, you feel great, you feel like you're just having a smooth game, but you cannot rely upon always being ahead. Sometimes you'll go second, sometimes you won't have the best opener. Your deck needs to be able to come back from these losing situations. And I worry that this deck just doesn't have that ability compared to other aggressive and mid-range decks.
And Spooz, you're doing your best to match J King today with your pineapple shirt. So I do want to ask, we saw J King yesterday. When the OCC Clash comes in today, 3-0, sure, the last game was a little bit hairy. Maybe Socialist didn't play it perfectly. That's fine. But are we just witnessing kind of a masterclass when it comes to J King saying like, hey, it's World Championship season. This is where I'm at my best. We saw him, obviously going back and forth between deck list to the game and just knew exactly what was happening, and he was prepared for all eventualities.
Yeah, he's just having so much experience with all this stuff. He knows what he do. He just switching between decks in the game and just taking a glass of water in between. So you just see this guy is really confident in what he's doing, and he's just, I mean, he proved it several times. He is the best player in the game, and I think he just proved it one more time today, and I think he will do in Iceland as well. So yeah, still one of the greatest players.
Let's bring up the bracket now that we have our first player punching their ticket to Iceland for the World Championships on December 2nd and 3rd. We got 3 more players that we need to get qualified in here. So there you see J King, 3-0 on Socialist. Socialist will take on Bezio a little bit later for their second chance to get into it. But up next, we've got Pytorch taking on Leo. And we're going to be joined by Berto, Burrito, and Starry for that one. So let's get into our second matchup here. Welcome, Starry. Welcome, Berto. Now, Starry, you did fairly well in the double elimination, or you made it to the double elimination. You were kind of saying that was my first real cards tournament. Just curious as to any insight from you regarding like what it takes to get to the top 6 here today.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that one of my 2 losses in the double elimination rounds was to Socialist, so it's really crazy to see the person that you lost to get 3-0'd like that. It just shows like the caliber of these players is really something else, something to aspire to.
Absolutely. And then Berto, you've been to the World Championships, you've kind of done a little bit of all of it. Any thoughts or insight from your experience as to kind of what we're seeing today?
Well, I was actually a single game away from playing in this tournament right here in Pytorch's spot. He took it against me 3-2. And, he's a solid player, and I think we'll see some good performances today.
Awesome. Well, let's get into it then. Since you started with Pytorch, Berto, let's dive into their player card. Why don't we walk through it all? And there you see nearly 5,000 games played. And that 9-1 knockout record is what we're seeing. 61% win rate, maybe not quite as high as some other folks, but like you said, Berto, a player we've seen often, a player we've seen compete very well. Any other additional insights or thoughts?
I'm surprised to see only 5,000 games, as Pytorch has been around for some time. I think he's played top 30, gotten to top 38 a few times, and it's just a name I'm familiar with. So to only see 5,000 games is a little surprising there.
Well, let's see what Pytorch is equipping themselves with for this last, or not last, actually, having 2 chances being in the top bracket here. But Berto, why don't you take us through this deck list?
Right, so first up we have that Soviet Italy deck. I think this might be an exact copy of J King's version of the list that he was playing in top 32 and in group stage. And it's a very powerful control list. It has a lot of opportunity to play both against aggro decks like Frontline and Jagro, and also still being able to win control mirrors. So it is very powerful. Next up, we have a British Italy control list. A lot of Italy today from Pytorch. And this deck really looks to control the board with board clears and get something like a 7 Valpini down to stabilize the game into the mid game and start healing up and eventually go for a Commonwealth for the win. And then we also have this this German Japan deck with the Sovereign Plans and Admiral Hipper that we just saw from Socialist. It has a good opportunity to really come ahead in the early game, and then on top of that credit denial can really push somebody out of the game. But as we saw it just in the last set, if you don't manage to get that lead in the early game, it can be very difficult to come back with this deck. And finally, we have the classic. We have Jagro running a single copy of 7 Schutzen, which is something that players seem to be leaning a little more towards now. It wasn't very common for people to run Schutzen and Gyro, but maybe that's the next meta call we see and the next development in the deck. It used to be that people didn't tend to run Martyr 3H, and now that's almost in every single deck you see. So maybe Schutzen is the brand new thing.
Thank you so much, Berto. Let's take a look at Pytorch's opponent, Leo. Leo here, 13,000 matches. Comet being their favorite card. 67% win rate, starting to see that creep up. 8-2 in the knockout round. Starry, any insight around Leo competing here today?
Yeah, I mean, Leo is a longtime player, and we can see that by their total matches. They're really solid and have competed in a lot of high-level events before, and so it's not very surprising that we see them here today. But they've done a really great job getting here. As I was talking about just a couple minutes ago, it is really difficult to get to this stage playing against the top players in the world, and so they've done an excellent job to get this far.
Let's go ahead and break down their deck lineup then. Starry, what do we see here?
So their first deck is again a Britain Italy control, which we haven't really seen this style of deck in a while. But there are a lot of really powerful things about Britain and Italy combined. For example, Britain has really good board wipes and the ability to clear massive amounts of small units, with Italy being able to clear single target large units. And so they do kind of synergize a good bit. Additionally, they are two of the nations with the strongest amount of healing in the game. And so playing towards a Commonwealth victory is something that they are particularly well suited for. And Leo is playing some really interesting cards that we haven't seen at the competitive level in a while. For example, that 9.2-inch coastal gun, as well as that Beloach regiment. Beloach regiment is definitely not a card we've seen recently, but really curious to see how that performs. It might be able to contest some early units while advancing towards that Commonwealth game plan. Their next deck is a Germany-Japan deck, very similar to the one that we just saw out of Socialist, except that instead of relying on the Southern Plan and the Admiral Hipper elements, their only order in the deck is are 3 copies of air superiority. So Arado is always going to find a removal order. And because, Arado is an air unit, air superiority should theoretically be hitting for 3 the vast majority of the time. But other than that, it's a very similar deck to the one that we just saw. They did cut down 1 copy of the Focke-Wulf 190, but other than that, I'm curious to see if the air superiorities do a better job of contesting the front line than we saw out of the Southern plans that were kind of dead late into that game. The next deck is a Japan-Germany Jagro list, which is a little bit atypical. Instead of relying on the expansion package to draw cards, instead, Leo is playing 2 copies of Enigma, obviously 2 copies of Martyr as well, as the principal draw engine of the deck. But instead of playing 2 Sendais, we have 2 copies of Honorable Death. And we also have 2 Eratos, and there's a pretty large variety of orders in the deck that you could draw with Erato, so kind of just like dealer's choice of what order you're going to get out of there. I'm curious to see if that's going to affect, that lower consistency of Erato is going to be effective or not, but we will definitely see. This is a very interesting take on Jagro. And then the last deck is a Soviet Britain control list, which relies less on the guard spam that we saw in yesterday's OCC, and more just relies on good, solid cards. You know, in the same way that Britain and Italy have a really nice spread of board wipes and single target removal, the same is true between Soviet and Britain. And so this deck is really solid and is going to play high value units and just try and slowly outvalue the opponent's stack.
Awesome. Thank you for walking us through that, Starry. I believe we should have the bands as well. So let's take a peek and see what's getting knocked out here. So Pytorch losing that Soviet Italy control, similar to the ban we saw in the first round here. And then Leo is losing that Germany, Japan kind of mid-range list. And that's an interesting one, since we have seen that, or we did see that struggle a little bit yesterday. We saw it struggle a little bit, earlier this morning as well, or today as well. Curious now, as we take a look at some of those bans, Berto, are you surprised by the fact that Pytorch banned Leo's Germany Japan mid range?
Well, I know that the Germany deck has comment in it, which can really be an issue for the Soviet Italy deck, particularly, and other control decks. So I'd imagine that against the British Italy, it would also be quite difficult to overcome that comment. So I think that might be maybe the primary reason for banning that deck.
And Starry, you had broken it down a little bit, going over Leo's list as well, that Leo's bringing some slightly different card selection there with kind of the air package instead of the credit denial package. Does that bring a different dynamic to this list versus the one we've seen previously?
I'm not sure. Generally, credit denial effects are strong into control, but like Berto said, that comment can be especially difficult for control decks that don't bring discard, of which Pytorch didn't bring any discard. Yeah, it can be, unless you have like guard units to continuously prevent that comment is just going to keep getting in, and it can be one of those really strong game-winning cards in control matchups.
Well, as we wait for the players to get into this, let's take a look at the other side in that Soviet Italy ban. And Starry, let's continue on with you. Leo deciding doesn't want to deal with that specific control matchup. Let's actually forget that and just get right into the game here. This is going to determine who our second player is going to Iceland for the 2023 KARDS World Championship.
So it looks like Pytorch doesn't have a super great early curve. I would probably expect them to mulligan Panzer 3H and Schutzen and Southern Plan to try and get some sort of turn 3 or sorry, turn 2 or bare minimum turn 3 play. But it looks like they're considering keeping Southern Plan. What do you think about that, Berto?
Yeah, well, I feel like if you're willing to put Southern Plane into your deck, you kind of have to keep it, especially going first. And into the control matchup, I think you have the time to maybe miss a 1 or miss a 2 or a 3 drop. And Pytorch even thinking about sending back the cavalry regiment, surely scared about Sickle, and playing this matchup a little differently than you would typically think.
Yeah, so it looks like Pytorch is not playing the Careless Talk, as the only 1-cost unit in Leo's deck is Engineer, and obviously that's not worth using a Careless Talk on.
Mm-hmm.
But
and
the
Leo
more I
also...
think about it, the more I think that you're right. Like, if you're gonna play Southern Plans, it's better to draw them now and not on turn 8, like we saw in the last match. But yep.
I also like holding back this this 329th Engineer Battalion from Leo because he knows Pytorch has Flame Panzer in the deck, and that is your only one drop. So you really want to force your opponent to have to, go low on cards and maybe play out the Flame Panzer for just the unit before you play down this Engineers, or even wait until you're able to guarantee the death of a few units to at least heal 2 or 4 from the Engineers before the Flame Panzer comes out.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think that my prediction is that Leo is going to play the Engineers right around the same time that they play that mobile defense to at least get something out of it, and the fact that together that only costs 3 credits means that there's going to be plenty of opportunities to do that. Pytorch actually getting to draw that cavalry is kind of nice here.
Yeah, fills out that curve. And this double Southern plan, I think we're going to finally see the situation where it shines. Because Leo is going to be kept off of doing a lot by these double Southern plans. And then Pytorch will have so many credits that if he's able to hit a couple of FWs or maybe a Martyr or two, then and he finds that draw engine, then he will be in a really good position.
Yeah, and even just having those credits to spend on the Spoils of War is super nice. A lot of times you don't have the time to play Spoils of War, but Southern plans buy you a lot of time. You get, having a Southern plan into another Southern plan, keeping Leo off of that T60, you're gonna have so much time. It is a little bit tempting to go for the 101st onto the Heinkel, start buffing it up, but getting the credit denial elements down early is so much more effective. Keeping Leo at 3 credits instead of continuously at 4 credits, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm not sure which line was better, because what is there at 4? There is the T60, but there's not a lot of guards at 4 right now anymore after they put into rotation first rifles. So I think maybe you could have gotten away with a little bit of greed and gone for that 101st, but
Yeah,
it's
4
this
does
is
allow you to.
maybe the more disciplined line.
Yeah, 4 credits does allow you to double push up, double attack with mobile defense, which is noteworthy, especially when you have a bomber, being able to clear out the front line and kill your what would be a 2-3 bomber. But
But Leo won't have 4 credits almost certainly.
it seems like this is gonna kind of turn into a value match, because on one hand, Leo does have this control deck, but on the other hand, a lot of Leo's removal is good at getting rid of ground units, getting rid of small units with, Bloody Sickles and Winter Warfares. And Winter Warfare is not super effective in this matchup.
No, it's a decent deterrent for the 15th Cavalries, but you only have 3 of them, so you're not going to see a lot of them all at the same time, very often, like we saw in maybe some of Socialist versus J King's games where he hit a lot of them. That's not really the standard.
And Pytorch is taking this time that he bought to play the Spoils of War. Hitting 8 credits before Leo has even 4. Yeah, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more that Southern plan, keeping the Southern plan makes more and more sense.
Yeah, especially in this against this control list where you have the time. Also, that Errato is going to find an Admiral Hipper 100% of the time now, so that's even more credit denial for Pytorch.
Yeah, and Soviet decks, you know, the worry with Admiral Hipper is that you might give your opponent an extra deployment effect, but Soviet decks play fewer deployment effects than a lot of decks, which is why they can get away with running cards like Petlyakov and stuff like that. So Admiral Hipper can be a really effective tool against Soviets that are playing lots of guards, playing lots of large units without deployment effects, and being able to keep Leo off those credits seems pretty good.
I think Leo maybe might have been wise to hold back this T60 here, because that's giving a good Admiral Hipper target that otherwise Pytorch didn't have a great target, as he would be healing back up that Bryansk irregulars.
Yeah, if Leo is paying attention, which, you know, Leo is a good player, I'm sure that they are, then they should know that Pytorch's only order left in deck is that Admiral Hipper.
Yeah, that Admiral Hipper essentially has intel on it right now at this stage in the
Yep.
game.
Yep, exactly. Pytorch has the opportunity to make favorable trades with this Type 93. Or has the opportunity to maybe draw some cards with Panzer 3H, although I'm not really sure what you'd be looking for right this second. Instead opting for the 101st.
I think it's a huge mistake here to not play this Admiral Hipper, to be honest. The earlier you get credit denial down, the better. The earlier you get the draw denial down from the Admiral Hipper, the better. And this sort of sets up a pretty decent trade for Leo here that I don't
Yeah,
think he's too upset about.
that effect on the 101st in many ways was wasted. I mean, the difference between a 4-1 and a 5-2 here is almost identical, except for Leo having the opportunity to use Bloody Sickle on it, but you're already presenting a good Bloody Sickle target by playing Type 93. So, yeah, I mean, in that case, Admiral Hipper becomes 5 credits, take an extra turn. Your opponent doesn't draw. Your opponent has to play you know, they're going to play the exact same thing. And you just get 4 credits and a card to work with for free.
Yeah. Now, even with what I consider to be a mistake there, Leo is by no means in an easy spot after that. Looks like going for the Petlyakov, which will be really hard to defend with these limited credits.
Yeah, and Pytorch does have a lot of air units. Like the possibility when Leo's playing this, Pytorch has the opportunity to play an FW, although you would miss out on the draw because of the Petlyakov effect. But there's a lot of things that could pretty much wall Petlyakov and make it not particularly useful. The autocanone in combination with that BF-109 could be really scary as an effective value engine, getting to draw a card every time you take out a unit. It's martyr, but just for your artillery.
Yeah, and that extra credit slot is a nice little bonus. Not extra credit slot, sorry, extra credit.
Yep.
If it was a credit slot, that would be overpowered. That'd be crazy. Now, Leo has had 3 credits destroyed, so he would be at 8 credits here, and he would be very close to Winter Warfare ISU, of course. He is very far from that now, but that really goes to show this credit destruction effectiveness.
Yeah, I think that if Pytorch can find a way to set up a value engine, that they really have quite good chances at winning this game. The only issue is that Leo still is hanging on to that hammer, as well as a Winter Warfare plus Naval Brigade, so I think it's good insight on Pytorch's part to start attacking that HQ.
And that's a straight up mistake from Pytorch. He missed 1 damage by playing the auto canona after the 15th Cavalry. So we'll see if it matters, but it is a mistake.
Yeah, Leo getting the opportunity to use his 39th is pretty nice in this scenario, but at the same time, your only targets that are, worth taking as Noshib is probably not the best. Although, I don't know, it might be.
Yeah, I think
Are
Nashi.
also just dead to the Winter Warfare.
Mhm. Now that is Winter Warfare number 3, I believe. So this ISU is going to be a lot harder to use effectively, but Leo has sort of been forced into this position where he needs to use them early and aggressively to not just die.
Leo is taking this opportunity to draw 3 cards. I mean, yeah, you aren't getting a continuous pincer effect, but that's kind of what BF109 is supposed to do, is replace itself, and while presenting a 3/3 body. When you use it in that way, it's a mini FW, and uh, you know, FW is a good card. So
Yeah. Now I think Leo is forced to kill this martyr this turn. It's tempting to use the sickle on the 22nd, of course. It's amazing to sickle a 22nd and to get rid of that draw engine, but I think he needs to get rid of that martyr, or nothing he's gonna play will really be helpful for him, because he's just giving his opponent more fuel. And so I do really like this play from Leo here.
oh,
Oh,
but
and
there's
another
another martyr.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Leo. Pytorch had a lot of opportunity to find his draw, but also a lot of opportunity to miss his draw. And if he had the credit denial but not the draw, this wouldn't exactly be working out for Pytorch as well as it is right now. But he still needs to find something to break through that Naval Brigade. That ambush and guard combination is really potent here.
Yeah, it was that ambush was super relevant yesterday, and it's super relevant right now as well. Pytorch, the fact that Pytorch is at 12 credits enables them to do some things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Like, for example, there are possibilities of trading in the Noshib to deactivate ambush.
Yeah, I think what Pytorch is thinking about here is surely the FW is the best card, and it seems pretty simple, but there is also the temptation to take the Type 94 for the chance that you might find another Type 94 to double surprise attack this Naval Brigade, but I think the 5/5 stats on the FW just make it the clear choice.
Alright, so Leo finds that Monsoon Rot, and Monsoon Rot is super great in Soviet Britain decks because Soviets have cards like Winter Warfare and Bloody Sickle that make it so that instead of paying 9 credits for Monsoon Rot Supply Shortage, you get to pay 7 credits for Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare. However, Leo has already played 2 copies of Winter Warfare, leaving Leo with 1 copy of Winter Warfare and 2 copies of Supply Shortage, as well as a couple sickles. But Leo has 3 more cards that would create a one-sided board wipe somewhere left in the deck. And I
We see
expect
it.
to see Leo, if Leo does take control of this 22nd, I expect to see just allowing it to draw a card, as Leo is a little bit low on value here.
Yeah, very nice use of the 39th. Getting it, not only denying the draw from your opponent, but getting a draw yourself, making your opponent make a trade, getting a little damage on the board. Even though usually you want to protect your 20 seconds, just the single use of the 22nd is working out quite well here.
So Leo does not play any copies of Convoy, instead opting for 2 copies of Stiff Upper Lip, which, if there's anything that Soviets and Britain have in common, it's it's definitely their guards. And when you're short on credits, because you're playing against credit denial, the difference between 2 and 3 credits can be relevant.
Absolutely. I've been quite excited to see this development of stiff upper lip sort of breaking its way into the meta recently.
That's a little bit surprising, but it's really cool to see.
This hammer is a nice pickup to deal with the second martyr.
Given that these tanks are going to die at the end of the turn, I'm expecting to see a stiff upper lip out of Leo, and you do want to draw first, so I'm expecting that that's the first thing that they're going to do. But there could be some other combination of credits that's so valuable that not even worth using the stiff upper lip. But at the
Yeah,
moment, I don't see it.
I could see trying to get Honey down first for that 2 extra healing. Of course, Pytorch has Careless Talk up, but Leo does not know that. It is the last copy of Careless Talk in Pytorch's deck. So it wouldn't have been crazy to see that. And Leo opting to remove the most damage off the board. He could have traded into Grigri to make the ISU potentially better, but then you're taking 8 damage, and you're not going to have any other way to deal with the rest of what Pytorch plays this turn. Either way, it's kind of a doomed scenario.
Leo really needs one of these winter warfares or these supply shortages to get out of this situation. I mean, your only play right here is to play stiff upper lip, but even a guard isn't going to do it because Pytorch has the ability to push up one of those fighters to make room for the other type, so that you get that second copy of supply shortage and can bust through any guards.
Yeah, and Leo already played all 3 Winter Warfares, so even if he plays Stiff Upper Lip first, it doesn't even give him a chance here in this game.
Right, and we'll see that first game go to Pytorch. We see this version of the Germany-Japan deck working out a little better. I'm not sure if... Oh, no, I guess that's the same deck, huh?
Yeah.
It's still using the credit denial element. So maybe this is what that Germany-Japan deck was looking to do. Maybe it's effective into these control matchups with big units like FW.
Yeah, I think absolutely that's where this deck has the opportunity to shine, just as we saw here in this game.
It looks like Pytorch has to win with Britain, Italy, which is a super Commonwealth deck, and Japan, Germany, Jagro. And they're playing a pretty typical Japan, Germany, Jagro list. Pretty much the standard build, running expansion for the draw package, Sendai for the removal package, and still hanging on to that Shinano, even post-nerf.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a point of contention, whether or not to keep Shinano. It still shines sometimes, but it can also be a dead card in others.
Yeah, and Pytorch does not have any way to contest a turn 1 41st bicycle, I believe. Let me triple check, but it looks like Leo is going to have the opportunity to go turn 1 bicycle or cavalry and to turn 2 panzer before Pytorch really has the opportunity to answer it.
And Pytorch has 3 copies of Supply Shortage instead of 4, so he might struggle a little bit with this consistency, finding that Supply Shortage on turn 3 against Jagro here.
Yeah, and Ultra is not a card that you want to see against Jagro, at least not this early in the game.
Yeah, in these early turns, it's hard to hold up Ultra and do what you need to be doing on the board. It like it's better once you get around turn 8, you're able to play a guard like the Black Watch and hold up Ultra, or do something similar, or get an Alpini online and defend it with the Ultra.
Yeah, so Pytorch is playing 1 copy of Carpet Bombing, which makes a total of 4 board wipes if you count supply shortage. And Carpet Bombing is really good in a matchups like Frontline, but when you don't have the opportunity to play it early, you know, in this scenario, the earliest the Pytorch is going to be able to play it is turn 6. It's just not that great in this matchup.
This is really awkward for Leo here, I mean, because you feel like you need to play around supply shortage, and you have the option to trade into the honey to make supply shortage a little bit worse, but he opts just to hit the HQ, which works out for him in this scenario.
Yeah, I think the difference between a honey on 3 health and a honey on 1 health is, you know, it's not like crazy different, and in a world where Pytorch doesn't have supply shortage, forcing Pytorch to spend the credit could be really relevant, actually.
I think I'd kind of argue otherwise with this bicycle regiment and 35T in hand. I feel like the difference in 2 and 3 health is quite big. I think that's, you know, a pretty crucial decision that turn. Because if you're become forced to blow these surprise attacks on the honey, for example, then that's an Alpini that you're not able to double surprise attack in the future.
Yeah, it's a strong argument.
Now, I wonder, does
see-
Pytorch have any rafts in his deck?
1, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Sorry. Pytorch has 0 rafts, and it's Leo that has 1 copy of raft in their Britain Italy deck.
Okay, so that makes this key really strong play, and the only real answer Pytorch could have had for it would have been a Sexton, which of course could have been double surprise attacked.
Yeah, there's almost no better target for second rating against Britain decks than Blackwatch. You love to be a Japan deck getting an opportunity to play second rating against Blackwatch. Getting to present a 2/2 body for 3, countering a 5/5 unit, or sorry, a 5 cost unit, is such a huge tempo swing and is so valuable.
And Pytorch knows what's going to happen to this unit. I almost feel like maybe he wanted to play the Bologna regiment before it had its cost increased, and it might have been able to eat these double surprise attacks as well.
And
I
at
think
this
that,
point, Pytorch is very quickly running out of options. I think that they're going to need a Monty to hang on to this game.
yeah, they would need Monty and to heal, so they could lead with Sincerely Yours. I think he's at 9 cards though, so you might want to play like a Honey first. Honey, Sincerely Yours. You get 2 draws to find Monty.
Yeah, I think that's the only out here. Killing your opponent's units is bad because they have that signal down. Oh, finding a different line, but this is gonna put Pytorch dead to bombing rate, unfortunately.
Yep, or 35T. There we go. It's not unreasonable for Pytorch to go to do that play and hope that Leo doesn't have the burn in hand, rather than going for 2 chances at Monty. But we knew, of course, looking at the hand, that that was not going to work.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta think about playing to win instead of playing to survive, and I'm not sure that it was gonna be an easy match to win if you burn your supply shortages there. I'm not sure if I agree with that play. But, you know, there are some necessary risks that you have to take. I suppose gambling on what your opponent has versus gambling on what you draw off the top of your deck. I'm not sure if there's a significant difference, but so it looks like Pytorch has a Britain, Italy, you know, the Britain, Italy list that we just saw, as well as Jagro against Leo's 2 control decks, I believe.
I see. So it might be hard for Pytorch to win with a Commonwealth here if Leo is able to heal out of it. I'm going to take a look real quick at Leo's deck list again just to see how much healing there is in the Soviet list.
Yeah, I think that the players need to be thinking who has a better matchup into if you come down to a Britain Italy mirror, who has the heavier control list? Because if you are Pytorch, for example, or Leo, whoever has the heavier list is going to try for that matchup, and whoever has the weaker or more anti-aggro list is going to try and avoid that matchup. And so that could be an important thing to consider when making the deck choice between a control list or a Jagro list versus the Britain Italy list.
And so Leo has 2 honeys, 2 fortifications, and the 329th engineers. So Leo does have a decent amount of healing in this deck to get out of range of Commonwealth.
And this Bloody Sickle is going to give you the opportunity to trade out with that honey, which is good. You know, if you're facing a deck whose primary win condition is Commonwealth, keeping your opponent from getting there is going to be really crucial. Although, as you said, with the amount of healing in Leo's deck, it's possible that Commonwealth is not going to be anywhere near enough damage to actually secure that victory.
Yeah.
At that point, it becomes a game of are you able to close the gap between Commonwealth and Leo's life total with cards like Wellington and attacking the colonies and other ways to deal damage directly to the HQ? And if Leo can get some healing early, it could be really difficult for Pytorch to do that.
Yeah, or alternatively, Wellington is a difficult unit for Soviets to deal with. I think Leo pretty much needs Monsoon Rot plus Sickle or Winter Warfare or Supply Shortage, which he does have in hand, but you know, you don't tend to want to use that on one unit. So we'll see how well Pytorch is able to bring down his threats in a way that is hard for Leo to get big value off of these board clears.
True. There are cards that Leo has that can answer it, like for example, BM13, or if you already have your 1 copy of Velyakov down, you might be able to do it. So I'm curious to see if Leo saves those cards specifically to deal with Wellington. Yeah, curious to see how that turns out. Additionally, if you could just keep Pytorch's guards away from that Wellington, if you can make it so that Pytorch has to drop a Wellington on an empty board, then that could be a good way of dealing with it.
Now, I know what Pytorch is scared of here. He's worried about the hammer if he plays the Sexton, but at the same time, playing Sexton early gives you so much opportunity to accrue value that I'm a little curious about this Bologna play. It seems like it might be one of those risks you have to take in this matchup. And it's not like Leo's going to feel like he's so pressured by this Bologna regiment that he's going to hammer it instead of saving it for something like the Sixten.
Yep, for sure. And we see how hard it can be to actually take out a KV. When you're playing against German decks, Annihilation hits cards that are 5 or less, and KV happens to be 6 cost. When you're playing against Italy decks, you know, it has 3 attack, and Lion for a Day takes out cards with 4 attack. So it can be a real struggle to deal with KB, and it looks like Pytorch is planning on burning both copies of Attack in the Colonies to get rid of this KV over 2 turns, using 8 credits over 2 turns and 2 cards just to counter 1.
Yeah, to me, if I'm Leo here, I'm honestly thinking the more likely answer that's being set up is carpet bombing. Even though that's not what's going on in Pytorch's hand. So it makes it hard for Leo to play things like the honey here, because without knowing Pytorch's hand, you have to be thinking about carpet bombing after somebody shoots your guy down to 3 defense.
Yeah. Do you think that Fatigue could be a potential player in this game?
Yeah, I think it could. I think it's a little more likely that it will come down to either Pytorch being able to finish the game earlier than that, or Leo being able to close out the game with something like a 272nd, which just requires so much removal that it is hard for Pytorch to save that much removal. But we will probably get very low on decks either way.
Yeah, with 272nd, you really got to save those naval engagements, those Lion for Days, 4 cards like that. You know, when we were playing and testing for World Championships, your inclusion of naval engagement was really effective in getting rid of those 272nds, those IS2s. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pytorch save that naval engagement for the 272nd, just because there's otherwise a pretty limited number of things that Pytorch can do to answer that threat.
Yeah, now Leo has the opportunity to hammer the Sexton like we were talking about before. Seems likely. The other thing for Leo is, do you want to be saving these cards to get lots of value, like as much value as possible, or do you want to play things out to be able to lend lease to try and overrun your opponent before they get the opportunity to draw through their whole deck as well?
Yeah,
And
and an interesting inclusion in Pytorch's deck is a single copy of Secret Operatives, and that is definitely something that Leo needs to consider when playing cards in the future.
now what I would like to see from Pytorch here is to play a Convoy, get a little bit of draw off, and then actually double trade into this 5/5 to deny any value from the mobile defense. Your opponent is able to get 6 damage to your HQ, but in these control matchups, the main thing is value, not your defense. As even if this Commonwealth comes down, there's enough healing in Leo's deck that it's probably not going to kill him right away, and then how much extra burst do you really have?
Yeah, and given that Commonwealth is such a huge swing, like if you play Commonwealth, you put yourself a lot closer to Fatigue. And so if you're not killing somebody with Commonwealth, you got to be really, really careful about what your follow-up is. If you play Commonwealth in a control mirror, you need to be very clear on what's my follow-up plan, what am I doing after this comes down.
Leo's thinking about that BM, he might be thinking that if his opponent uses a supply shortage on it, then he's effectively using supply shortage on one card, that's an acceptable trade for him, that he's keeping the HQ low for Commonwealth. I
Yeah,
don't hate it. I don't know if it's right or wrong, though.
yeah, I completely agree. I think that there's an argument to be made that forcing Pytorch to answer your threat is good, and given that Pytorch really only has board clears, spending a board clear on just a single threat is often not the most effective use of it. But at the same time, that BM is one of the best answers to Wellington, and just has the opportunity to make some really effective value trades later. And I'm not sure that getting in for the damage is super effective right this second. It's not like Pytorch is exceedingly close to being able to get that Commonwealth off. So, I don't know. It's an interesting play. We'll see if it pays off, or we'll see if it gets punished. Leo just has a really awkward hand right this second. It'd be great if Leo was able to, you know, use these Monsoon Rots to take out some big threats, but Pytorch doesn't have to, and also doesn't have any large threats to take out. So instead it looks like Leo's gonna opt to just cycle with that Bloody Sickle, cycle through the deck.
Yeah, and Leo's probably thinking that Bloody Sickle was probably gonna get hit by an Ultra, which it does not.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the likelihood of Ultra here, because it's not like Pytorch is protecting anything with Ultra. Usually when you play Ultra, you're like, you have a relatively specific idea of what your opponent is going to play that could blow you out, and then Ultra forces, your opponent to not be able to do that. But it's not like Leo has to play anything specific, and having just like a random Ultra up, unless you really, really need to draw a card, I don't know. It's just not that great.
I think it sort of comes down to how much you respect your opponent, because there's a lot of pre-drops in Pytorch's deck. Leo might be thinking, well, if he's not playing a pre-drop, he's probably holding something up. However, if you then think about it, well, Pytorch has the opportunity to hold that up to try to get out a small order to make Ultra more effective in the future, then that changes that whole dynamic, right?
Yeah, and as you said, this Wellington is really difficult for Leo to answer. You can burn the Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare on it. You, I suppose, theoretically could burn the Winter Warfare ISU on it, but neither of those are super ideal. But at the same time, Wellington is really, really affecting your ability to survive a Commonwealth, and even at getting in one more time is going to make it really difficult for you to get to a life total, an HQ defense total, where Commonwealth isn't a kill shot.
Yeah, and if Pytorch is smart about it, he's not playing any cards until any units out until this Wellington is dead. So I think it makes sense to kill the Wellington right now, and I'd probably go for the ISU, get a threat on board.
Wow, this is not the play that I expected from Leo.
Well, again, it kind of comes down to how much you respect your player. Do you think Pytorch is going to make a mistake and run out this Grengards, for example? I don't think he'll do that. That would be pretty egregious.
Yeah, I mean, when in a control matchup, especially a control matchup of Britain versus Britain, or at least decks that contain Britain, if you can present a threat that requires a board clear to get rid of, there's absolutely no reason to further play into that board clear. Yep, holding on to that Black Watch, no reason to play it out.
Yeah, I think Leo kind of sacrificed a Bryansk at regulars for no reason here. Or, well, if he goes for the ISU play, I suppose at this point, he might just go for the Monsoon or Winter Warfare to keep the Bryansk, which would make a lot of sense.
I'm really confused about this confusion. What is Leo getting out of this other than just like, I guess, getting rid of a card in hand for a future Lend-Lease? Because there aren't a ton of targets in Pytorch's deck to hit with that confusion, especially when a couple of the honeys are gone.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I guess it baits Ultra before the before playing this Heroes.
Yeah. That must be what Leo was thinking.
Oh, interesting. And it does place the Bologna in a place where it doesn't defend the Wellington. Interesting. I don't think that's going to be super relevant, but it could be.
And still 2 more turns until you're able to get this 272nd up.
Yeah, Leo is really skating on thin ice here. They are just letting that Wellington hit over and over again. But, you know, at the same time, Leo might be assessing, hey, my opponent only has a limited amount of healing left, and I don't think it's enough where I have to be worried about Commonwealth. In which case, maybe it is just better to slow roll your opponent. Pytorch has the combination of Lion for a Day naval engagement. Problem is that that does take 2 turns instead of 1. So they, you know, Pytorch does have the answer for the 272nd, but it's a little bit slow and would allow the IS-2 to get in for a turn.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to see that Black Watch come out, if I'm going to be entirely honest.
Yeah. Well, I suppose Pytorch felt under pressure, but I would agree that that's a mistake from Pytorch.
And in the same way that Pytorch was, or maybe should have, not been playing out several units at the same time, Leo's going to do the same thing. No reason to play the second 272nd while the first one is still on the field. Make your opponent answer the 272nd, then the IS-2, then the 272nd, then the IS-2.
Yep. And then that's at least 4 pieces of removal. If not more, you might be forcing your opponent to use supply shortage plus Monsoon Rot for one of those kills as well. And that's can really run the Britain deck out of cards real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Leo is more concerned about a potential fatigue loss, and so is not going to play the Commonwealth. But I do think that it is in Leo's best interest to play the Commonwealth sometime in the next couple turns. And it looks like Leo's using the Bryansk to damage the Grenadier Guards for that 83rd Naval Brigade. Yep. Matches like this can be slow, but at the same time, they're very skillful. The way that you force your opponents to use removal and maximizing the value out of each unit is really difficult. A lot of players shy away from these control mirror matches and opt for aggro decks just because when you're playing turn after turn after turn after turn, if you're not confident in your abilities, you have so many more opportunities to make an error when there's like 20 turns, 30 turns in the game than you know, an aggressive deck where the lines are a lot more clear.
Yeah, and you just don't have the opportunity to practice these matchups as much on ladder. So unless you're, going into scrims and doing this sort of thing in preparation, a lot of players don't really have the experience.
Yeah, it looks like Leo is looking to close this game out over the next couple turns, and if Pytorch doesn't start burning some removal, Leo is just presenting such a threat right now.
It is going to be a little awkward to deal with that 7 Falpini, although Leo does have a Lend-Lease to look for something like a Sickle.
Yeah, if Leo does find the sickle, that hammer, the hammer and sickle, hammer plus a sickle, is enough to get rid of that Alpini.
And Leo's still playing around this Ultra. Either playing around the opportunity for his opponent to have drawn it, or
I would
the
have liked to see the draw first.
or the possibility that Pytorch has been just holding this Ultra and not playing it to bait out Leo's plays of using some of his cards a little inefficiently.
So here's a problem that Leo has to
Ooh.
think about. Going to
No, I don't
23
like that
life.
trade.
Yeah, going to 23 life means that Pytorch is 1 fortification away from a Commonwealth. And at this point in the game, there's like a pretty decent chance that Pytorch has Commonwealth. You know, obviously we can see the player's hands and we know that that's not the case. But that's a little bit of a risky play.
Yeah, more importantly from this trade, I think, is that this allows Pytorch to have the credits to trade into this 272nd and play naval engagement right away to get the Josef Stalin and the naval brigade. If you don't trade here, then your opponent is a credit off of that play, and denying 2 units, 2 relevant units, one of them being the best unit in your deck. I think that's absolutely huge. I
Yeah,
think
you'd be
Leo made
crazy
a
not to go
big
for the
mistake
trade,
there.
the trade into naval engagement.
Yeah, and there's the punish.
And suddenly Leo is at 8 health, which, I mean, there's no way that Leo is ever going to get up above 20 for the remainder of the game, which means that Commonwealth is going to be a constant threat. And if Pytorch plays this fortification on this turn, I'm not sure that Leo is gonna be able to stop it without burning a winter offensive, which would be super not ideal. I'd like to see the fortification and the Lend-Lease here from Pytorch.
Yeah, this Lend-Lease is a huge draw. I mean, it's the next best card to draw after Commonwealth here, I think.
Yeah, and this
What?
What?
Okay, no.
That's definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Pytorch doesn't find a card that costs 2 or less, you overdraw 1, but the possibility of playing a Commonwealth outweighs that risk so much.
No, you don't even overdraw if you don't find anything.
Oh, yeah,
it's
you're right. Yeah, I miscounted. Yep. Yeah,
you
that's
gotta go for that
crazy.
opportunity to find
Is
Commonwealth.
Pytorch... Yeah, is
You don't have
Pytorch...
enough. I really don't think you have enough removal to just win on fatigue.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's a crazy play from Pytorch not to go for that Lend-Lease. Yeah, forced to burn that winter offensive. That is so not ideal. Thankfully, Pytorch doesn't have the Wellington. Otherwise, that would be super, super dangerous.
Yeah, the Wellington's
And-
been removed already this game.
But there is the Lancaster B3 left
Mm.
in Pytorch's deck. And so, on one hand, you are playing around one card while putting yourself into a losing position for another card. Is that even worth it at that point? I mean, the odds that your opponent has Commonwealth versus Lancaster, I suppose that it's more likely that your opponent has Commonwealth because there's a higher probability that your opponent would have already played the Lancaster, but it's definitely not an ideal situation no matter how you cut it.
Yeah. And Leo not playing the draw. He does have 2 fortifications left in his deck.
There's a mosquito, although its deployment effect is not relevant at the current time. I would still like to see the Lendlease come out from Pytorch.
Yeah, I don't mind the mosquito either, actually.
Have we been
Ye-
keeping track of how much healing is left in Pytorch's deck? How many fortifications have they used? I believe both.
They've used 2. Yeah.
Yeah, there's only 2 fortifications in Pytorch's deck. Aside from that, there is a third honey, I believe, still in there somewhere. They've used both Lion for days. They only have 1 copy of Fiat, and so I think that their best bet for getting up above 30 is either finding the third honey into some draw or getting down a 7th Alpini and hoping and praying. Neither of
Mhm.
which seem particularly good, which means, in my personal opinion, Pytorch's best bet here is to play for a Lancaster and hope your opponent doesn't have the fortification.
Well, even if there was no fortification coming out, you would heal 4 from these T60s dying at the end of
True.
turn.
True. I said earlier that I didn't think that Leo was ever going to get above 20 again. Oh, and 1 turn too late on the Lancaster. That is so disappointing.
But it's still a good card, even if you're just using it to kill the Petliakov, get some value over time, force a removal piece.
Well, you are able to play the Lancaster, attack the HQ, and play a Secret Ops. And because the Petliakov prevents the ISU from working, you could do that. Yep. And it looks like that's what Pytorch is opting to do. You do have to figure out some way of preventing the Petliakov from coming down, killing this Lancaster over 2 turns, but you do have the mosquito in hand. The problem is that if the Petliakov trades into the mosquito, then it reopens up the possibility of ISU. But an 11 cost ISU means that you have pretty limited options when it comes to using them both in the same, using both an ISU and like a Winter Warfare in the same turn. Your opponent would have to top deck the Winter Warfare in order for you to use both ISU and Winter Warfare in the same turn. I think I would like to see the 7th Alpini Mosquito come down here from Pytorch. What do you think?
I was thinking about maybe even just playing the mosquito. To force one of these board clears, because just the mosquito might be enough to force a board clear.
It's definitely possible.
And 7th Alpini plus Mosquito definitely forces it. This seems weird. Waiting 4 turns for that Petliakov to die. So Leo has the opportunity to just kill the Blackwatch. And now Leo goes to the HQ, which I don't understand either.
Yeah, I mean, honey plus fortification does put your opponent at 30, and if they can somehow honey plus fortification plus like throw up a mosquito, you could get into a sticky situation if you're Leo.
I get that, but it seems
It
like
is definitely a
playing to
bizarre play.
survive. It seems like playing to survive versus playing to win sort of situation. And now we maybe see a bit of an overextension from Pytorch here. Leo does not have the credits to do Monsoon Rot plus Winter Warfare, but they can do Monsoon Rot trade and Winter Warfare the following turn. Again, Leo is scared about this Ultra, though.
Yeah, they could go for this confusion. That was kind of what I was thinking. The confusion on the honey, trade in. You only get left with like 1 credit at the end, but the Blackwatch is dead, the honey's at 1 health, and the Alpini is not in the front line. So it's not an immediate threat.
But if your board clear takes 2 turns to play... Well, I suppose it only takes 2 turns to play because of this Blackwatch.
And Pytorch is getting scarily close to being able to play that Commonwealth. Yeah, Leo recognizes that both Pytorch's fortifications are gone, and thus, it is going to be difficult for Pytorch to get over that 30 threshold. On the other hand, unless you can deal with this Blackwatch, there's no possibility of Monsoon Rot supply shortage in the same turn, and although Pytorch doesn't know that that Lancaster effect put those cards at such high cost, you know, if you're Pytorch, this Churchill seems really unsafe, like a really big overextension, but in reality it's not as big of an overextension as it otherwise would be.
Surely Pytorch just trades out the board, moves up the 7th Alpini.
Yeah, moving up the 7th Alpini is like, you have to. There's no world where you don't move up the 7th Alpini.
And getting rid of this Petliakov seems important as well. Just end turn. This does deny the 5/5 with Blitz tank from the T60. The T34. Which is relevant. But Leo is able to... Well, you don't exactly want to trade into the 7th Alpini for the 5/5 and then trade off, because then that opens up Commonwealth again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leo's in a really awkward situation. That Lancaster happened to hit some really crucial board wipes.
I think there's only one play here. Monsoon Rot, trade the Petliakov into the 7th Alpini, but no, Leo just keeps hitting that HQ, but if you're not getting rid of the ways that your opponent heals, then what does it matter hitting the HQ?
That Sincerely Yours is such a big draw. It's gonna put Pytorch at 32. With the possibility of going to 34 after the convoy. You know, you would have to oh yeah,
I
sorry,
don't
I
know if...
completely forgot about the Alpini, which
Yeah.
is
I don't know if
Super
there's the
random.
cards in deck for Pytorch to play the Convoy for that healing.
Oh, true. Yeah, I didn't even notice, but Pytorch is really, really low on cards in deck. Pytorch doesn't really have the ability to trade in anything here because Leo is gonna gain 2 off of the death of the simultaneous death of the engineers and the Pelyakov. So I think Pytorch's best option here is like maybe Sincerely Yours pass, something along that line.
I think so. If you don't play the Sincerely Yours, then Pytorch is able to play the ISU potentially to prevent the 30 health.
It really feels like either player could have won this, but it's really difficult to guess at your opponent's hand when we have information, when we have perfect information. It we get to look really smart. I believe that if not the last card in Pytorch's deck, that it's the second to last card there. You have to play the Sincerely Yours, right? Am I crazy?
Well, I think if you didn't play it the turn before, you're not playing it now, because the turn before was just so much better. I don't think Pytorch is going to change his decision making with his
Yeah.
consideration of fatigue.
Leo is also pretty low on cards here. I'm curious. Oh, that's the last card from Leo. So it looks like Pytorch has been playing for a fatigue victory that has been kind of difficult for us to see, given that we can't see how many cards are in each deck. But yeah, Pytorch is now in a position where they're much better for fatigue. Leo has 3 remaining threats: the T-34, the T-60, and then the T-34 that comes off of the T-60. So if Pytorch can answer them, which Churchill will trade into 2 of them, and a Mosquito will trade into the T-60, then yeah, this looks like Pytorch's game to win.
So if Leo plays T60 here, and Pytorch does Monsoon Rot supply shortage, and then Leo plays a T-34 to trade out the 4/4 Mosquito, and then the Churchill comes down,
Yeah, you're
and
only
then
gonna
Leo
get
is forced to use Monsoon Rot plus Winter Warfare, which leaves both players with no cards on board, and Leo's further in fatigue.
yeah, yep. Yeah, it looks like Pytorch this is Pytorch's game to win. Man, this has been a long one. I don't know how long this has been going on, but this has been one of the longest games that we've had on stream.
Yeah, especially because both players have really been taking their time each turn to think
Yeah,
through their options.
We've been seeing that little stopwatch quite a lot this game.
You can't blame them. A lot of money on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to go to
Wait.
Iceland if I was them.
No, Pytorch ruined it. No, Pytorch, you had it. And now Leo's playing around the Ultra, playing this Winter Warfare first, then Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare. Then you get both these units online,
Yeah, and the 5 a turn is gonna.
and
The 5 a
Pytorch only
turn
has
is
one
huge.
board clear. If
Man,
Pytorch was deck
wow.
tracking, I don't know if the fatigue will
Wow.
be enough.
Yeah, I mean, 7 a turn is like a lot, like a lot. And even if Leo takes 3, 4, 5, so Pytorch is on a 3-turn clock, and Leo is on a lot more than a 3-turn clock. 3, 4, 5 is 12.
Although
And
you can't play both the T-34 and attack to the HQ and play this T-60, but Leo
True.
still wants this T-60 out so that he has 5 damage instead of 2 damage if Pytorch uses the board clear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is going to be
Yeah,
close
this
with
is
fatigue
this
factoring
is some
in.
math time. So how much did Pytorch just take off of that? Was it 2?
He just took 2, I believe.
Okay,
And
so
I think
Pytorch
Leo
is
is
going to be
taking 3
taking.
next turn.
Yep. So Leo has this turn plus 2 more, and Pytorch. Yeah, no, this should be Leo's game to win.
Oh, Pytorch, he had it. He didn't see the hands, but if he was keeping track of decks, he could have known.
Yeah, it's really difficult in a long game like this to track. Yeah, so Leo's gonna take 4 here, and then Pytorch is gonna die. Yep.
Yeah,
Very
Pytorch
well played. I feel like
Pytorch had
Pytorch
it 2 different ways. He could have played the Sincerely Yours earlier and won with the Commonwealth, or he could have played that removal a little more efficiently
It's
without
disappointing.
overextending into Leo's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately that was Pytorch's game to win, and Pytorch did not correctly evaluate the position.
He fumbled it.
So we are going to potentially get into a Brit-Italy mirror, which might take a while. I kind
Yeah,
of
we're
hope
not done
that,
yet, Starry.
you know, from our perspective, it'd be really nice if Pytorch just played the Jagger list and Leo quick stomped him with that Brit Italy list. But for some reason, I suspect that that's not what's going to be the case.
Pytorch needs to win with both, so there's not much reason to pick one over the other. But it appears that he's taking his time in the deck selection screen, nonetheless.
Yeah, Leo just needs one more win to secure a ticket to Iceland. And it was it Pytorch's deck list that was the kind of strange Jagro? Am I remembering that correct? No, Pytorch is the typical Jagro with the double Sendai and the expansions.
Yeah. One copy of 7th Schützen, which is a little interesting.
True, but we've seen that a lot today.
Yeah, true.
I think it's really good in the frontline matchup. Oh man.
Oh.
Oh man.
All right, another 40-minute game. Let's do it.
I am definitely rooting for Leo here.
Pretty reasonable starting hands from both players. Leo probably a little better off with this honey. And the convoy.
The last game was 41 minutes and 28 seconds.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah, it's worth noting that, you know, Pytorch made some mistakes at the end of that game, but it was a 41-minute game. You're gonna make some mistakes.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're gonna see like match fatigue come into play here.
Yeah, we might have already seen match fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
Leo, don't tell me you're thinking about fatigue already. Play
Come
the
on, dude.
convoy.
Come on. All right, Pytorch, you got one play, man. You got one play. Just do it. Do it and
Alright, there
fast.
we go. We'll probably see the Bologna come out from Leo as well. Will he play the Observer Core on this Lend-Lease?
It allows you to play Lend-Lease next turn. Although, do you overdraw one from that?
You
Yeah, I
would,
think you
yeah.
overdraw one. Alright, Leo. We need you to play that fortification. Somehow prevent your opponent from healing at all. And then play a quick Commonwealth and just finish this off right here. Come on, bud.
Can you imagine if Leo Lend-Lease is here, though, and the one card he burns is the Commonwealth? That'd
I
be
would,
funny.
yeah.
Wellington's a good draw. Nice to reduce its cost early on.
Yep, Leo could curve out nicely by playing this Wrath Lightning. The only problem is that although it's a nice tempo swing, tempo is probably not what's going to win this game.
Yeah, and I think you can probably find a spot in this game where Wrath Lightning will mill a card.
I don't love the push up from Leo because your opponent gets to value trade really nicely into this. You know,
But then you
push
have
up.
Mosquito, and then
True,
Mosquito
true,
value trades back.
true. That's a very good point. Pytorch has seemingly avoided drawing all of their healing except for that one Sincerely Yours. So maybe Leo will manage to get this early Commonwealth, although the chances that Leo draws a Commonwealth and Pytorch doesn't draw any of the healing over the next 7 turns, I feel is a little bit unlikely. Oh! It's becoming slightly more likely. Alright. Okay.
This Wrath is strange to me. Why now? Why when your opponent's on 7 cards in hand? There we go. Better stat line, better board control. You get to save the Wrath for mill
Yeah, and
potentially
if
later.
you can find a way through these guards, that mosquito might be the difference between counteracting your opponent's heal. Pytorch does have a mosquito of their own.
Going for the honey is interesting. Ooh, the best way in theory to value trade for Leo is to trade this mosquito into the Bologna and then Kitty Hawk it and trade the Greepery into the 2/6, but then you're really running into a bad supply shortage. So that makes this whole dynamic of value trading a lot harder.
Yeah, for Pytorch and Leo, I believe both of them live in China. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe that that is where they're located. And right now it is pretty late in China, so I wouldn't be surprised if this fatigue is getting to them. I think it's roughly midnight right now.
Yeah, hopefully they slept in. I know I did not on the other side of the world waking up for this. But that's how the international tournaments go.
I'd love to see, you know, when you have Wellington when you're Leo, it means that that little extra damage is within reach of you know, getting to play Commonwealth, and with the Pioneer you might even get to play it early. So I'd really like to see just like a Honey and a Pioneer and a Bologna from Leo, and ideally play towards that Commonwealth win condition.
If this Pioneer comes down and gets killed, and Pytorch is able to hit Lancaster B3 to the HQ, then Commonwealth becomes unplayable for the rest of the game. Well, wait, does it?
This is
How
very
many
true.
observer core does Leo run? He played
Ooh,
one
that's
already.
a fantastic question. I will check that real quick. 2 copies of Observer Core. So Leo would
Okay.
still be in the Commonwealth game plan, although just by a thread. And you'd better hope that it doesn't get ultra'd.
Yeah. And Pytorch doesn't know that this Commonwealth doesn't cost 9 right now, because Leo has not revealed that he played Observer Core actually on this Lend-Lease, not the Commonwealth.
True. Yeah, so Pytorch, that would explain why Pytorch was trying really hard to counteract that Commonwealth from Leo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is already so hard. Coastal Gun. Respect
Yeah,
the name.
One of Leo's interesting deck choices, along with that Ballo Trudgement.
I mean, hey, it lives carpet bombing. It doesn't die to lion for a day.
True. It's like
It's-
KV in many ways.
Yeah, I was gonna say the KV of Britain. Come on, Leo, rip it. Rip that Lend-Lease. Trust your opponent's not holding up Ultra. It would be potentially a little strange for the opponent to hold up Ultra, because if this Lend-Lease was full cost, then you would likely be milling a card. And if Pytorch is thinking you're most likely milling a card if you play a full cost Lend-Lease, is he holding up Ultra? I suppose that's difficult to say. Now Leo's not going to get the healing from this Lend-Lease, which is a big deal.
Just a Baloch and Coastal Gun would be really nice, because you threaten to deal that 3 damage to the HQ. There's very few things in Pytorch's deck aside from a full board wipe that can deal with the Coastal Gun. And oh, I guess we're ripping it. Waiting until Pytorch has only 2 open credits instead of 5 or whatever it was the turn before.
Mm-hmm.
That Churchill is kind of nice. It gives you the opportunity to potentially bounce all the guards, get in for that last bit of damage. Your opponent has to spend the next turn replaying the guards. Problem is, if one of those guards happens to be Blackwatch, then you're probably not going to be playing Commonwealth. But Leo is like tantalizingly close to getting to play Commonwealth.
Yeah, but it feels so close, but it's really there's a lot that needs to be done. I like the move up to play around Churchill. Makes a big difference.
Yeah, that Blackwatch is such a problem for this deck. Both players are playing it, obviously, because it's a fantastic card. But man, Britain really gets hurt by its own Blackwatches.
Yeah, it's funny. The deck that Blackwatch counters the most is other Britain decks.
Did I say both players are playing it? I definitely did. You didn't hear me say that. Leo is not playing Blackwatch, which is kind of surprising.
Well, against some matchups, the credit increase isn't a big deal, and you'd rather be playing something like this Baluch Regiment. Moving up the Fiat. Interesting. Second line for a day for Pytorch here. One of those almost certainly going to come down on his Churchill, one of the largest units in the deck. And with the second one as insurance, you're not as worried about something like the Wellington.
Yeah, if you don't, then you're running the risk of like lightning into attacking for 10, which would put Pytorch at a life total that even with a convoy wouldn't be enough to get out of Commonwealth range. So you're definitely forced to play this line for a day here.
And I don't feel like Pytorch cares that much about getting Commonwealth. You have Sincerely Yours. I mean, you can trade here if you want. Like, Blackwatch is also very reasonable, right? To keep the Commonwealth out of range. But if Leo plays this Commonwealth, he's probably losing too much from his deck to win this game. You have to the Wrath plus Wellington to get through the Mosquito, but what
I
are
would
the
like to see
chances?
personally, yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's really tough. On one hand, this forces your opponent to play the Sincerely Yours or Fortification or something like that. And it uses Fortification to, Leo gets to play Fortification, which baits Ultra for the future Commonwealth. Oh, using Supply Shortage to bait the Ultra. And, yeah, interesting.
Pytorch's Ultra has gotten so much value and he's never even played it yet.
Oh,
Wellington's a good mill.
That is a good mill for sure. Yeah, Pytorch is locked into a position where you have to play that Sincerely Yours. There just isn't any other option.
Well, Blackwatch is an option.
Alternatively, you can. I mean, we know this, as you said. Oh no, Leo did play the Lend-Lease, which means that Pytorch does know that the Observer Core was used on the Lend-Lease, which means that if you trade the Mosquito into the Rough Lightning, and then play the Lancaster on the HQ, that only loses to exactly Observer Core Commonwealth, right? If I'm calculating that correct. So that is a
Yeah.
potential play that you can make.
Yeah, and they would have to be top deck Observer Core.
Yeah, exactly. It'd have to be top deck Observer Core. Or top deck
Or
Commonwealth.
yes, that's true.
The more that I think about it, the more that I really like that play. But I don't know, just me.
Leo's finned his hand a little bit. You could Commonwealth here. You know there's no Ultra up. You would mill a few cards.
Yeah, the problem is like with that mosquito there and the honey on the board
Yeah.
and even the Bologna, like what's the follow-up? You don't have any
Yep.
direct damage for the follow-up.
I agree.
There it is, the KV of Britain.
Pytorch can Sexton this coastal gun. I almost said KV. Yeah, I feel like Sexton the coastal gun's pretty good here. You can double trade, or you can just leave up the Luke regiment. Interesting.
That's about all you can say in situations like this. Yeah, Pytorch has a lot of pressure with follow-up pressure with the Lancaster. I don't think that Leo is gonna get this Commonwealth off. It's just looking farther and farther away the more the game progresses. Yeah.
Going for this
That-
Wellington, which makes me think he might be playing a guard, which is
Yeah, you know, you
a
get to play
bit of an
7 Delphini to
overextension.
protect both of them.
It's a bit of an overextension, though, if Pytorch had a board clear in hand. Okay,
Mhm.
so he opts not to overextend at the cost of leaving this Wellington more vulnerable. Now, Pytorch, he does find the Ultra earlier on in this game. So we do get to see
Oh god, please
how
don't say that. Please don't say that this is early on in the game. Oh no.
earlier on in the game. We're more than halfway there. It's okay. But it does give Pytorch the opportunity for mind games. When does he want to hold it up? Probably not now. Like, you'd think he wants to hold it up once this Blackwatch has been killed and there's some chance of Commonwealth. But then also if you get your opponent below 30, then you're likely going to hold the Ultra until they go back above 30. You know, if they ever do after you bring them below 30.
Yeah, this is a interesting position for Leo. On one hand, you want to protect your coastal gun. On the other hand, you don't want to overextend. That's interesting. I'm not really sure on what the idea behind that is.
This gives you the opportunity to double trade out the Alpini with it only gaining 4 health total, versus if you ignored it till the next turn and let it move up, then you would risk it healing more, or if you play around it healing more like that by playing 7th Alpini, that's overextending. So it makes some sense. Man, imagine if we didn't have a turn timer, how much time these players would take on the turns. We'd be here for hours.
Yeah, unfortunately, the turn timer is not the ideal way of doing this, unfortunately. You know, it works great for ladder play, but it'd be really nice if we had just an overall match timer or something like that.
Pytorch does decide to hold out Ultra up this turn.
Secret Operatives is only targeting units, right?
Correct.
And Interception is the one that doesn't get the +2 health,
But can defend the HQ, exactly.
Yeah, it's funny that there's like 3 cards in the game that do roughly the same thing. Did anything get rotated? Or do we have Close Call, Interception, and Secret Ops?
I believe we have all of
the
them.
card for right now.
I
Yeah,
haven't
that's
seen Interception in a long time. It might be rotated, but I don't think so. All of my traumatic memories of having Commonwealth interceptioned are quite far in the past. But they're
On
still
one
there,
hand-
don't worry.
On one hand, it'd be really nice to see this Lancaster put Commonwealth into an unwinnable place. Or, you know, an unusable place. But on the other hand, that would mean that we're gonna get yet another game. So...
Not holding up the Ultra. I mean, we know how hard Leo has played around Ultra so far in the series, that it's reasonable not to hold it up. Leo just doesn't seem like the player who would Commonwealth here.
Oh, yeah. No way. There's no way that Leo Commonwealth's
So,
here.
yeah. So yeah, it
And you
makes a
only
lot of
get to
sense for
hold up
Pytorch.
either Ultra or Secret Ops, and... Oh, interesting. Leo does play into it. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect that such a valuable card, like Lion for a Day, that Leo would risk that.
Well, it's so easy to hold up with 1 credit that
True.
there's not a lot of turns that it's not held up.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of single target removal. Or single target orders anyway.
Yeah. This match might be longer than the last one because of these health totals.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I guess each player has the opportunity to take 20 off the other player, but
That puts you
once, yeah, it puts you
really
further
far
into
behind
fatigue.
for fatigue.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, they need to buff Commonwealth by removing the card draw.
In all seriousness, that would probably in most decks be a buff. There's very few decks that use Commonwealth to draw 4.
Wasted a fair amount of the time in Commandos or in Mobilize. The situation comes up that you decide you want to just sorry, my brain's starting to slow. There's a lot of times where you run out of cards in hand and you just use the Commonwealth for draw, and you still have your other win conditions.
Yeah, this Monty means that Pytorch, A, you get to bait the Ultra, and B, if it does go through, it means that Pytorch doesn't get the opportunity to attack with this 7th Alpini, but
I know it paid off for Leo, but I honestly think that it's crazy to play that Monty there. Like, why are you so confident that Pytorch is holding up Ultra that turn specifically? Like, am I wrong, or is that?
Yeah, but on the other hand, even if it doesn't get Ultra, it kind of generates value by allowing your stuff to stick around, and Leo is definitely behind on value right now, being kind of forced to go for a Commonwealth here.
You missed the 4 damage on the Gren guards. I don't feel like there's any rush to play it.
Yeah, true.
I don't feel like
now that
you even want
Ultra's
to play it
gone,
anymore in this whole game.
Yeah. The question is, can Leo hang on with the small amount of value that they have left against Pytorch's Lend-Lease and stuff like that? Although, who knows? Pytorch didn't play Lend-Lease last game, and there's a good possibility that they don't play it this game.
Yeah, it depends on the cards in deck. Yep, nice. I like this play from Leo. Churchill gets a little bit of value removing that Alpine buff on the 7th Alpini.
I mean, I guess theoretically, I don't think there's a particularly big difference.
Sure there is. It can mean a supply shortage or a fiat trade. When you come down to so few cards left, sometimes one fiat is the difference between who wins the fatigue match.
If you're Pytorch, you've got to be looking at playing this Lancaster pretty soon. Leo is down to just a couple of cards in hand, and has already burned through one of those line for days. And you're putting on so much pressure already that if you can keep up this pressure, you actually can make a pretty significant dent over the next couple turns in Leo's life total. However, I guess if you don't have Ultra to back up your big board, then it is a little bit fragile to a Monsoon Rot supply shortage or something along that line.
I wouldn't be completely shocked if Leo played Commonwealth to try to find Monsoon Rot here. Pytorch is maybe overextended a little bit, but drawing that many cards isn't necessarily good. I think Pytorch is probably gonna be able to trade and win the value war while being
ahead on fatigue as well, yeah. Alternatively, you can just start attacking Leo's HQ. That
Alright,
Black Watch
well-
prevents a monsoon rot supply shortage from happening within the same turn.
Yeah, but it only means you get 10 damage in. So,
True.
you know, only 10. Nah, this board is way too wide to be using any single target removal. You gotta
Yeah.
Monsoon Rot and then Supply Shortage next turn, or vice versa.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Leo here, that's yeah. I just don't know about that one.
Yeah, I hate
Seems
that.
a little bit questionable.
It was probably a good enough naval engagement from Pytorch here. Like, I get why Leo went for this play. It's potentially awkward for your opponent to deal with the Sexton. If you play Lancaster B3 and trade, then you're overextended again.
Yeah, I think that naval engagement push up the Black Watch is probably the safest play. You can even throw a fortification in there for good measure.
I mean, if you want, I don't think it really matters when you use these fortifications. Does Leo run Ultra?
It's a good question.
He does not, so it really doesn't matter when these fortifications come down.
Yep.
Alright, well, Pytorch is just as overextended as last time, so...
Yeah, we'll take 2 turns for Leo to deal with it, but it is a pretty easy monsoon rod here, right?
Yeah. I could see an argument for supply shortage first, in case you think Pytorch might play something big, but seems
Yeah.
unlikely. Oh, I don't like the decisive defense.
It's probably not going to eat the Lancaster like you want.
Yeah, it's going to lose value by using it here and not doing anything. And I don't like this at all. You're just drawing away resources, and it's resources that count here, not your defense.
Yeah, especially when you're down on deck so much.
And it's not like the increase of the cost in your hand really matters either. Like, you're gonna find the
Yeah,
opportunity to play it
post-Commonwealth,
out.
I mean, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I probably would have traded the Lancaster B3 into the 3-4, just in case decisive defense wasn't up. Just because, as I said, the defense and credit cost doesn't really matter. So it's really more about removing these units, and having gotten rid of Baluch here would have been quite nice for Pytorch.
It looks like Pytorch's list is kind of just heavier than Leo's list. I don't know what you think about that, but that's what it feels like to me at least.
Yeah, it seems that way. But yeah, that Baluch is still there. That's one more card that you need to deal with to win on fatigue.
Ooh, baby, the 3/4
And
value.
that's actually a huge draw from Pytorch to not have removed that Baluch, especially when the board clear was so telegraphed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pytorch is running low on resources here, but also has a loaded draw. The question is, do you draw and put yourself closer to fatigue, especially when your opponent is 26 HQ defense above you? Or do you just like... Wow, okay. That's that
And
is a thing that
that's
you can
with
play.
intel on the 7th Alpini.
Yeah, so I suppose I wonder if Pytorch, you know, in this game decided that deck tracking is worth the energy. I wonder if
Well,
Pytorch knows what's in Leo's deck.
if he was deck tracking, then surely you would have killed the Baluch regiment and known that the naval engagement kills this, and then you just win on fatigue. I mean, maybe Pytorch has like another line for a day or something. I haven't been deck tracking. But if he has some
Seems-
answer.
Yeah, it
What?
seems like they need a convoy. That's exactly what it is. Oh, there's Monsoon Rot.
Monsoon
Actually
Rot's
used to-
enough.
Yep.
And the series continues on, unless Pytorch royally grows.
Yeah, so our next game is going to be Pytorch on Jagro versus Leo on Britain, Italy. From what it looks like.
Pytorch playing around the non-existent Ultra just in case. Or, okay. If you haven't been deck tracking, you're not sure if your opponent has anything left in deck. It makes sense to Monty for one turn, see if they overextend. And Leo should know at this point that the game's over. Thank goodness he didn't make us play through the fatigue. I appreciate that.
Alright. Well, that was an interesting last 2 games, eh?
Yeah.
In total, it lasted roughly an hour and 15 minutes. So
This one should be quicker.
yeah, so Pytorch only has the Jagro deck left, and Leo is gonna be replaying that Britain Italy control list. Can Jagro out damage the heal that you're getting from Britain Italy? That's gonna be the key question that's asked this game. I do feel as if Britain Italy is a little bit favored here. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. The guards, the healing, the supply shortages, all really nice tools against Jagro.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
would-
it's impossible for Jagro to get through, especially with a bad start from Britain Italy, but I do feel that the Britain Italy list is a little bit favored here.
Yeah, and running the full 4-stack of supply shortage here from Leo, I think is really good. It makes it quite hard to miss the turn-free supply shortage that Jagger was forced to play around. However, no East Surrey regiments. I suppose the Bologna regiment fills that role quite effectively, though. 1 bonus attack at the cost of increasing credit cost when other units die. It does help play around Raiding Brigade. So Leo will certainly be looking for some Bolognas.
Yeah, Bologna is such an effective unit against those aggro decks. I know that we were playing Bologna in that Soviet Italy list, and it was really effective at curbing Jagro. And I'm sure that we're going to see that in this matchup.
Do you think if Pytorch sees the Bologna on turn 3, he's going to say that's a load of baloney?
Oh gosh.
Thanks for the pity laugh.
Yeah, one day you'll be a really good dad. Pytorch is going first, which I think is probably what you want to see.
Yeah,
If you
I'd honestly keep the other 35T. Turn 1, bicycle. Turn 2, 35T. Turn 3, type 93, 35T.
I will say though that Leo has nearly the perfect start for Britain, Italy, even if you are going second. You got turn 1 Pioneer into turn 2 Fiat or Convoy into turn 3 Bologna or supply shortage. I mean, oh, that
Yeah.
is really, really oppressive.
Pytorch is going to need to find some expansions if he's going to hope to break through this.
Yeah, you could even go turn 2 supply shortage if you really wanted. Obviously, Pytorch isn't gonna go triple 1-drop by the end of turn 2, so we're not gonna see that out of Leo, but yeah, Pioneer is so strong. It's such a good card. It's really elusive. It's hard to get rid of, and it just makes your curve so much better.
Supply shortage here isn't unreasonable.
No, it's definitely not.
Kills 2
I
units for 1 card.
I think Fiat's probably a little bit better, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Fiat, I think it is generally better as well. It is also greedier.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%
And
greedier.
when your hand is this good, do you need to be greedy? Is the question.
I suppose maybe not, but you know, I guess my big question is how does it get punished? And I guess Pytorch's biggest punish is turn 3 naval supply run, of which Pytorch plays 1 copy.
Yeah.
So I don't know. My big thing is if this Bologna gets Sendi'd, then what next, right? That's kind of my big worry.
Pytorch playing a little around the second supply shortage. Only ever offering up 2 units at a time so far.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to play the Sendai here. You don't have any other option.
Yeah.
If you don't get through for early damage, this game is over.
Yeah, Jagger is not going to win on fatigue here.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, the honey into the convoy is a really safe play. The max that Leo can do would be 35T into naval supply run for a total of 5 plus 5 plus 4. Or sorry, 4 plus 4 plus 3, which is 11. So yeah, you always live through that.
The way you opened up that sentence was really funny to me. The max Pytorch can do here is 35 T, and then
yeah, just a casual 35 damage. I mean, Jagger is good, but I don't know if it's that good.
yeah.
Yeah, Pytorch actually has some winning chances here. Leo just hasn't found the other supply shortages.
Yeah.
If Pytorch hits a naval supply run, let's pretend for a second that this lightning doesn't come down. If Pytorch hits a naval supply run, that would be 5 plus 8, 5, 8, 12. So that would have been exact lethal.
Now,
I think you just
surely we
gotta
need to see
like
the Sendai.
Sendai 35T, smash face for 5.
Or double trade into the Wrath and only hit face for 1.
Yeah, but you know, as you said, Jagger isn't winning this match on fatigue. I think that it's clear that Leo probably doesn't have supply shortage. So in my mind, if you have first signal down and you smash face for 5, the supply shortage would put Leo at 4 after that, going from 7 to 4. And then you're just looking at like, you know, a couple more damage there. Wow, I'm really surprised to see that play.
Yeah, that was insanely greeting. Going for the 1 inquiry there? That's crazy.
I think that that's probably going to be Pytorch's fatal error. I don't think that you're going to be able to win after that.
No, it seems unlikely. Especially because you're not finding expansion and drawing a bunch this turn unless you move up Signal Regiment, which is, of course, not ideal. And that would be your way back into this game. And then Leo's gonna get to trade off the Whirlwind, the 35T. Drop a Fiat or a Honey.
Pytorch has 6 damage on board.
Not the... Wait, oh, wait. Yes, and he has the credits to do it all too, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not super convinced by that mosquito play from Leo. I think that like Honey Convoy Fiat or something like that was a little bit safer.
Yeah, it was just the Martyr left that he... Wait, no, it wasn't the Martyr. What did... Oh, he used it on the... Sorry, what's it called? The Aichi. When you already had the fighter on the board, so it seemed
exactly
unimportant.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean Honey Convoy is like your only real option here. And
Let's
that's not gonna
game
do it.
No, well, another convoy for Monty.
Oh, true. You could find Monty.
Oh
my god!
god!
Oh my god!
Leo, you
top that.
disgusting high roller. That's
Oh
illegal.
my god. Alright, so you have the option to get rid of the Honey here, which I think you have to go for. In fact, I think you have to get rid of the Honey and then like Sendai a Mosquito or something like that. Or vice versa. Vice versa works too, but I think it's safer to Sendai the Mosquito. Wow. Wow.
So
Okay.
brutal.
It would be soul crushing for Pytorch to be knocked out of this tournament after that play.
To nearly get the reverse sweep on winner's side for your opponent to double convoy, rip a Monty, only card to stay alive.
So
and come back.
frustrating. Oh my gosh. Well, that's how the game goes sometimes, I guess. Wait, what? Opting not to take out the oh, double pinning, and then I assume we don't see the Sendai on the Honey?
Yeah, that seems strange.
Oh no, Pytorch. I don't know about that one, bud. That seems so questionable. Let's think for a second. So let's say that Leo had another supply shortage. Leo goes to 8, and then takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 after the the 35T and the Whirlwind hit, and then the 2 pings off of the signal for the 2 types dying. So, oh man, what a game.
And you can trade supply shortage and play another honey.
You can play
You could even play a Fiat, but it
Fiat,
comes
yeah.
in pinned. Is the only downside to that.
Dina? Okay, it's not a bad draw when you have 9 credits. The problem is that I think Leo has pretty much stabilized from here.
Yeah, he's a little stuck on board pace with this pinned Fiat. And the supply shortage on the 35T, you still need to wait for the next turn to take that front line.
This
You,
is definitely an interesting game.
I feel like you trade. You might be at the point where you trade off your own Pioneer company.
That's... I mean, I don't hate it, actually. It's not the worst thing in the world. Does Pytorch have, like, realistically any outs? Let me check Pytorch's deck.
It would start with expansion, I think.
Yeah, Pytorch isn't playing any, Enigmas. Which means that the ability to, like, get back into this game through, like, value in a board dump is really, really low. Really, non-existent is the word that I was looking for.
Pytorch does run Shiden.
Ooh! Ho ho ho! Yeah, after Dina attack face, gain 2 off of Fiat, if Leo doesn't have... I guess Leo can push up, make room for the Belos Regiment.
Yeah, but Sendai could come down on the Fiat. Then Leo might be tempted to play Honey plus Lundley's. But you have so many cards in hand already.
It's really interesting, like, trying to think about the outs for each player. Are we gonna see the Sendai finally come down? No! Hanging on to the Sendai. I'm curious what Pytorch is saving the Sendai for.
Right, trade. Move up a fighter. Baluch. Trade. You're still dead to Sendai top. Sorry, to Shiden top deck.
Oh no, you're not. You've
Wait, oh, you're one of. Oh, okay, my bad.
I think Volish got buffed, right? Didn't it get buffed from
Right.
2 to 3?
Right, it got buffed from 2 to 3. I forgot about that.
Oh man, that was the buff it needed to be competitively viable.
Yeah. Apparently. Can Sendai and
And
35T
this
open
is...
up the opportunity again?
These are just the death
Well,
throws from Pytorch here. There's nothing you can do to get back into this game.
well,
That was really the final turn.
Well, with that Alpini, yes. Because if there were no guards from Leo, then he's on 8. But with the guard. So it's a good draw for Pytorch. It's just what can ever be good enough right now.
Yeah, that is so heartbreaking if you're Pytorch to see Leo rip that Monty off the top. But you know, I'm gonna be honest. I think that even with the Monty off the top, Pytorch had the chance to win this game, and just you know, I'm not sure if they didn't predict accurately enough what Leo had, or I'm just really. I think the Sendai play was really questionable.
Yeah.
And if you're Pytorch here, I mean, what are you waiting for at this point? That's gonna be it.
Yeah, it's hard to let go and press that surrender button, but there's nothing left. You know it's over, but you're not willing to accept it yet. But you have a chance in the losers bracket.
Stages of grief.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, and there's the Sheeden.
There she is. Brutal.
Well, we will see Pytorch playing against Thanatron. And we're going to be seeing Socialist play against Bezio after we come back for our next matches.
So huge congrats to Leo for punching their ticket to Iceland. Starry, Berto, I think you've both said enough, so I want you to save your voices. That was a long, hard-fought series. Both players played well and showed signs of fatigue, not just from their decks, but probably also some mental fatigue there. So I'll let you both off the hook. Take a moment, compose yourself, and we will move on here. Let's bring up the bracket and take a look where we are at. We do see Leo going through. We are going to see Pytorch one more time in the losers bracket. And so here we are. Obviously, we've seen J King go through, Leo in the 3-2 defeating Pytorch. We've got Socialist versus Bezio up next. Pytorch versus Thanatron coming up a little bit later on. Socialist has very clearly had a good amount of time to compose themselves from their first loss here, so they've got some time to put that back together and get ready to face Bezio as we welcome back Spooz and Bubbles. Okay, guys.
Oh, what happened?
Guys, we're gonna dock
Is
your
it finally
pay for
over?
sleeping on the job.
Oh, wow, that was a heck of a
Who
series.
won?
Oh
What
my God.
happened?
Oh.
You got some
Nodded
drool
off.
there, Bubbles. Just take care of that.
And
My
what a
gosh.
finish there. Convoy into Monty. Oh, I feel so sorry for Pytorch there, but yeah. Really well fought from both players. Really a long series. You really felt the mental fatigue there for both players. And even, I think at that time zone, it's even later than an hour. So yeah, really props to both of them, and congrats to Leo for being the second player who made it to Iceland. But now we are going to decide which is the third one, right?
Exactly. So we've got Socialist, who was defeated by J King in the first matchup here, going up against Bezio. Let's bring up Bezio's player card here and take a quick peek and get introduced to the player. There you see the 12,000 matches that Bezio has completed, 67% win rate. Knockout round went 11-3, so definitely a hard-fought battle there as well. Bubbles, what do we know about Bezio?
Well, one thing I do know, it's a little Easter egg, is the artwork here for his favorite card. That is actually the same ship as the ship he's standing in front of. You see the little H34 on both of them. I'm not going to try and pronounce it. I will leave it to Starry, as she is far better with the pronunciations than I am. However, that's just a fun little Easter egg there. And Bezio having a good knockout record, not quite as high as some of the other players, but good enough to make it through. 11-3 is still very impressive. A solid win rate and a good number of matches played. Plenty of reps. I doubt inexperience will be a problem for Bezio. And yeah, I think they're a real contender. We saw them in the OCC facing off against J King, who is one of the most difficult opponents to play against. And we see them here the next day. They're warmed up, they're pumped up, they're ready to go. And I'm expecting a lot from Bezio.
Absolutely. I echo your inability to pronounce that card name. Every time I see it, I'm like, I think that's the same thing, but I don't know how to say it, so I'm just going to ignore it. Let's go ahead and bring up Bezio's list and have Bubbles break those down for us.
So this first list, you've seen it, you'll see it again. This is just Jagro. Without the Eagle Claws, which is something we've seen a couple players bringing in, namely J King and Head, were trying this out, and it actually seemed to prove its worth. It was also used in the frontline deck, which Bezio is also bringing, but we'll get to that in a moment. So this is just very, very traditional. You've got the Shiden and the Bombing Raid, which help with your reach and burn at the end of the game. You've got lots and lots of card draw because you do have expansion, and you have Marder, and the 22nd. This next list, this is a self-damage list. This has been very popular for a while now. It comes in and out of play. It's in a similar position to Mobilize, where players bring it to tournaments. They have success with it. It doesn't see as much play on ladder, but it has a fair amount of tournament success because it's quite good against certain meta picks, quite good against frontline, and it's quite good against Jagro. We do see Stand Together, which allows you to turn your units into tanks. It can be quite good. You play this the 34th Guards, this 7k unit, and then you can turn it into some pretty big tanks. So it can be quite scary. We do also see Counter-Offensive, which is just a nice way of closing out the game, along with Dragon Slayer, which can sort of act a little bit like a K83, but not quite as powerful. We then see this guard deck again, which we did see yesterday. This is a Brit-Soviet guard deck. Now, you might think, how does this close out the game? And that's exactly what we first thought when we saw it. It just tries to clog the board of guards, survive for as long as possible. You've got Stiff Upper Lip to draw you lots and lots of cards, and then you've got Enemy at the Gates to give your guards some extra attack and try and close out the game. And when you buff like a Black Watch or a Green Howards or a Grenadier with Enemy at the Gates, it does turn into a very, very quick clock. So it's a really interesting deck. It didn't have too much success yesterday, so I'm really interested to see it again. I doubt it will be a target for bans, so I hope we get to see this today. I assume this is not meant to play against control as much and is more meant to fight these more aggressive decks where the guards are really quite good because everyone effectively adds as the additional HQ defense. You know, a 5 defense guard saves you 5 defense on your HQ. And then this last list, this is just frontline. We've seen frontline before. It's a very popular deck. We don't have the Eagle Claws in here, but we do have the strategic bombing, which is very good at hitting the back line. We've only got one Blitzkrieg. We've seen a lot of people going between 1 and 2, but we did see J King earlier. He's running 2 of them, and he struggled to find the Blitzkrieg he needs to end the game. So it can be a little bit difficult to find it if you're only running 1, but it's still quite good at closing out the game anyway. It's also a lot better against Jagro now that you have this 164th Infantry Regiment. These with 0 op cost and blitz are really good at contesting the front line and fighting these 1 HP Japanese units. So overall, a very well-balanced lineup. The Brit-Soviet guard deck is the only thing out of place here as not a meta contender. The rest of these are things you've seen before and are very popular among our players.
Awesome. Thank you for the breakdown, Bubbles. Let's flip to the other side. We've seen Socialist once before, so we'll skip the player card. Spooz, why don't you give us a little refresher on what they're bringing here today?
Yeah, Socialist as well with the US Germany frontline deck. A very popular deck today and in the current tournament scene, so we don't have to talk too much about this. Second deck, also very well-known deck, is Japan Germany aggro with 2 Martyrs here, 2 7 Schützen with a nice tech there to just, even if your opponent's having the front line, you can just chip additional 6 damage with both Schützen, which can be a good finisher to close out the game, even if your opponent is having guards up or the control over the front line. Then we have this Japan kind of mid-range deck, which we saw just struggle a little bit today with 2 Southern Plans. We just saw if you just top deck them very late into the game, they're not really helping you, but we also just saw if you can just play them early on, how they can just shut down your whole opponent's play style. So kind of important to find them early on. But yeah, we kind of saw that Socialist did this against J King, where he just kept the Aradu, just trying to find a southern plan. And against aggressive deck, this strategy is not working that well as it might be against control decks. So kind of had to learn maybe from that match that you maybe don't keep an Aradu and just try to find better answers to aggressive decks early on. And then we have this Brit France mobilized deck. When J King just played it earlier, it made a really good impression to me with just the good control tools with supply shortage and monsoon rod, and this combined with the you have a good potential early aggression with the mobilized units, but you also have a lot of healing with stuff like Potes, and then you just deploy these mobilized units, or with the airdrop additionally. Kitty Hawk can also just chip away the opponent's HQ health while deploying units, not just if you deploy, but also if your opponent deploys them. So overall, on paper, this looks like a really solid deck. It can struggle against aggressive decks, but if you just find the correct tools early on, as we just saw in the J King Socialist matchup, this deck can be really, really good.
Well, let's see which decks they are going to get to play here as we bring up the band. So Socialist is losing that kind of mid-range list that we've seen a couple times here recently over this weekend. Bezio losing the Brit Soviet guard deck. Always been Brits bubbles, but you mentioned this one probably wouldn't eat a ban. Is it just a question of Socialist figuring like, hey, I've got some fairly aggressive decks here with the front line, with the Jagro, even Mobilize can be, and the guards are just going to be too big and get in the way?
I suppose they're just worried about the sheer amount of guards. Yeah, I find it interesting because I feel like frontline would still be relatively okay against it, and it wouldn't be an instant loss. I suppose maybe they're expecting this German deck to get banned, but to be honest, I wasn't expecting either of these bans from either players. I was expecting Socialist to focus more on either self damage or frontline, and I was not expecting Bezio to be too worried about this Germany deck, as it seemed to be better against control from what we saw in Starry and Berto's game earlier that they cast. They found it to be far better against control than it was against aggressive decks like J King found in his first match against Socialist. So slightly odd bans from my perspective here, but I'm sure there's something both players have taken into account that I've just managed to completely forget.
Spooz, on your end, you know, you look at that Japan mid-range list getting banned. Is that maybe also because it's a little bit newer? Maybe, you know, Bezio feels pretty comfortable against the frontline list. The Jagro list is nothing special. We've seen Mobilize every now and again, and just feels like, hey, I'm prepared for these matches.
Yeah, it might be, but on the other hand, I would just want to give a comment on that Brit ban. As we just saw, it struggled yesterday. But yesterday was a complete whole story, right? We had like OTK decks, we had like control decks, and this is where this deck really struggles. It had low amount of damage output, not too many threats on the board. You're basically relying on just guarding your HQ, then hope you get a good enemy at the gates out to buff these guys, and then if this is not working, you're just losing. But today, and especially against Socialist is bringing 3 aggressive decks, maybe 4 if you just account this German deck as well. And you don't want to face a wall of guards with these decks. This deck is 90% guards, and then on top of that, all this removal with supply shortage and the enemy at the gates. So this kind of makes sense in today's matchup. Although it struggled yesterday, it might be a really good deck today. And I think this is why Bezio made this deck initially, just to be good against these against these aggressive decks in particular. And yeah, for the German deck, I don't know. We just saw it struggle today, but maybe Bezio not willing to fight against these big fighters and this credit denial that might come there. I don't know. Maybe there were better ban picks, but I'm pretty sure Bezio has an idea why exactly this deck would be banned.
It does feel bubbles like that Japan mid-range deck kind of feels like, hey, if I get that early credit denial, credit boost, then I'm good to go. If I don't, I'm pretty much dead in the water. There's not much of a comeback kind of mechanic in it.
Yeah, I mean, like we discussed earlier, the lack of blitz, the lack of removal orders, and even the lack of targeted deployment abilities. You do have some with like the Jag Bomber, and you do have the Stutzen, which are able to blitz, but these are really quite slow. They're not going to be coming down till turn 5 at the earliest. And even then on turn 5, if you are dropping them, there's a chance they're going to be unprotected, especially the Jag Bomber, and it can just get removed by an order piece or something like that. So I think overall the deck can struggle if it doesn't get this early start. It's possible, though, Bezio's just more comfortable playing against the decks he's played against. He's got reps against these. He feels comfortable. Why go into a spot where you feel potentially uncomfortable when you're in a spot you're already comfortable in?
And it seems like the players are just getting into it. I think Socialist had a bit of a bug and had to reboot, so we'll get into it in a moment. So Spooz, now we've got Jagger and we've got Frontline on both sides. The standouts for Bezio, that self-damage that we've seen perform fairly well, and it comes kind of in and out of the meta. On the other side, we've got Mobilize from Socialist. Do you have any thoughts on maybe which one gives one of the players an edge?
I mean, that self-damage deck has a lot of tools to deal with these mobilized units early on. So you kind of have to adjust your playstyle with this mobilized list to not play your early 1-credit units instantly because they're just getting hit by Winter Warfare, Bloody Sickle, Red Dawn. There's just so many answers. So you kind of have to adjust and maybe hold them back a little bit. Also, while holding them back, you don't give your opponent the opportunity to just target those units and just receive self-damage, and therefore just reducing the cost of your 34s or just buffing your 456. So you kind of have to adjust, and I think, both players can win, but I think the mobilized player maybe has the advantage there because he can just delay the game and then later on heal and heal and heal and then just win with the Commonwealth maybe.
And now, Bubbles, if you're looking at these two lineups again, we've got, the potential for some mirror matchups. We do have the standouts. Are there any kind of matchups you're looking to avoid? Any matchups you're hoping to get into here? Or is that just thinking too far ahead and you just got to go with what you got?
I think you just got to go with what you've got to a certain degree. I think this self-damage list is going to be a very difficult thing to play around here for Socialists. They're going to have to work out how exactly they want to approach this. Maybe they feel like Frontline is their best bet, but it's overall quite a difficult matchup to play into. I think their Brit deck as well is probably the most likely to face against that. I think there's a fair amount of... Oh, here we go.
Let's get into it then. Game one of the bottom bracket here, Socialist versus Bezio, to find out who is going to Iceland.
Now we see self-damage against Frontline. So traditionally a little bit more of a self-damage favored matchup, but it is possible for Frontline to get an early lead and sort of get established on the board. I'm surprised to see a Red Dawn potentially going back here for Bezio.
Yeah, why would you not keep it?
Usually very strong against this Frontline list for the Greyhounds and this Red Devils right here.
Probably looking for 34th guards, but Red Dawn is so important to get rid of this Red Devils and Greyhounds early on. So I don't really understand, but I'm pretty sure Bezio has a plan here. T80 is another good answer to these one drops.
This Pathfinder is going to kill the T80. And then Bezio is going to have no way of coming back and dealing with it, which concerns me by quite a bit. What do you do if you're Bezio here? You've sort of just lost the game, and this is
wait
a
for
really
the Red
quick...
Dawn that you just put out.
Yeah, and we're going to have the M4 Sherman come out next turn for Socialist. It's going to be a really, really difficult situation here.
That one got bounced from the Pathfinders. It's not even really in need to play the Sherman. He can just keep up the pressure, push a 4-4 into the front line. Just increasing the problems for Bezio. Bezio just finding the Zhukov here, not really helping. Also not any self-damage. Even if he finds the 34s now, it's not any self-damage other than these SUs, but they are just, backfiring a little bit because they're just also damaging your HQ.
I mean, I'm so surprised we saw the Red Dawn put back, and Bezio is already starting to feel the downsides of that. Going for the Zhukov first. I mean, this does reduce your chances of hitting a unit by a very small margin. Finds an Engineers. That might better buy them some time, but once Frontline has the front line, you need to take it back or you're inevitably going to lose. It's only a matter of time. Now we can see either M4 Sherman or Stars and Stripes is still an okay option, but I feel like you just go M4 Sherman, you can trade the Greyhound into the Recon, and you can trade into the other Recon, and you're actually causing Bezio to overdraw multiple cards here.
Not really the start that you're looking for if you're Bezio. Not just into this match, but also into this series. He's only having that one life. and that one chance to get to Iceland to the top 4.
Bloody Sickle, not the worst find here, is you can use this to try and find a Red Dawn. If you can find a Red Dawn, there is the potential that you can fight for the board. This 34 for guards in hand, it will have Blitz when its deployment cost has been reduced. Possibly playing around the Winter Warfare. If you go for the Bloody Sickle and find the Winter Warfare, it can be very nice for clearing the board here.
Oh,
Finds
another
this
sickle.
second Sickle, but look at Bezio's life total. They're on 13. They might just get killed before they can establish a board here.
Yeah, they're
Now,
in high
I'd like
risk
to
of-
see 456th come out here so that you can then Bloody Sickle and guard up your HQ. You can then go for the Engineers as well to try and get a little bit of healing.
Not going for the guard here.
Oh, you have to. Because if you do it after, it's too late and you're not going to get guarded up. Maybe deciding that a different play is the route. Possibly going for a recon.
Red Dawn into the recon.
Quite lucky to find that Red Dawn there, as it did give them a fairly favorable trade into the 5th Rangers.
Would still be that to Blitzkrieg, but Socialist not having it in hand. That's the only thing that is going for Bezio here. Hand still looking kind of
And
terrible, but
this
the good thing is
34th is
34's
still-
having Blitz
Yeah,
is
it
so
has
important.
Blitz, which is really, really strong, but the dive bombing is quite a powerful answer to it.
Needs to find a stand together so Bezio can make a KV2 out of it. That just increases the chance that it might survive.
We can do it, comes out. Another Sherman in hand now for Socialist.
Pulling the Sherman back.
I mean, you can't really ever put 4 units in your support line, or you do doom yourself to get blown out by a Stars and Stripes, as well as a strap bombing. Even a strap bombing at that point would be fairly detrimental.
Oh, what do you if you're Bezio to get out of this situation? You think you need a guard up to protect against the Blitzkrieg?
You need a lot of things. Going for 4 units. Oh no. Spooz.
Oh no.
Spooz. It's gonna be a complete blowout here.
I mean, at least 34s will survive, but...
Yeah, but
And
I
he'll
mean,
heal for
you can even
+4.
kill the 34th if you want. Go for the dive bombing and the trade. And Bezio's support line just gets absolutely crushed here. And every time Bezio finds a foot, Socialist just pushes them back and takes so much more space, and it's looking harder and harder here for Bezio. A Winter Warfare might help you at some point, as you can use it to draw a lot of cards and try and find some outs to the situation. But it's really rough here.
There's the stand together that was needed earlier.
Yeah, just a little bit too late.
Slayer.
Dragon Slayer comes out, offers a way to try and trade with the board. But look at this. Bezio on 11 health, and Socialist finds a Marder. A very, very strong card here. Skytrain as well, very strong. I mean, Socialist's hand is looking so good, and Bezio's in such a difficult position here, and I can't help but think, what would the board look like if you'd kept that Red Dawn?
It would have been way easier to get into that match, because this, not having answers to the early Red Devils and Greyhound was not really helping. So Socialist could try to find a Blitzkrieg with the Sherman. Instead of this, he's just maybe trading the Sherman into the key 83. It's
And
not
there
key
is
83,
only
right?
one Blitzkrieg in Socialist deck, so looking for it is very unlikely. It's
I mean, we
it's a
just
very
saw
low
what
chance.
happened to Leo with the Monty, right? So
Yeah, it
definitely
can
possible,
happen.
but
It can happen.
you could
But do
still
you
trade
play
with the
for it
trades
if you
here.
don't have to, Spooz?
Yeah, I mean, he's losing nothing, right? He could still do the trade into the Dragon Slayer or...
That
why
is
not-
true. You don't really lose much.
Why not trade into Dragon Slayer? I mean, doesn't make that much of a difference, I guess.
No, I
There is
don't think it
one.
matters too much. It means the Sherman isn't in range for Winter Warfare or Bloody Sickle, which could be relevant. And we can see Bezio going for a lot of recons this turn into a Winter Warfare. Question is just how many do you want to get down? You can go for the Winter Warfare 95th, and that will kill the Sherman.
Yeah, and also, what is he going to find that helps him here? There's not much. That's the problem with this.
Yeah,
these
it's
stealth
difficult.
damages, right?
Oh, Island Defense could help.
That's at least doing something.
Okay, 95th can come
a sickle
out.
on top to get rid of the Sherman. Another Red Dawn.
Bezio actually finding some very, very useful tools here to try and get their way out of this. I mean, if Bezio can find a way to swing this around and take the front line, I'm going to be absolutely amazed. However, Socialist still has a lot of options in hand. Marders and 35T, they are going to be able to trade just everything away with Bezio's board. And would you not go for double Marder there?
But they're just passing. Why not play
I guess
double
maybe
Marder?
it's drawing too many cards with double Marder. But you do give Bezio an opportunity here to maybe find a way of taking the front line.
Ooh, and 59
Bezio
is
has
a really good find.
a few options here. Now, you can go for killing the, I forget its name, the 1-2 of Destruction, and then taking the Red
164s.
Devils. Yeah, and then when you take the Red Devils, it's a little bit more difficult for Socialists to fight back for it, and you also have a 1 in 4 chance of buffing your Red Devils. However, that does get rid of your Red Dawn, where you maybe want to save that, use that on the Marder, and then you can go for the 95th to take out the Red Devils in the front line instead. There's a couple different options here. I mean, Bezio has a lot of good cards in hand. The issue is just the tempo is so heavily in Socialist favor. If it wasn't for this huge amount of tempo that Socialist has over Bezio, then I could say Bezio is almost in a comeback situation.
Just needs to make sure he's not getting too low on health. With the Red Dawn, for example, we'll go to 5.
I mean, you can go for From the People here instead and save yourself 3 HP. The clock is ticking. Gonna take the damage and put down the infantry.
Ooh.
I mean, this is quite a strong board state.
Socialist not having half track to bounce this 3-5 or the 6-6.
I think you have to go for the Sherman here, because if you lose this front line and you lose the ability to Sherman, it is so detrimental. PIR is a very strong find, as this makes trading into Bezio's board far, far easier. But we could see a KV in the front line next turn. If this 34th Infantry or this 34th Guards gets to the front line, you can turn it into a huge tank. It's possible you want to trade with it first and get the most value out of it possible. However,
this tank will be a 6-5 with heavy armor 2. So
heavy
only
armor
Hellcat
2,
can-
if you find a Winter Warfare, you can also put a counteroffensive on it, and that becomes terrifying. We can see a double trade into the front line, and then we can see a 39th take something from the front line and convert it into Bezio's. This could be a
I think you
really,
cannot-
really
not-
important turn.
Not having space for that.
So you hit 2 things, and then you play the 39th, you take the front line.
Yeah, but none of your units is dying.
You don't need to. There's only 3 units in the support line, Spooz.
Yeah, but if you take one with the 39s, you have 5, right?
If it's the last unit in the support front line, it will stay in the front line.
It's not coming into your support line. Okay.
No, if it's the last unit in the front line only.
Same
Any other
interaction as with
circumstance?
Confusion. I see.
Yeah.
I see. That makes sense.
Winter Warfare, though, a very
Ooh.
strong find. I believe that's how it works anyway. If I'm wrong, then chat will most certainly correct me.
So we will know in 15 minutes.
I'm surprised the recon didn't come out before the Winter Warfare, offering, drawing one less card
Yeah.
and to no real benefit as far as I can tell. Greyhound makes this trade for Socialist incredibly easy. And I think assuming 39th was capable of taking something in the front line and keeping it there, then that may have been a better route for Bezio that turn.
Especially because he cannot really turn this into KV2, which would have caused way bigger problems for Socialist in trading it away.
Yeah, it's not that big of a problem as a 6-5 guard, because Socialist is okay with you getting better trades because he has so many cards to work with. It's not a big deal. This
So-
PIR could potentially be a very strong unit to steal. So yeah, it's correct to trade that away and hold on to the Sherman, as this means there isn't the 39th to take it.
Socialist still waiting for that Blitzkrieg to come. That's as you mentioned, that might be the problem with only running one copy of it. You're desperately looking for it, even more than if you're just running 2 copies. So really important to find it here to close out the game. But even without this, these Shermans, this KV1 could cause some problems.
I mean, there's the potential for a counteroffensive, but I believe we've used all Winter Warfares, so I don't believe there's any left.
Stealing the 164s. And now go for KV1 maybe? I mean, there's nothing else to do here, right? So you can play the stand together on the 39s, but then you get a 6 drop. Is it KV1? Oh, it's an armored train. Oh no, you get a 5 drop. Oh yeah, never mind. You get the same cost, not +1. Armored train is not too bad.
It's not
Frontline
too
is not
bad.
having too many answers against these. Socialist
And-
finds the medical battalion.
But I do think it's not going to be enough, especially this medical now. It means these trades are so easy for Socialist.
Oh, that healing effect is really strong here. Dawn, that's an okay find. Although being at 7 after playing that. Yeah, just look at the value in both players' hand. I don't see. I mean, Bezio actually did really well in fighting back into this match and just,
He
giving the opponent a
did,
good
but
find, but
it's not going to be enough.
that just costs
And
just
look at these.
too much resources. Yeah, what to kill now? You need to kill the Skytrain. You also need to kill the Sherman.
The medical has to be the first to go. You've got to kill that, and you don't really have any realistic way of killing that. You can go for the bloody sickle on the medical. You can see what you find, and then if you don't find any useful tools, you can go for this Red Dawn and kill the Sherman. If you can put a counteroffensive on this armored train and put it in the front line, that could be really, really difficult for Socialists to find an answer to. However, this 4-2, which can potentially become a 6-2, would be really, really good at getting rid of it. In fact, it may be better to go for the Red Dawn on this 4-2 and then use your units in the back line to trade into this Sherman. You will have a 4-6.
Ooh,
I feel like that was a mistake. You have a 4-6 that can trade into the Sherman, and then you go for the Red Dawn on this 4-2. However, because now this
KV1.
4-2 is just going to kill your unit in the front line. This KV is big. Don't get me wrong, this KV is a big boy, but it's not enough on its own, because Socialist has to draw a lot of cards for this to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, 1 Hellcat is not enough, and 9-9 with heavy armor 1. If this goes to the front line together with the armored train, this could cause problems here for Socialist. First of all, he has to fight through this armored train, and then how is he killing that KV1 there? I mean, this is the only way that Bezio ever comes back here. This KB1. Yeah, I'm not even sure. There has to be a miracle. Like, Socialist goes to the front line again. Not just with one unit, but with two, maybe.
But look at this. Medical doing so much work.
Oh, yeah. And there comes the 5th Rangers as well. Oh, and a Jesco. So only 1 damage now from the KB1.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a slow bleed out of Bezio here as Socialist, pushes the resources over and over again, and I can't help but feel like this is game 1 to Socialist. And I mean, it's been going this way since what, turn 1, turn 2? It's just been a slow grind of Bezio not getting as many resources as Socialist, and Socialist really no reason to do anything other than slowly grind out Bezio and go for the win.
Yeah, it all started with not having access to the Red Dawn. I can see that you want to have your 456 and 34s in your hand, but yeah, maybe this backfired a little bit.
I also
but-
think the opportunity where you could have stolen a frontline unit and taken the front line was the opportunity to come back in. Maybe Bezio wasn't sure on the mechanic and didn't want to risk it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure how this works.
Confusion works that way. Partisans works that way. Minority recruits works that way. I would be shocked if 39th didn't. It's the only one that didn't work that way. Socialist finding a pretty pitiful opener here. And Bezio finding a much, much nicer opener. Socialist having no turn 1. I choose a strong turn 2, but it costs a lot of credits to operate. And while you can fight for board presence with it, you are not really establishing anything extra yourself. And
Look at this hand from Bezio.
that's quite the hand.
That's insane.
Do we see a Winter Warfare come out here to, just draw a card before it dies?
Yeah, I think so. It also just
The-
helps you reducing the cost. You can also just wait,
The
but
issue is if you play it and a bunch of these 1-drops come out.
yeah, that's the punish. But at least you have a unit in the front line to deny a little bit of this, because operating this IG will cost 2 credits.
So
opponent only getting
expensive.
1.
We could then see a Yak come out, and the Yak really threatens these bombers, because these bombers can really kill the Yak without losing the destruction effect, and it's quite bad. Choosing to put down the 35T, I would have been tempted to hold on to that for an infantry, because I understand the idea of getting more units on board, but it gives Bezio more targets to ping without giving you this extra Aichi, as well as the fact that once you find an infantry, you get 2 credits back instantly for the operation cost. I don't feel like it's worth it to play a Panzer 35T without an infantry unless you absolutely have to, and I'm not convinced he had to.
Might see 35T taking out the Yak. Oh, that is also a good find. 35T killing the Yak so the Aishi can operate again. There is another self-damage, so this means one of the 34 guards can come down as well, or just play the Red Dawn and play all of them. Look at this turn
That's
4. It's turn
Such an
4.
amount of stats.
Turn 4 and you have what? 1823 attack on board? Hello, Aichi. Try to kill this. I mean, these infantries are kind of slow. Good for good for Bezio that the SU is additionally on board, so denies kind of a key. Oh, look at this. 7 attack
That's-
Aichi. That just
Wait a
killed.
minute. What do you do here if you're Bezio?
Lose, I guess.
Yeah, how do you deal with these bombers now?
Yeah,
You
that's
can't kill them
11
because they just
damage.
get an even bigger one. With the Type 93 down, this is going to be lethal very, very quickly. It's not lethal this turn, as Socialist doesn't have the credits, but you can kill 2 of these units in the front line.
Yeah, I think you have to, otherwise you're just dying yourself.
Oh, you
It's a
have to.
tricky
So
situation.
if Bezio finds the right tool, there's the potential with a Winter Warfare to end the game right there.
With the winter offensive, counter-offensive, yeah.
Exactly. Socialist taking... I mean, double sickle would be pretty big as well.
So let's see, Socialist doing the math here. Is there any way that he's winning? I don't think so. He has max 9 plus 2 is 11.
Going for the Type 93 this turn, this does mean the trades can be done with 2 bombers. However, you don't have anything to do with that additional credit, and you have just made the Type 93 vulnerable to a Winter Warfare or Bloody Sickle. However, Bezio, having no removal in hand, is in a really, really awkward spot. Oh lord, what do you do here if you're Bezio? I mean,
Kill
you
the
can kill
8-2
the...
and pray, I guess.
You've got to kill the 8-2. I would have been tempted to say, don't put down the infantry and go for the counteroffensive instead for that 1 extra HP, because it just makes it a little bit more difficult for Socialist. But Bezio really not finding what they need in these matchups, and it looks like Socialist having the edge up against self-damage, which was expected to be good against Frontline and Jagro. And right now, it's having a really hard time against Frontline and Jagro. So not what you want to see here if you are Bezio.
See the KV1 coming down.
One Winter Warfare and this whole game flips on its head.
Oh, instead
naval
Socialist
supply
finds the
run
naval
with the
supply run.
Bombers. These bombers have been terrifying. I'd like to point out there are 3 sources of bomber in Socialist deck. You've got the 2 Archies and the Audacity. Socialist has found all 3 of them, which just makes this matchup so much more difficult for Jagro, or for self-damage. I'm curious if we'll see Socialist clear the board here. As it is doable, you just have to sacrifice a couple of your ground units. However, I think that's worth it to keep these bombers alive.
Yeah, especially since Bezio is only having 134s left in the deck. 1 456 was already played, so there's not so much left.
I'm going to take a little bit of a risk, it looks like. However,
I mean, how big
it's
is
not
that
that
risk?
high of a risk.
There's not too many ways Bezio can punish this. Yeah, and these IG
No, and that's
really...
that's game, right? Maybe not next turn, but it's going to be too late now for Bezio to find any outs. You had to find something that turn, because now you're going to be too slow to adequately answer the board.
Maybe there's a chance next turn with Winter Warfare top deck. Still very difficult, but this is the 1435T. So if Socialist finds another Type 93, it's over.
You don't have an infantry on board for the 35T at the moment.
And
You may have credit issues.
Yeah, just doing this, but this looks more like a desperation move than anything else.
I mean, it still just dies to double IG attack. I'm not sure what the point of that was. Double IG attack still just kills it. It felt like throwing away a card when a Winter Warfare could have made that a lot more powerful and turn one of your recons into something that can trade.
Yeah, could have played it on the recons just to get something out of that. Do you just play the sickle on your own unit?
You go for the Zhukov first. Gotta go Zhukov first, and now you can go for the sickle. It's really tough, but I think you have to play it on your own unit. You can clear the front line this turn, but I'm not sure what that actually achieves.
These IGs are just killing you. Oh, that's another good one.
That is a good one.
I mean, this Engineer Battalion is really the MVP so far. It
It's
just
the
provided
only
so
thing-
much healing.
It's the only thing keeping Bezio in this. But we're going to see the T-80 and the infantry both killed this turn. And we can even see the recon killed this turn with a Yokosuka. You're able to put down the 35T and the Whirlwind. And the worst part is, if you somehow, through all Oblivion, find a way of killing these bombers, there's another 2 waiting. They're not just bombers, they're bombers that replace themselves. And
Yeah,
I do
it's
not see how you're going to
so
kill them all
annoying.
twice.
Yeah, this I don't. Yeah.
Okay,
Red
you can
Dawn.
kill one of them twice.
You nice.
You can kill one of them twice, and you can play this 95th and kill something on the board. I don't know where we go from there, Spooz. I can be honest, I don't know where we go from.
It's a start, but not too many good
It's-
stuff left in Bezio's deck. KB1 was played, 234s already played.
I believe he's not running 5-year plan, so that's not an out either. A potential huge out would be the 95th or the 39th that gets to steal a unit. If you can steal one of these
Ooh,
bombers, that could be a game changer.
As long as this Whirlwind is no longer on board. Goes for from the people here to not receive any additional damage and takes out one of the IGs.
I mean, even if there is a Whirlwind on board, he kills your bomber? So long as the bomber's gone, that's the problem solved. You then have a 5/5 and the residue bomber.
True.
So I think even if this Whirlwind is still up, if you can find that 39th and steal that bomber, once you've stolen that bomber, you're in quite a strong position there. Just finding that and stealing that before Socialist finds draw. And this is draw right here. Dina going to find 2 1-drops, find a Type 93 and a bicycle. Possibly 2 of the best 1-drops you could have found in this situation.
Yeah, not too bad. We play both here and risk to run into warfare.
I mean, if a winter warfare comes, that means Bezio isn't finding a solution to everything else. SU-76M not going to get you out of this, and that is game 2 to Socialist. And Bezio finding it very difficult to contest against the decks that this deck is usually quite good against.
Yeah, needs to make it work against Mobilize next game, I guess.
Which, again, it's doable, but
It's doable,
do you
but
want
if
to switch
Socialist
things
just
up?
plays it correct, it should be quite hard.
I mean, the sort of AoE can be really punishing.
Yeah, but Socialist can just hold back everything and then just...
No, I mean,
win with
Socialist's
common.
AoE can be very punishing
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Bezio.
yeah.
And there you go, Socialist taking game 2.
Yeah, really dominant so far. Bezio not finding the tools. I mean, it was an insane turn 4 there for Bezio, but this Audacity just turned the whole game around. There was just too insane. 7 attack IG, 3 credits, deal 7 damage to a random unit. Seems pretty okay.
I mean, finding all 3 Aichis from Socialist, that was game changing.
Yeah.
And it really just made Bezio's game impossible and an uphill battle with every card you were gaining.
And IG is the MVP in this matchup against self-damage. There's not too much you can do. Even if you spend a Red Dawn, there's just spawning another IG that is farming your infantry units. It's really hard to deal with those, and that's what we just saw from Bezio here. And yeah, has to win against Mobilized now. And Bezio thinking, what is he bringing to the table here? Is he sticking with self-damage, which could be okay, but you struggle against the Commonwealth win condition maybe? Have to fully rely on your island defense to heal above 20, and then, I don't know, just hope you get these 6-drops out early enough.
I mean,
We'll
I feel
see.
like switch up decks. Don't try and force it too much. I know it can be difficult with the other decks as well against Mobilize, but if you're 2-0 on a deck, I feel like that's going to affect your mental state, and it's worth switching up just so that you don't have that weighing on you, because you don't want to get 3-0'd with the same deck over and over again.
I mean, at this point, you have to win.
No, I know you have to win with it anyway, but
Yeah, but I don't know. Sure,
try and build up some momentum first. You know, if you've got to jump over a big hole, you still have to jump over the same hole, but a run up helps, you know?
Just go around it. That's how I do it.
The Spooz strategy just going around the whole. I'm not sure how we apply that to this situation.
But yeah, I know what you mean. You just get it out of your head, just refresh your mental state, reset it, and then hope to do better. And that's what Bezio's doing. You're going with frontline against that. Frontline is actually a good matchup. You have these 1-drops that can deal with these early mobilized units, and you also have half tracks to bounce POTUS potentially. You have strat bombing accessible to kill those. So pretty good tools. And yeah, Socialist also with a pretty good start here. 2-time 5th parachute.
I mean, keeping the church here, it can be a little bit risky because it can be a little bit too slow to help you with the board. But if you get to the state of the game where it's relevant, then it is really, really powerful because all of Frontline's units are ground units. There's not going to be anything that isn't retreated by this church here. And it can effectively, act like a mini Leopold a lot of the time.
Interesting that Socialist played the 5th parachute here. Mostly maybe because to bring this Greyhound down to 2 health, so can be killed by the honey later on. But
possibly trying to force Bezio to move up and trade with the Greyhound as well, instead of establishing another unit such as the PIR, which did mean Bezio had to float one. Oh no, they didn't have to float a credit. Don't know what I'm on about. It's that the Leo Pytorch game. It's gotten to me too.
Yeah, it got us all.
5th Ranger's really powerful in this matchup. That 4 HP is quite difficult to deal with, and now it's a 6-4. However, Socialist does find a way of pinning it and slowing it down. If you go for the pin as well as the supply shortage, it does put Bezio in a difficult situation. And you're sort of forced to use this "we can do it" fairly early on. You may go for the Sherman first, though. But I think without the perfect information that Socialist has, going for the pin and the supply shortage may be very, very tempting.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this offers you just to kill it in 2 turns, and when it got hit twice on the supply shortage. I mean, what other lines do you have here? You can trade both your units into it, but
I mean, you could draw 2 off the call to the colonies, but it's not great. It does heal you a little bit, and it does help you find things like maybe a Monty, but it's still very slow. And going for the Ultra, the 3K float, which Bezio is almost definitely not going to activate, just going to go for a Sherman.
This feels like 3 wasted credits there. Like, Bezio's never playing the "we can do it" on 2 units, knowing that the opponent is floating 3 credits. I'm not sure if I agree with that Ultra.
No, it may have just been may as well, I'm floating these credits anyway, but still, it does give Bezio...
PIR hitting the 164 is giving it 3 attack now.
But Monsoon in hand is very, very scary, because you can go for the supply shortage, and assuming Bezio goes for a "we can do it" response, then this whole board is going to be eliminated. However, Bezio may just hold it back. Be tempted to now you have to save the strat bombing for the POTUS. I'd be tempted to try and get a Red Devils into the front line and try and get some buffs from this PIR that are going to last past the next couple turns when the PIR dies. You can move it up and you'll get 1 attack from it.
Do you kill the honey here?
Okay, going to move it up. If you're moving it up, you shouldn't play the Red Devils, as you want to get this 6 damage guaranteed. I think there's logic to killing the honey. It means if a POTUS comes down, these mobilized units aren't going to get huge. What I'm thinking here, if I'm Bezio, POTUS into double 73E is really, really scary. They're saying, no, I'm just going to go face. Try and get the life total down a little bit. There's another supply shortage. If you go for this second supply shortage, you'll pretty much clear the board. However, it does mean you are down on AoE quite a lot. But we're getting to the point where this Churchill is becoming very, very relevant.
Yeah, if this goes to the front line, then Bezio is really in trouble here. And them not having too many blitz units right now, other than the Red Devils. Wait, the Sherman is also hit by supply shortage, right? So there's a chance to only play Monsoon Rod here.
Did indeed.
That also brings the Greyhound down to 1 health, so it can be traded away from the honey here.
I mean, there's no way of stopping a Sherman here. So there's nothing you can do if Bezio has a Sherman. You just have to focus on clearing the board and setting up Churchill.
Do it.
Thinking
Oh,
about it.
no,
Just going to
he's
go
going
for the
for the-
trade, supply shortage. This does still clear the front line. However, that is an additional supply shortage used.
Yeah, that
And
also
you know
costs you your
what?
honey, right?
This Churchill does not look as good anymore. You go for this Churchill, these units just move up again.
Yeah, they're just getting buffed again, so kind of increasing your problems.
And even go for a we can do it if the Churchill comes out. You go we can do it, and then you move up stuff to the front line, and it's very difficult here. You'll have 8 credits, so you can move up both, or you can move up one and hit face with the Greyhound.
Oh, and another blitz unit.
I want to see we can do it come out this turn. I know there's a Monsoon Rot, but Bezio doesn't know that, and I feel like it's the correct move.
So is Socialist running carpet bombing as well? That's what I'm trying to find out.
You play second Red
Nope.
Devils, you go we can do it, and you put yourself in a really strong position. Okay, moving up 2 units actually makes a lot of sense, because on 8 credits, what Socialist has the ability to do is go Potez airdrop and then clear the front line. So this line here actually makes a lot more sense than going for the second Red Devils.
Black Watch, not really helpful.
No, not much in hand, which is helping you here. You took your ability to go for the supply shortage away. However, I think you're mostly wanting to save that until you can use it with another supply shortage. But the Monsoon Rot, not playable at the moment. This
Another
could be
Greyhound.
a huge strap bombing this turn. But just going to flood the board, what Socialist needs is a supply shortage. And missing 1 damage by hitting things in the wrong order, but that's okay. I'm sure that 1 damage won't come back to bite us. Now, what do you do here if you're Socialist? A Black Watch just gets bounced. Looks like the Monsoon Rot may be coming out. One of these Greyhounds, I believe, was affected by...
By?
Hold on, how much of the board here is... What are these pluses? Because the board isn't affected by supply shortage. Oh, are these the bonus attack damage, these pluses?
Oh yeah, this might be, yeah. From the 109s, yeah.
Look at this.
Ooh.
You can go 5 damage to face here, and then go for the strap bombing.
Yeah, you really have to... Ooh. Okay, this makes you really vulnerable to supply shortage.
Going all in on the board.
If there's a top deck supply shortage, it's
Not the supply shortage. You can
Can't find
draw
it.
2. You can draw 2 and try and find it. Bezio, all in on the board. But not going for the supply shortage. This second half track is going to close out the game.
Why would you not try to find it here? It would be... Oh.
Hold on, if there's a strap bombing into an ultra, then this could go either way. You're going to go up to 10 health. You can hit something with this Churchill, but then there's no ultra for the strat. You can go half track first. Wait a minute. Just going full face for 7 damage.
I would love to see taking out this 1-2.
Socialist has multiple ways of dealing with strat bombing in hand. You've got healing. You've got even more healing now with the honey. You've got the ultra.
Really needs to heal.
You need to
Not-
heal and you need to ultra. One or the other has to be done this turn. If you go for the ultra, that means you can double trade on the board.
Wait, what can you do here?
You've got to attack the you've got to attack the
Oh, yeah, you
the
can still
2-1,
attack, yeah.
attack the half track. You've got 3 credits left. If you attack the Black Watch, or sorry, if you attack the Red Devils, you're in a difficult situation. Gonna go for the healing, it looks like. Goes up to 11 HP. Bezio needs a Blitzkrieg or a Sherman. Blitzkrieg, Sherman, these are your outs here if you're Bezio. Half track, oh, not half track, sorry, Hellcat, a strong find. Now, this strategic bombing will do a lot of damage to Socialist support line. You've been holding it for a while. I don't think you can afford to hold this any longer. You cannot afford to keep holding this for a Potes. You just have to slam this now.
Yeah, this kills the Churchills. That's the 3-4, 2-1 health.
Means you can also trade away into this Black Watch.
Yeah.
You need to use this now. There is nothing worth waiting for beyond this. You can hold the Hellcat for a Potes if you need. There are 3 units you can hit with this.
You're trying to figure out what is the best line here.
Clock is ticking. Going for the strat. Hits face for a huge amount of damage.
That's
Down to 1 health. But there's a supply shortage.
Oh my. But the Hellcat.
But that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the Hellcat.
The Hellcat is going to finish this game. Bezio has been able to crawl back from 2-0 and going to 2-1 now. There is nothing left that Socialist can do. This game is over.
No draw in hand. No nothing.
Nothing.
All right, we have a match. We have a match. Finds the Blitzkrieg as well. Not really
It's the
necessary.
Blitzkrieg, but there is the Hellcat. That is game.
That was a close one. Both players down to 2 cards in hand.
That was an extremely difficult match there. And Bezio finding their win. Now the question is, do you go to Jagro or do you go to self-damage? I think you go to Jagro. I think it's a nicer deck to play, try and smooth sail, go for a cheese win, and then you can afterwards go for the Soviet deck again.
Yeah, we just saw that Mobilize can struggle against Jagro, but we also just saw today that can be, yeah, if your opponent finds the correct answers, can be pretty good. So I don't know. I think self-damage has more ways to, yeah, just deal damage to Potes, all these mobilized units, but it's weaker to Commonwealth. So I don't know. I think just go with whatever you're comfortable with and then hope to get the 2-2 and hope for the miracle to turn the game around.
I mean, it's going to be a hell of a fight, and Bezio is going to have to do some fancy footwork to pull through in 2 games in a row. Here we go. Jagro versus Mobilize. A nice hand here for Mobilize. Mobilize is going first as well, which is fairly important in this matchup. It means Yokosuka not going to go to the front line because this parachute will finish it off. Now the question is, do you keep 1-1 drop or 2?
I don't know. Probably look for supply shortage. So I think 5th parachute, and I think I would have given away the rest. Like this 0-1 is not providing too much into the Jagro matchup here. You can just play this instead of the 5th parachute, maybe. Because whenever you heal, this just grows even stronger. But you can also just hold it back. Once you find a post, this is a good way to just deploy really big units. And Socialist additionally with a supply shortage. That's not what you want to see when you're Bezio here.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation for Bezio.
I mean,
If you can
just
have
play one
Socialist
infantry
move,
here.
I think you play Type 94, because if you play Type 94, it means this 73E can't come out. Now Socialist
but
can
I like
move
to
to
see an
the front
infantry
line.
unit, because this just gives you the opportunity to play 35T next turn.
I mean, yeah, you play 35T, but for what? To trade it into a 2-2?
Look.
Or if Socialist keeps it back, then I can swallow my words. 35T now really, really strong, and Spooz
Why would
coming
you
out
hold it
on
back?
top.
Why would you not move the parachutes to the front line? It has 0 operation cost, and yeah, you're getting punished by 35T.
Yeah, if you move this power to the front line, Bezio is in a really difficult situation. This is why I would have preferred the Type 94 turn 1, as it means that if this parachute gets moved to the front line, which we expected it to, you can go Yokosuka trade, Type 94 move up and trade into one of these 73Es in the back.
What is Socialist holding there?
This is the elite infantry that never sees play. It's 3-5 and it retreats something in the front line and then gets
air landing
blitzed.
brigade.
Air landing. Now, if you move the front line, it's too late. Bezio is going to be able to play 2 Japanese units, off their Yokosuka to a 3-1, trade into the front line, move up to 35T, and take out the other 73E. Socialist's early game has been completely destroyed here. Yes, you have Monty. Yes, you have supply shortage. But look at Bezio's hand, and Bezio has a lot of card draw available.
Wait, is he not using the 24th cavalry? He's just using... Okay, he's just
You
using
put them on the
3.
side, you get the 3-1. This way you trade into the mobilized unit, you trade into the other one, and you can even go for some card draw. I'm not sure what he's thinking about, but he's thinking, all right, there's no reason not to trade, right?
No, there's absolutely no reason. Kill it and draw first, obviously.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. You don't have any 0 credit cards in the deck.
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, it's a beautiful top deck there. But do you want to use it this turn, or do you just want to go for a supply shortage? Going to opt for the airdrop. However, Signal Regiment is going to better come out, and this is going to make these trades far more enjoyable for Bezio, as you are going to get a little bit of burn damage from them. But I'm thinking, maybe you slam K83 and just trade on the board. It's an option.
It's a good option, knowing that your opponent only has 2 cards in hand and not too many good answers to a Key 83.
The problem
On the
is
other hand,
if
you
a
give the
Sexton
opponent
comes
draws.
out,
Yeah,
you know, the
then-
Sexton comes out and you're like, oh God, what do I do? Look at this.
Yeah, that's
Takes
a
the
good
front
way
line.
to maintain the front line possession here.
Socialist in an awkward spot. They need some card draw. I know they have some good anti-aggro tools in their hand, but that's not going to win you the game. That's just going to buy you some time. Going for a Monty in this situation feels so painful because it's essentially saving you 3 health and drawing a card. Still a very good rate and a very strong card, but it's not the game changer you need it to be. And even then, once you trade, what are you doing? You're holding back a whirlwind for 1 turn? I feel like we've got to see KI-83 come down. It is so good against supply shortage because it's got 5 HP. It can just sit there and tank it for ages. We're going to see Socialist. If they drop their own supply shortage, Bezio has no problem with that. You whirlwind trade and you hit face for 6 damage. Kitty Hawk going to just be food here for Bezio. Oh, the Shenano.
Oh my god.
But you need to take into account this Kitty Hawk. Every time you play a unit pre-Shenano, it does burn you for 1, but more importantly, it does heal Socialist for 1.
Just go Shinano and
Just-
trade
I
the
think-
remaining unit away.
Yeah, just go with it on board.
Don't play anything. That's
You
7
can draw
damage
first
split
if you
across the
want.
board.
You may as well.
What you do?
Draw first with expansion, you may as well, but I think you're still slamming Shinano. It's going to be 6 damage spread across 4 things on Socialist board. Sorry, 7 damage.
Yeah, 7 damage. Drawing first. Can you find here that is better?
593 is really good,
Ooh.
but you save it for when you're burning face. Here comes the Shinano. It just eliminates the board from Socialist. And then the 6 damage to face with the Type 93 available. I mean, what do you do here? Do you honey and draw? Do you Churchill? Churchill isn't stopping that K83. That K83 is just going to keep smacking you. And
Yeah, but
is Bezio taking this to a game 5?
and loses with self damage again. I'm really mad.
No, don't say that, Spooz. Don't say that.
Ooh, the Saxon. The Saxon is
But
good.
there's nothing left in hand. Socialist has to pass back, and Bezio has free range to just do so much damage this turn. Type 93,
Ooh, wait.
but the
Type
healing from the K83 really helps.
7,
I think this honey,
11.
if you can't lethal this turn, the honey has to die. Now, you can go Panzer 35T, Wirbelwind,
Yeah, 13
and
damage,
Type
right?
93 and hit face with everything. And I believe that is 1 off lethal.
Yeah, 13. If I did my math
But I think that's
correctly.
worth it. You go for 13 damage. Or do you
Yeah.
go for a little bit less damage and take out the honey? Maybe you do. You put Socialist down to 4, and then you at least go the honey. You prevent any additional healing. Because when this turn comes around, Socialist is going to have drawn 3 additional cards.
I mean,
Hmm?
Monty was played already, right? So if you set him to 1, he cannot really kill a unit here.
Yeah, but he's going to
without
go up
risking
to 2.
die.
And then he's going to go up another
Yeah.
2
Oh, yeah,
HP. You
wait.
gained 3 HP from hitting
Yeah, you're
face. You
correct.
gained 3 HP from leaving honey alive.
You're correct, yeah. When he draws a card, he
Potes.
goes up to 1. Potes, but only 1 mobilized unit.
It's not enough, and you're gonna need to Sexton here, but Sexton doesn't help either. This is game.
I think so.
You've got to
too,
go
yeah.
Potes mobilize and draw your way out of this. Try and find a naval power to pin this fighter. And if you cannot find this naval power, you are done and you're going to game 5. So you've got to go Potes. Up to you if you want to go honey or 73E, because you might find more mobilized units, but the honey does give you some extra health. If you go Sexton, you're done.
Yeah, how do you win with
You've
Sexton?
got to
here?
pay
This
for your
is-
out here, Socialist. Goes for the Sexton, and that's game. Socialist
Huh?
passes it back. Oh, wait, is that game? No, he heals. Okay, well, 35T. Going for the healing, putting himself up to 5.
Oh,
that's not going to be enough.
lethal, yeah.
35T, that's 6 damage to face. Bezio taking it from a 2-0 to a 2-2, and they're going to a game 5. Mobilize versus self damage. I genuinely don't know what's going to happen. I am really not sure. I mean, it's
What is-
mobilizes advantage,
That match.
but you've just lost 2 in a row, and this is it. There is a lot on the line here. The person that wins this next match gets an expenses paid tournament in Iceland. They fly out to Iceland, put in a lovely hotel, and play in the top 4 for a lot of money. The person that loses it, well, they don't. So there's a-
good
there's a
summary.
lot.
Good summary. Oh, Bezio not with the greatest starting hand here. On the other hand, Socialist with the air landing brigade.
It's
Ooh.
not as bad now once you've shipped it back. Bloody Sickle to take out mobilized units before they grow. No great turn 1, but to be honest, going first on self damage, you don't get great turn 1s. 456 is quite good against this supply shortage. And KI-45, it can do similar things to K-83, just without the draw for the honey, and you obviously far less HP on it. You don't have that 5 HP.
So what is Bezio thinking about here? There's no play. He can just end the turn. Maybe he's taking some notes, what cards are in his hands.
It's so funny. There's 0 play consideration, which is just a perfect summary of this top 6 so far. Now, do you go Bloody Sickle? Do you go 456th? I feel like maybe you have to Sickle, but it kind of hurts a little bit. You know, you feel a little bit sad doing that.
Absolutely. You could also consider maybe playing the Yak here.
I don't hate the Yak. I mean, you can then next turn go for the Guard and the Sickle and instantly activate that Guard ability.
And you can keep the sickle for the other mobilize units that might come there.
That is true.
To go for the Yak here. Ooh,
Supply shortage available for Socialist now, and this air landing might be very relevant as well for slowing down infantry, especially with a supply shortage debuff activated.
Oh.
Finds the Red Dawn, able to deploy the Guard and go for the Red Dawn to kill this mobilized unit, and Bezio coming out on top in this opener. However, Mobilize definitely has the ability to swing these games with these supply shortages, with these Monties, with these Monsoon Rots. Potez, a nice find. Now that Red Dawn is gone, you might be more comfortable playing this Potez fairly early. But what do you do here if you're Socialist? You're just going to supply shortage a 2-unit board, and one of them doesn't care? I feel like slam KI-45 here, slam it. I mean, the other option is to go Engineers, push the front line, hit face for 2, but...
Yeah, I like to see the Dragon Slayer here.
Slam that Dragon Slayer.
Playing it more conservative.
It's so big and it's so scary.
Yeah, like your opponent needs to... There's only Saxon that is really a good answer against this.
Exactly,
and
there's
play this
not...
at turn 5 and lose a lot of tempo on turn 5 if you just do this. Just go for it. You can push those up next turn.
Go for it,
on
Bezio.
hand for potential mobilizing that may come there. So not really a need to go to the front line right now. Just have this Dragon Slayer on board and give Socialist some problems here.
Now, I do believe next turn the supply shortage trigger hits before the draw trigger hits. So unfortunately, not going to get additional cards or the cost reduction on the 34th. But looks like, yeah, going for the Dragon Slayer, as it is the first one played this game, and will probably be the only one played this game. It is a 6-4, which is really, really aggressively statted.
And what can Socialists do against this? Only having one call to colonies that can give him a potential draw. Hand is not looking that great. What is the effect of the air landing? It's retreating a unit in the front line, right?
A unit in the front line. So retreat target unit in the front line. Can be yours, can be enemy. If the front line is now empty, or if there are no enemy units in the front line, the air landing gains blitz.
Okay.
So it's really good against sort of mid-range. It's quite good against south damage, which coincidentally...
Naval power helps here to stop this Dragon Slayer.
But still, you can hit face for 6 damage here, drop a T80, and go to the front line. And that still puts Socialists in a really awkward position. We could see air landing come down, take the front line, and go for the naval power. And that may just be the strongest option here for Socialist. I don't think you can afford to go for the Potez just yet.
Pushing it up. Pinning the Dragon Slayer here.
And together.
Not that great yet.
I feel like you either drop KV or you say goodbye to your infantry. You go for the Bloody Sickle to give it 1 extra attack. You go for the trade and you say bye-bye.
I think you probably say bye-bye here.
You can go for the Sickle first. If you're lucky and you find another Sickle, then you can trade away the T80, drop the 34th, which is a really, really nice position to be in.
It's an SU.
SU's potentially very strong here. You can go SU, and then you can go for the trade, and then you can drop the 34th.
You can also just heal with the engineer battalion before you do the trade.
Ah, healing's for losers. We're aggressive here, Spooz.
Okay.
No need to heal. Do you... Hold on. Do you kill it with the stand together? You could get another T80 out of it. It's going to die anyway.
Yeah, I think you want to have this for 34s. Definitely. Like, this 6-5 is so strong.
That is true.
This
That's
can't be
6-5,
pinned from
and
the
it
Saxon.
cannot be pinned, yeah. Which is
Yeah.
actually relevant in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Now,
is.
we've got to see a Potez come out here for Socialist, right? There's no other real option. But when this Potez comes down and you buff up one of these mobilized units, this 39th lurking in Bezio's hand, it can take one of these and turn it against you. And it can be a huge, huge swing, and it can just be a huge blowout here. And I think T80 trades into the Potez. I'm saying this looks really good for Bezio and really scary for Socialist. There is no way Bezio has pulled this back. Finds another Potez. That's a strong unit to find.
How much
Do
damage
you
is
just
this?
KV?
8. 14 damage.
No, actually, I take that back. Don't KV. Don't listen to me.
I think you really have to kill the POTUS if you don't have lethal here. The question is, do you also kill these other units, or do you just...
I mean, yeah, you're right. Potez has to die, and the T80 trade is so simple. I think after that, you pressure face. Because if one of these ever reaches the front line, Spooz, and it's the only unit in the front line, you know what's coming, right? Bezio's just going to steal it and finish off the game with it himself.
If it works as you think it works, then yes.
I'm certain it does. Now, the question is, do you play your order here and turn this 34th into a fridge?
You can
Which is
wait,
the
I
tank.
guess. You can wait. You can hold it back, so you
But
have a
if you-
chance to blitz this one. Oh, he's not waiting.
There you go. The fridge comes out. Socialist has to find a way to deal with these. One of the nice things about doing this now is if a Monty comes out, it's not quite as bad. However, we did see the Monty already, didn't we? It's been a long day. It's been a long day, Spooz. There's been a lot of Monties
No, we have
today.
we have not seen it this
I've
much,
seen
I guess.
too many Monties.
Yeah,
Goes for
but-
the honey. Into the Sincerely Yours. This is going to buff up these units by quite a fair amount.
Ooh, look at
Not
those
enough to kill the
stats.
tank, though, because it's got 5 defense and 2 heavy armor.
12 damage. Oh man, this is really a close one.
Now, with the KV in hand, it's possible to find that last bit of burn later into the game, but you need to get as close as possible.
Oh, the sickle.
Oh, bloody
my
sickle
God.
can finish off the mobilize unit. And then you can hit face for 12 damage.
This is really a close one here.
You could
Definitely.
also kill the honey or taking no damage in return. Possibly not worth it, as the mobilized unit can finish it off afterwards. And looks like 12 damage to... Oh, thinking about it. Yeah, 12 damage to
it
face.
Would not make sense to attack with the Dragon Slayer into this and receive 2 damage when you can just
Oh,
receive
wait a
more
minute.
damage.
Potez airdrop. Potez airdrop is going to clear the front line.
And here you're for over 9,000. And there's
Into
some
the
complete-
Monty. But do you Monty or move up this 12-13? Socialist looking for a winter warfare here.
No, Bezio looking for Winter Warfare.
Someone's looking for a winter warfare.
There
There's
it
the
is!
winter warfare.
Oh my
Can
God.
clear the front line and push up this KV and attack in this turn. Question is, do you want to clear this Potez? Do you want to clear this honey? Do you want to go face?
Oh my God, this match. There's so many potential targets, right? You want to get rid of Potus, but also Honey. So this KV2 is definitely dying to this 12 turf over there.
It's definitely dying.
Oh man, 3 off, just imagine.
Gonna just go for the face, put down the 6/6.
Yeah, as long as you have units in your backline that can trade into the front line, this 13-13 is never going to the front.
But the naval power,
Ooh.
able to pin the Dragon Slayer while saving the credits from Sexton.
What is this match? I can already see it 39s being the MVP here. Really needs to pin the Dragon Slayer. Also
You have to. You don't have any choice.
You can pin both. You can just pin the
Yeah, you
guards and play
can
the
pin
Sexton.
both.
Oh my god, what is this match? Oh, that's too much
Gonna
healing,
go
I
for
guess. That's too much healing.
Yeah, but if you can 39th one of these 16 attack infantry
It's never
in the
going to
front
happen.
line, then that changes the game.
Socialist is never moving one of those up alone. So only
Gets rid of the Potes.
single copy. I think Socialist has this. As sad for Bezio as it might
In-
sound, but
I don't know. You can one-shot your opponent if the front line is empty.
yeah, but how is it ever empty?
That is, I mean, if there's one thing there, I mean, but with this Churchill now,
If there is one thing, but you
yeah,
don't have too many
I
options
know
to
it.
remove the rest.
But hold on.
Yeah, just wait
If
for
you
the
go
Churchill.
39th this turn, this prevents the Churchill from being playable. But now this Churchill is going to come out from Socialist. It's going to destroy the board for Bezio. And I think that's it.
Oh, what a close match, but really well fought from both of them.
Bezio's entire board gets sent back.
Oh, that's such a pain.
The Leopold tank comes in. And it's a 19-13.
I mean, you can steal it, but not really helping here.
Yeah, it's...
Not that this turn, are you? Oh, you are. Even if you steal, I mean, you can steal and
You can steal it, you can trade, you can buy a turn or two, but I don't think you're buying the whole match. You're just buying time. And Bezio, well fought from a 2-0 position to a 2-2 position. Really, really fighting for it. But there's just so much left for Socialist to work with. Their hand is full of cards. You've got removal, you've got AoE, you've got healing, you've got pin. You've got everything you could possibly need. And Bezio doesn't have the same, unfortunately. So I think it was a really good fight by Bezio, but I think Socialist just coming out a little bit on top. And I have been impressed by Socialists against this South Damage list. They've played really, really well at, not giving this South Damage list what it needs. And these Aichis in the previous game did so much damage, and Bezio's had some good times with this South Damage deck, but Socialist has just been able to answer them. And there you go. Finishes up Socialist 3-2 to Bezio, gets them south the flight to Iceland. And yeah, that was a hell of a series.
it actually was.
We saw both players struggle with kind of that odd man out deck, right? We saw Jagger, we saw Frontline, and then it came down to Mobilize versus Self Damage. And I mean, that was still a hell of a game that could have gone either way. Bubbles, do you think it could have been just the matchup was kind of always on the Self Damage side, or sorry, Mobilize side? Do you think it was, how it played out? Any specific thoughts around that?
I mean, it was really close for a huge portion of the match. There were a couple moments where Bezio had to decide, do I want to go face or do I want to trade? And these are always a gamble. And it's possible that trading would have still come out with the same outcome of losing, but these moments are the really important things that change how this game's going to happen. I think another thing that's worth looking at is when we turned this 6/6 infantry into this 6/5 tank. We didn't trade with this infantry first. We didn't try to get maximum value out of it, and that may have also made it slightly more difficult here. I think the MVP for me this game wasn't the Potez, it wasn't the 73E, it was this airdrop. This airdrop clearing the front line, drawing a load of cards, and I think these airdrops completely changed the game on its head because these threats from Bezio in the front line just weren't what they were. Because you bounce it, you draw 2 cards, you gain 4 health, and you get 2 units in the front line. That's a lot of value for 3 credits, and I think they were one of the most important cards in this series.
And Spooz, we talked a lot about, or Bubbles just talked a lot about the trading aspect of it, and the honey that stuck on the board once or twice. That I know even you and Bubbles were debating back and forth. Like, do you just go face, put him down to 1, 2, 3 health, or do you take the honey out to prevent the heal? Because we saw, I mean, went down to sub 5 health multiple times and bounced back to 10 plus. What was that? Maybe one of the main reasons why Mobilize was just able to outvalue in the long term.
Yeah, especially with combination of Sincerely Yours that was played on top of that honey. There was not just the 6 healing from the Sincerely Yours. No, you also just draw 2 cards, and this in addition with the honey and 2 of those 73rds on the board, that was just too much value. And I think the game could have gone differently if Bezio just would have taken out the honey there. Could have been 6 more damage, less damage on the HQ, but in overall match length, it would have been way better to just take it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a heck of a hard-fought series. It's sad to see Bezio go down on the brink of a reverse sweep, but congratulations, Socialist, for being our 3rd player, making it to the 2023 KARDS World Championship. Thank you so much, Booz. Thank you, Bubbles. Let's bring up the bracket and take a look at what our last match is going to be here. There you have J King going in as our first qualifier, defeating Socialist 3-0. Socialist made the most of their second chance, defeating Bezio 3-2. We have Leo 3-2 defeating Pytorch in possibly the longest series I have ever seen, and Pytorch getting a second shot here up against Thanatron. So we'll welcome back Berto and Starry. Hopefully they've had a chance to recover from the Pytorch Leo series as we get into it. Are you, let's start with you, Starry. Are you expecting a similar type of hard-fought slog of a series just based on what the decks look like?
I wish I wasn't, but I am. It looks like it's gonna be another hard-fought series for sure.
And Berto, the double elimination aspect of it, dropping down to the bottom bracket, and again, Pytorch has had a good moment to center themselves per se. Do you think that gives them an advantage here? Do you think Thanatron coming in fresh, though Thanatron's had to wait probably 5 hours at this point to actually play their game? Is there some mind games that kind of come into it?
Oh, I think the stress actually increases the more time you're left by yourself watching these games and just slowly losing grip of your self-confidence and your ability to keep your mental state intact.
I think that's absolutely fair. So let's get to meet Thanatron since we have not seen them yet today. Let's go ahead and bring up their player card and dive right in as we get ready to determine who will be the 4th qualifier here for the KARDS World Championship. There you see Thanatron, over 10,000 matches, 60% win rate, 14-2. Starry, what do we know about Thanatron?
Thanatron is one of those players who doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to participate in to grind out for top 38 every month and to play in those OCCs, but he's absolutely an excellent player. And we see Thanatron often gets a lot of high finishes in opens and worlds and these tournaments that don't require grinding, that are just that you can just enter no matter who you are. And yeah, he's a really good player, and I really like getting to see him play because of his limited opportunities compared to some of the other people with some more time on their hands.
Well, let's see what Thanatron has brought to this bottom bracket event. Starry, why don't you continue to walk us through this?
Yep, so Thanatron's first deck is a Soviet Italy control list, and it is a little bit teched more towards the anti-aggro side. Um, there is the addition of 5-year plans, which is quite interesting, 2 of them in fact. And I'm curious to see how that's going to play out, especially when I'm not sure if it's to make the deck better against other control decks, better against aggro decks, but you got to be careful whenever you're taking 5 damage. Even if you are drawing 5 cards, 5 damage is nothing to scoff at. And yeah, we'll see if Thanatron can make use of that card without getting affected too much by its drawbacks. His second deck is Britain Italy Control. Just in case you wanted to see some more Britain Italy Control. And it's pretty similar to the other decks that we've seen today. Definitely nothing as crazy as Belosh Regiment or anything like that. But yeah, just a pretty standard list, and we will definitely see how that one goes. The third deck is US-Germany Frontline. And this list is really standard. We've seen it throughout the entirety of the tournament. Thanatron is going for the Stars and Stripes, not trying anything fancy with the Eagle Claws. Not trying anything fancy with like the Enigma, like J King was playing. Just a nice regular list. The only thing that is worth noting is that Thanatron isn't playing any copies of Dive Bombing. And so between the expensive Stars and Stripes and no copies of Dive Bombing, it's a little heavier on units and a little less heavy on like removal and abilities to deal with your opponent's threats. And then the last deck is this Germany-Japan list that we've been seeing around. So we saw some lists that were playing some credit denial elements. We saw some lists that were playing some air elements. This list is playing both. This list is playing, as far as the orders go, Admiral Hipper, Burst of Fire, Southern Plan, and Air Superiority, and Enigma. So kind of all over the place. Who knows what you're going to draw when you play an Errado. But yeah, we'll see how this works. It's a little bit different, but still generally going along that same line as that Germany-Japan mid-range that we've seen today.
Thank you so much, Starry. Let's look at Pytorch. And Berto, give us a quick refresher as to exactly what Pytorch is equipped with for their second chance to make it to the World Championships.
Sure thing. So Pytorch is also equipped with a Soviet Italy deck. A few small changes in this deck, such as buy the swords at the expense of one of the 5-year plans. I believe there's also a second hammer in there. I'm not exactly sure how that's fit in, though. And next up, we have the British Italy deck. We saw all of this deck a couple of times already. Very good at controlling the board, very good at going late. And hopefully that Commonwealth will be a valid win condition in these control matchups this time around. Then we have the credit denial German deck. Only 3 orders, Admiral Hipper, 2 Southern Plans. And finally, we have the good old classic Jagro, only running 3 expansions, putting in a 7 Schutzen, particularly good against the frontline matchup. The 7 Schutzen, I mean, not the deck in general. Yeah, so very exciting to see these upcoming games.
All right, let's take a look at the bans and see which decks we will be seeing.
Oh, thank God.
You know, I think there's an aspect of this that obviously Pytorch lived through this once, and then Thanatron has definitely had time to watch what happened on stream. So there may have been an aspect of like, hey, I don't want to be here for the next 6 hours, so let's just go ahead and ban the Brit-Italy control. Bert, I'll start with you just because of your visceral response to those bans. Do you think that's just the case? Like, I don't want to have to deal with this. I don't want to have to worry about a mirror matchup into this. I don't want to have to think that hard.
Yeah, and I don't think either player is really very comfortable with that mirror matchup. I don't think that's Thanatron's style of play. I don't think that's where he wants to be. Pytorch, he didn't really manage to work out how to play that matchup in the previous set of games. So both players not really ready to put it up to chance and would rather stick to their comfort zone.
And do you think that's a fair assessment? Sorry, I know that when you get into those control matchups that go turn after turn, I mean, that's a lot of decisions to make. That's a lot of opportunities for error. That's a lot of opportunity for not just card fatigue, but mental fatigue to play into the outcome of those games.
For sure, and it's worth noting that it is currently after 2 a.m. for Pytorch, and so just avoiding another mirror match. We saw that the fatigue kind of got to them in the first mirror match, and just that deck is long and drawn out. Even when it's not a mirror match, it's long and drawn out, and we were seeing that the fatigue was definitely getting to them.
So, Berto, we've seen this Germany-Japan list now pop up multiple times, and something that happened it was one of the previous series, I believe it was, because Bubbles kept saying, he's looking for Leopold, he's looking for Leopold, and we realized that multiple times there's no Leopold in these decks, except for Thanatrons. Thanatron is packing a Leopold. Any thoughts on why that would be the case?
Because it's a really good card. I mean, and it fits into these mid-range strategies as well. Like, we see Avery run in Mobilize, so I don't see why we wouldn't see Leopold run in mid-range. I think it's a good addition, and I think particularly against these like really heavy board-centric decks and these control decks that often have a really full hand, that Leopold is an amazing card to bring. It lowers your consistency in the early game a little bit, and I understand that fear, but I still think Thanatron's wise to bring it.
Well, let's see who's going to be the fourth player to make it to the 2023 Cards World Championships.
So we are gonna get an Italian secondary mirror match here. Or sorry, sorry, it's a Soviet Italian mirror match. We will definitely see how this goes. They're playing pretty similar lists. Were there any cards that made you think, one player is packing a heavier list? Because, in these control mirrors, usually whoever's packing the heavier list has an advantage.
Pytorch has one extra hammer, but I'm not sure what Thanatron has in exchange for that extra hammer. Does Pytorch run Partisans? Yeah, he's run Partisans. I'm not sure. It's hard to exactly pinpoint what the difference is.
Yeah, Thanatron is running 3 copies of Fiat as opposed to 2 copies of Fiat, and Fiat is definitely one of those cards that in a control deck with a lot of guards can sometimes feel not so great. Then again, I suppose it's one of the few targets for 39th, so... Surprised to see
Alright.
Thanatron not trading out here, but... Okay. That is the much more measured play. I think the one that makes a lot more sense.
And having practiced this matchup against J King and yourself, Starry, I've found that the BM, either you want to play it out really early before your opponent has an opportunity to find the answers for it and grind out value that way, or you want to keep it super long until your opponent runs out of answers for it as like your last card that wins the game
Absolutely.
against these units. Yeah.
It can be either what is gaining you a bunch of value in the early game, or it can be kind of your Russian comet in the late game. But the middle game is where it kind of dies down as far as its power level.
All right, first heroes of the Soviet Union. It's a big deal what it finds. Sometimes you don't find anything that costs 3 or more. You find a Beriev, a Zhukov, and an engineer battalion, and it's really sad.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna attack with Fiat, surely you should go for the heroes first.
You probably want to go for the 272nd. It's simply the highest value. It is vulnerable into Partisans Red Banner. You need to force that somehow first.
Yeah, both players are playing 1 copy of Partisans, and obviously Red Banner is an elite.
Now, BM is more vulnerable when you have your own Bryansk Irregulars on board, because Thanatron now has the opportunity to confusion the BM and attack into the Bryansk Irregulars.
True.
If he can get Bryansk Irregulars down to 2 or 1 defense, which is a big ask.
Yeah, this armored train will pump out 1 unit a turn, but at the same time the BM will take care of 1 unit a turn. But it looks like Pytorch is instead just taking space and setting up a really nice support line. Keeping the train out of the front line is definitely really nice.
Yeah, you can technically deal with the BM this turn if you want to. Alternatively, this is enough value for a winter offensive. You can just tank 4 damage a turn for 2 turns, take 8 total damage, deal 4 to your own HQ. So for 12, it gets you a little low, which is a bit scary, but there's not a lot of burst. And
Yeah,
you would have the Alpini to recover on the HP.
true, but when you have such a significant board yourself, it doesn't feel super great to winter offensive. It's definitely a possibility. Definitely something that is worth considering. But it does kind of feel a little bad. That deployment effect on the 39th is not relevant. Otherwise, you could... Oh, actually, yeah, so you could confusion the VM here. It seems pretty good. You could attack with a light infantry, confusion the BM, and trade out with the Bryansk.
I just don't know if it's better than waiting 1 turn and using the Winter Offensive, because Winter Offensive is one of the few cards that effectively deals with the Petliakov from hand. And it's hard to get a unit to stick and all the way into the front line to be able to destroy the Petliakov via combat damage.
Yeah, both players are playing 2 copies of Petliakov.
I don't like the sickle on the BM.
It
I
definitely
think
feels a little bit bizarre.
I think there's a good chance that Thanatron didn't see the play of confusioning the BM to attack the Bryansk Irregulars. And Pytorch just going for the line for a day rather than value trading
You gotta be
is
really
a little
careful.
bit surprising to me.
Yeah, you gotta be super careful in how you use your lion for days. They're one of the best ways to get rid of either 272nd or IS-2, and the fact that Thanatron hit that 272nd off of the Heroes of the Soviet Union means the Pytorch is gonna have to find a way to deal with 4 6+ attack and defense units. And without lion for a day, your ability to do that is severely limited.
Thanatron maybe thinking about going for naval engagement instead of this winter offensive as his way to clear the back line. But and the tiniest of misplays there from Thanatron, you could have moved your light infantry to the left side to guard both, but into an artillery and a bomber, it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, and there's the only thing with Blitz in the entire deck, I believe, is the Kuban Cossacks.
Yep.
So yeah, technically it's relevant, but probably not that relevant. Pytorch is just hammering down Thanatron's life total, but
But that's
That
not
is
what
a
this match is about, really.
Yeah, and that's a huge naval engagement for Thanatron. It, it is one of your few solutions for 272nd or IS2, but when you're given an opportunity like that, it is like, why not take it,
Mm-hmm.
Thanatron right now has, although the HQ defense totals are quite different, Thanatron has all the offensive pressure, and over time, those light infantry are going to become a threat.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind cashing them in for this Fiat. Alternatively, you can play a 39th, take the Fiat, add a little more pressure, heal your HQ a little bit.
Either one honestly seems fine to me. I don't think that putting your opponent at 32 is, it's not something you want to do, but it doesn't really hurt that bad like it might in some other matchups.
Hmm.
I do think this is a little bit weak to a potential board wipe, but at the end of the day, there's more important things for your opponent to board wipe.
And your hand is also so full that it is hard to not play anything. There's the ISU. Now, Thanatron has a very risky option here, and that's that he can play 272nd and Red Banner. And you almost just win if your opponent doesn't have naval engagement. And you also pretty much just lose if your opponent does have naval engagement. And he doesn't want to go for that risk. Oh my goodness. Pytorch top decking the naval engagement. So a good thing for Thanatron that he didn't go for that risky line.
I think you saying "By George" made you like age 40 years instantly.
Did I say by George?
Didn't you say "By George" drawing that naval engagement?
I don't think so. But that doesn't sound like me. I don't know. Maybe I did age 50 years, but yeah. By golly, that's one neato naval engagement.
Doing a little, just changing nationalities on me.
Darn tootin'.
Yeah, Pytorch is kind of running out of resources here, and although Alpini isn't like a super direct threat to the HQ, it's...
Oh my god.
Wow, I'm gonna be honest, I am not a fan of how Pytorch is spending their removal this game. This seems like really sketch.
Slam it, Thanatron! Punish him! 272nd Red Banner, what can you do? He's used Winter Warfare IS-2 and naval engagement?
Yeah, I mean, and which player was the one that used a lion for a day?
I think they've both played one.
Okay, yeah, so the amount of things that the Pytorch has left to answer this 272nd are basically zilch. I'm really, really surprised not to see the 272nd come down. But has Pytorch used either Partisans or Red Banner?
No, neither.
Yeah, I suppose then maybe Thanatron is planning for the late game, saying, I'm gonna save Partisans Red Banner for their 272nd or their IS2 instead of burning my Red Banner on my own 272nd. I'm not sure. It's quite interesting.
Thanatron could
could-
also be worried about the heroes of the Soviet Union from Pytorch being able to find an ISU to deal with double Joseph Stalin. But
You could clear the board and play 5-year plan, but it does put you to 8. Instead opting, yes, Thanatron, let's do it.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, there it is. That is a nearly unanswerable threat for Pytorch.
Yeah, he has a Lion from a day, and he has a Naval Brigade left in deck.
Yeah, but you gotta deal with both of them, and you gotta deal with them pretty much right now. You
That
got,
will become an issue quickly.
yeah, you got a couple turns, but it's not like Pytorch has anything, you know. Pytorch is just hoping for top decks at this point. That 2 heavy armor is so difficult to bust through.
Yeah. Bryansk is decent against it. It deals 3. And that, of course, ignores heavy armor.
Yeah, but 3 is a long way from 8.
Yeah. I think in one of my practice games in this mirror matchup against J-King, I managed to deal with Joseph Stalin by trading Bryansk irregulars into it.
I would really like to see the confusion. Yeah, the Winter Warfare and confusion, taking the Pelikov, trading it with the Bryansk, and then smashing for 8. I mean,
Mhm.
clearly, PyTorch has 1 card left in hand, and clearly it doesn't deal with the other IS-2, because if it did, then PyTorch probably would have already played it. So I think if you're Thanatron here, you can start to get a little bit greedy. Oh, instead opting to trade out the Fiat.
I like this. Yeah, if you're going for the full board clear anyways, this gives you an extra 2 health versus using the confusion on the Petliakov. Pytorch needs to pass here. If you just give your opponent this extra value by playing 7 Falpini, just concede. Because that's
Yeah,
not
you
how
don't
this
have any
matchup works.
resources anymore. It's done. You're out of cards. Completely
Yeah,
out of cards.
you hope for Naval Grade next turn.
Yeah, Thanatron is pretty much free to just rip this 5-year plan, and after that, I mean, the value is unstoppable. Completely
Yeah.
unstoppable.
As the aggressor, I think you definitely want the value from this draw, and I think you want it right away.
Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of surprised to not see that come out from Thanatron, especially because, like, this isn't a matchup where there's Comet. The opponent can't have Comet. There isn't any real pressure. Being at 9 against a lot of decks like Jagro or even German control decks would be pretty scary, but not in this matchup.
Now, what does this Partisans do? Just send
It
it to
returns
hand?
Alfini to hand. I'm kind of confused about this. Ah,
Yeah, this
but
is just worse to Pytorch's only answer, though. It sort of
yeah.
solved that misplay from Pytorch.
Yep.
And it's not like it actually increases your clock, because you still have to get through
Yeah, but you have
however
Winter
many guards
Offensive.
Pytorch.
If you're Thanatron, you have Winter Offensive.
Oh, yeah, true. My bad.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, no, that does make sense with Winter Offensive Fed.
Yep. Congratulations to Thanatron. I definitely think that Thanatron played a lot better than Pytorch in that match, so I think Pytorch definitely needs to work on threat assessment and how to carefully conserve answers. Because you just don't have that many options to deal with those 270 seconds. Like, yeah, there is a small element of luck that Heroes of the Soviet Union managed to get a 270 second instead of something less valuable, but the Russian elites are so good that even if it wasn't, you know, even if it's like an ISU or an IS2 or, you know, there's so many good Russian elites that I don't think that was the game winning factor.
Yeah, but now at this point that the control mirror is done, Pytorch will have his deck against mid-range in the front line and this German sort of credit denial mid-range hybrid from Thanatron. So these will be matchups that Pytorch is a lot more comfortable with. Because when you play control, you're usually playing against aggro or mid-range, and he should be able to handle the deck in those situations better.
Yeah, I think that if Thanatron can get some early credit denial elements with the German deck, that it might be difficult to deal with all of those planes out of Thanatron. But yeah, I definitely think that specifically the Soviet control into the frontline matchup is definitely favored for Pytorch. It's not unwinnable, but it is definitely favored for Soviet control. That's one of the things that Soviet control is meant to win against.
Yeah, if you get a guard on a Petlyakov, it can be game over by
Yeah.
turn 3 sometimes.
Petlyakov is so strong versus frontline. Pytorch's opening hand, not super great, but the fact that you get to go first means that if you mulligan into some things that are a little bit more valuable, that tempo swing, you might be able to stop frontline before it can get started. All right, that's not a terrible hand for Pytorch.
Yeah, that's quite good. Thanatron also with a very respectable hand as well.
Opting for the Fiat over the Bryansk. I think that makes sense because otherwise you're just taking damage on the Bryansk without any contest, I guess.
Potentially, yeah. Still here, I feel like playing out Bryansk is probably right for credit efficiency. Pytorch goes for.
I agree. This Skytrain could start generating value for Thanatron, and when you can follow it up with Shermans and half-tracks and whatnot, actually getting stuff to the front line, which Skytrain kind of seems like the best chance of doing that, seems nice. The only problem with that is that it is going to die relatively shortly if you can't take out that Fiat. So that is the question to be asked.
Yeah, that Fiat poses some big problems. If it was just a Bryansk, Skytrain would be amazing here. Really hard card for this Soviet Italy deck to answer. Pytorch doesn't run any 52Ks.
Pytorch, Lion for a day is not worth it here. don't make the same mistake twice. Alright, instead of opting for the hammer and getting to push up that Bryansk into the front line is really nice.
For Thanatron here, I think I'd actually like to see the Skytrain. I don't think you want to use the half-track on the Fiat here and let it just get redeployed. And the half-track does mean that you're able to protect the Skytrain a little bit from the Fiat the following turn, so that it doesn't just die in 2 hits. Alternatively, you can push up 164th, and then you're wasting 2 credits.
Yeah, this play puts a 3-2 into the front line and a 4-4 into the back line, being able to draw 2 cards. The 3-2 obviously trades nicely with the Fiat, and drawing 2 cards against a control deck is never bad.
But Pytorch, he has the guard, he has the Petlyakov.
Oh no, the Petlyakov coming out. What a rough card to see. Nuts! What a rough card to see. That is... If you're a frontline player, you have a phobia of Pelyakovs.
Absolutely.
But Thanatron is finding an alternate way to start trying to get at least a little
plus
value.
the confusion.
Oh,
That's just gross.
Oh,
Pytorch really just found everything that makes this matchup so good for the Soviets here.
Mm-hmm. And being able to push a 1-7 into the front line, that is painful.
Yeah, that
That fifth
seems like all she wrote.
That 4/4 fifth rangers with 4 operation cost is looking really not super great. And those 4/4 tanks for 4 are not particularly credit efficient either.
Yeah, and you lose out on your bonus infantry from the Skytrain when you play out the Sherman. I mean, it's what you have to do still. You have to
Yeah, you
double
do.
trade play Sherman, but
It's the only way back into the game, but it's looking pretty rough for Thanatron here. And because Thanatron is, you know, not playing any of those. Oh, that is so not what you want to see. Yeah, Thanatron isn't playing things like dive bombing or other removal cards, and although I don't know if dive bombing would be particularly useful in this case, like when your opponent presents threats that have to be answered and you can't answer them, it can be really frustrating.
Pytorch not even feeling like the Skytrain is a threat that needs to be removed quickly, which is fair.
I mean, if
with
it
the-
keeps making Jaskos, you probably want it around.
Yeah. Thinking about if he wants to trade into the Skytrain with the 1 damage seems reasonable enough.
Yeah, it allows Thanatron to clear out the Skytrain, but if
But yeah,
Thanatron is in a position where clearing out the Skytrain is the best play, the game's kind of over.
yeah.
So,
Well, it depends how long Thanatron wants to play this, but this could be a very slow death with the Jasko on board.
yeah, I do think that Thanatron is gonna play it bare minimum until that Alpini gets moved to the front line, but after that, I think it's gonna be pretty difficult. That
Ooh,
is
the final Sherman.
the last one wasn't any better than the first 3. Thanatron, don't, you know, there's no point in playing the 5th Rangers. I'm very surprised to see the 5th Rangers come out and not the Sherman.
I mean, it's hard to judge at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
you sort of playing it out because you don't know if you're supposed to concede when it's such a high stakes tournament. Your opponent's kind of low on cards, but
yeah, but the
It-
cards they have, we'll see
Yeah.
we'll see with this if this here is the Soviet Union can turn into a 272nd. Oof, just smothering Thanatron.
yeah, and playing around backline board clears as well
Mhm.
makes sense. Kind of the only thing that does anything at this point.
Wow, this is why you play 2 Pelikovs, is because there are some matchups where Pelikov just single-handedly wins the game.
The longer you stay in this matchup, the more likely you are to get tilted from it, I feel like.
Yeah, Pytorch really should be looking to close this out pretty soon, but normally if you're, whatever deck you're playing, the more times you let your opponent draw, the more opportunities they have to draw the out. But I don't think there is an out to draw in this matchup.
No, I don't think so either. Just everything that US frontline does revolves around deployment effects.
Yep.
It's not where you want to see the buff either.
Definitely not. If only Pytorch is able to play Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's a real gross HQ defense total.
Yeah, this Jasco is unfortunately prolonging the inevitable. Martyr. Unfortunately, it's too little too late, but Pathfinder is not going to get Blitz because that is a deployment effect.
Yeah. It's always frustrating that you still have to target your deployment effects when Betliakov is on board. What do we see here for Pytorch? An ISU? Reasonable.
Yep. Yeah, Pytorch is just suffocating Thanatron slowly.
Okay, but Pytorch, it's not as important as you think how you trade here.
Either you can go face, or you can kill the Jasco. It's kind of crazy that Pytorch's value has almost ran out.
Yeah. A lot closer than you'd expect. I think part of that is from moving up these fiats versus getting the value trades right away.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure that moving up fiats was the best play. It's conservative, but conservative doesn't necessarily equate to good. So.
Yeah. And I was a little surprised that it took Pytorch this long to kill the Jasco, but not a big deal. Pytorch can even play the ISU just for pressure if he wants.
I'm surprised we didn't see the second Pelly Cup come out, but that is gonna be game.
Yep. GG. 70. Gonna be 78 defense.
Play the Blitzkrieg! Ah, too bad.
Ach, 9.
Sorry,
Alright.
I don't speak that language. What does that mean?
Oh, that's actually a KARDS reference. It's one of the emotes.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right, Pytorch evening it up. Both players with a single win both on their Soviet Italy controls.
Yep, and both players now are in a position where we're gonna get some mid-range and aggro mirrors, so these next ones should definitely go a little bit faster.
Not that that
If
first control match ended up going all that long, surprisingly.
yeah, true. Um, but if you had to favor Pytorch versus Thanatron here, Jagger versus
Frontline.
Frontline, yep.
I
Which one do you think is better?
I think with the addition of 164th rather, that Frontline is better in that matchup. The ability to play something like a Red Devils on 164th, on 2, trade, move up, is just backbreaking. The fact that there's that potential. Of course, that's the ideal scenario, but
Thanatron's opening hand is actually looking crazy solid. The triple 164ths, you might want to throw one back and throw back the Blitzkrieg, but having the opportunity for like getting out so much early pressure and converting it into those destruction effects to get like a big combat engineers or a bigger second 164th. Pretty nice, can't complain. I'm
Does-
really surprised that the card that Pytorch is debating between isn't Yag Bomber. I'm very confused as to why Pytorch wanted Yag Bomber of all things in their opening hand. Do you have any insight into that?
I mean, it's just good against 5th Rangers, I suppose. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of. I'm also surprised that Thanatron didn't lead on combat engineers. Ron,
You could have
you
traded
had the
out
value
your auto.
trade,
Yep.
yeah, and oh no, that's a huge blunder from Thanatron.
Mm-hmm. That 1 damage was really not worth that, losing that combat engineers. The combat engineers allows you to trade effectively throughout the majority of the game. Are you gonna see this Whirlwind come out from Pytorch?
I would imagine he plays it, but it's still better to just trade with the Errato, because then you have a
Yep, for sure.
1/1 and a 2/3 into a 2/2. Or not, but this is so weak into a 35T or a Whirlwind if you play the MEVF. There we go.
Thanatron has the option to trade out, or yeah, I guess making a 3/4 Whirlwind wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, and then you can use the Greyhound next turn to trade out with the 2/1 Whirlwind. Oh, Pytorch hitting Thanatron with that Southern plan.
Now you see this Sovereign plan, so Thanatron should know there's about a 50-50 chance of Admiral Hipper being in Pytorch's hand. If you were hand tracking, which most players don't, to be fair.
Yeah, I was not paying attention to that. So Admiral Hipper was the one that was drawn off of Rado?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's roughly 50-50 chances. Yeah, so Thanatron does have stuff in the front line, and if Pytorch doesn't get rid of that Greyhound, Thanatron is threatening to drop a Sherman next turn, which would be a really big value swing for Pytorch, and you don't really want to be bouncing the Shermans when you're playing a value deck.
But all that credit denial to keep the 5th Rangers off the field.
Yeah, and playing either of these planes feels really bad. I do like this play. I think that that's probably about the best you can do if your Pytorch is just bounce that Whirlwind and take connect your turn. Unfortunately, the 15th Cavalry isn't super great. You can play Martyr, trade out with the Greyhound. You could play the 109, the BF 109E. And you know, trade, draw credit. Sorry, draw credit. Draw a card, gaining credit. But your BF 109 is pinned, so I think it's better to just martyr and trade here. Interesting, really. I suppose that this doesn't trade with the Whirlwind. Oh, I see. Going for the double draw, recouping some of that value.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable. So Thanatron can be the one to trade right away, or you can go for the 5th Rangers. If your opponent doesn't have the FW, the 5th Rangers looks really tempting. Of course, we know Pytorch does.
Yeah, although the FW, the Yak Bomber would, in fact, be pinned, but just the deployment effect itself, putting the body down even if the body can't be used for a while, is pretty nice. Yeah, Pytorch is really suffering from those air units being pinned. There is an abundance of air units in Pytorch's deck. That's why we've seen some of these players opt to go for cards like Air Superiority.
Yeah, I mean, nuts again. It's a little bad having these air units pinned, but Pytorch has all the time in the world with this credit advantage.
Yeah, but not
And
having that
both of
martyr
these
value engine. Go ahead.
both of these can just be traded out on board. You do get the buff from 101st before the damage goes through. So you're able to send 101st into the Whirlwind and the ME into the 4/4 5th Rangers. Don't even need the Type 93.
True, you could also keep getting the buffs on the BF 109 and play the Yag Bomber on the 5th Rangers. That works as well. That's a very nice value trade.
Yeah. It is just. Does Thanatron run Stars and Stripes?
Yes, 1 copy of Stars and Stripes.
Okay, so it is a little sketchy into Stars and Stripes, but works out for Pytorch that Thanatron does not have it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another brutal loss for Thanatron here.
Yeah, I mean, with those pincer effects, you don't really want to bounce either of those. But at the same time, what other choices do you have? I mean, your only way to get back into the game is to play Martyr, half tracks. Yeah, this is really tough for Thanatron. Jeez. 101st is a really annoying card, actually.
Yeah. Well, 1 year ahead, it's incredible. 1 year behind, it can be mediocre.
Mm-hmm. And that comet is just gonna start sealing the end. It's crazy that Pytorch managed to keep Thanatron on such low credits for so long. When I first saw this deck, it was in day two of you know, World Championships. It was in the double elimination stage, and I was so confused by the credit denial elements. But the more that I see this deck get played, the more I'm like, ah, I see. I see how this works. What?
Guess playing around strategic bombing.
I suppose. Well,
But if you were going to do that, why not just trade the other way and move up the infantry?
that's what I was
Yes.
thinking.
Yeah.
And you still can't get rid of that pincer. You can Heinkel to take out the martyr. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is Thanatron just continues to be smothered here.
It looks like Thanatron is going to need to win 2 games against Jagro.
Which is really, your work is cut out for you trying to win 2 games against Jagro. It's definitely possible. You definitely can do it, but Jagro is just very consistent.
And I'm not
How close
confident
is...
in this German mid-range deck against Jagro either.
Me neither. I think that the front line has quite a good shot against Jagro, but I'm very, you know, if you're rooting for Thanatron here, you're very concerned that Thanatron is going to have to play the German mid-range into Jagro. It's definitely possible, definitely winnable, but it's not easy. And that is not going to be enough. Alright, well, Thanatron is on the ropes. Pytorch is 1 win away from sealing that ticket to Iceland. Can Thanatron get this reverse, you know, win 2 games in a row?
All right. I expect Thanatron to pick USA here. Make it
Yep.
as close as he can before the final match.
Yeah, it's more consistent to pick US into Jagro. If you're playing US, you're looking for stuff like Greyhounds that can trade really efficiently. If you're going second, 164th is really good because it prevents your opponent from playing turn 2 35T. So we will see who is going first. It looks like Thanatron is going first. Turn 1 Red Devils into turn 2 35T is really good against Pytorch's Bicycle. I wouldn't be
Yeah, this
surprised
was
to see if Pytorch throws back that Bicycle just because of if you are thinking about all the things that Thanatron could have, you got to be thinking about the Red Devils, the Greyhounds. Like Bicycle just sucks against those cards.
and not keeping expansion going second. That would be really greedy.
That would be basically unheard of. Yeah, I don't hate the Schutzen going second. I think the Pytorch kind of has the right idea that you're gonna need to contest that front line.
And Raiding Brigade is also another good pickup.
For sure. Yeah, Thanatron has a really nice start. The question is, can Thanatron start drawing some of those cards like Sherman and convert the early game tempo into late game value?
99th. You get a good Panzer 35T value trade, move up 99th, and then Pytorch needs to wait until turn 5 before he's able to deal with that Red Devils with the Sentai.
Yeah, it's worth noting it's 3 a.m. currently for Pytorch, so the fact that Pytorch is still fighting is pretty impressive. Pytorch is fighting as hard as they can to get this ticket. And I would be too if I was in that situation. That 3-5 Red Devils in the front line is so difficult to deal with. you know, you can send eye it, but that's your entire turn 5. And turn 5 is late. Very late.
But no Fifth Rangers and no Sherman here for Thanatron makes this a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the value trade here from Thanatron because he's so low on resources. But no, instead opting oh the best possible hit for PIR.
It's pretty good,
That's
but you know
gotta
what
be
else is
tilting if you're
pretty good?
Pytorch. You know,
Yeah.
Audacity trade is really nice too.
Oh, Audacity first even. And it hits the... Yeah, I was
Oh,
surprised. I was surprised the trade didn't come out first.
yep, me too. Getting the 1 and 2 on the PIR is a lot better than the 1 and 3.
Surprise
Surprise attack on the
feels like a
PIR?
waste.
That
Ooh.
seems perfect draw for Thanatron here. Thanatron is showing it, you know, if you ever need to learn how to draw well,
Yeah.
if that's a skill that you're trying to master, study Thanatron's game right here.
Yeah, I mean, world champion top 6. These are the best players at top decking in the world, so...
Yeah. There are probably some people out there that are are like, these players just got there through luck. But no, certainly these players are really good at what they do, and there's a reason that they're here.
Some luck, though.
Sure, of course. There's always
Yeah,
some
you need
amount of luck,
both.
but
You need luck and skill to get to top 6 in a 128 player tournament.
for sure.
There's just no other way about it.
Can PIR hit? It hits twice!
The PIRs in this tournament have been insane from what I've seen.
I was about to say, can PIR give the buff to 164th twice in a row? Yes, but Pytorch does have a lot of value in hand, and if they can manage to clear out the front line, then they might be able to get a 20-second online and start outvaluing.
Even if this front line is cleared, though, Panzer 35T and Hellcat with the engineers is 8 damage.
True, and that's exact lethal too. With exact lethal with the exact amount of credits. Yeah, no, this looks like it's gonna be Thanatron's game. Yeah, Pytorch has to go for
Wait,
cavalry.
but he also has 35T, which he can push up to the
True.
front line, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah, so Thanatron is 1 credit off here.
but still able to deal with this bomber.
Which is very important. Probably gonna sacrifice the smokescreen on the PIR, because if you have blitz tanks in your hand and your opponent's at 8, that combat engineers is really important. I'm very surprised to see that, but I guess putting one more threat in the front line with PIR is nothing to... It's definitely worth something.
Yeah, no, I like it here for Thanatron. And that is not enough from Pytorch's side.
Yeah,
it goes to
there's no way to
2-2.
clear that out. Alright, so we are gonna see a Jagro versus Germany, Japan, something. It is a pile of 39 cards.
Mid-range credit denial, aggro, control.
Air. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
air credit denial, German Jagro. It is a pile of good cards, I suppose. Yeah, Pytorch just has to hope that Thanatron doesn't have a blitz tank, and Thanatron has those in spades. Alright, we are going to a 2-2 for our final match of the day. Whoever wins this will join the other 3 in Iceland. Can Thanatron manage to pull off this unlikely win against such a consistent deck like Jagro?
And the other player gets to cry themselves to sleep tonight. I know I did when I got knocked out. But this would be huge for Thanatron particularly, I feel like, because he had such a hard time going all the way through the losers bracket. He didn't lose right away to go through the losers bracket completely, but he went 14-2 versus the other players needing 9 wins to get to this point.
Yeah,
Who
Thanatron is
came
the
in the winners
underdog
bracket.
here. For sure. The problem though is that there's very few early drops, and if you can't turn off Pytorch's Yokosuka into 35T. Oh, but Thanatron manages to find the cavalry. That's so huge. Preventing the expansion or the 35T on turn 2 is so huge. Unfortunately, Comet and FW are definitely not what you want to see if you're Thanatron, but at least you get the turn 1 cavalry, turn 2 Whirlwind, and you have the possibility to keep drawing into good stuff. Thanatron opting not to play the cavalry. I feel like if you're Pytorch here, you probably just should be playing the type, but instead Pytorch is going for the cavalry himself. So this is unfortunately going to allow Pytorch to get off that expansion. And instead, Pytorch not opting to use the expansion. This is such a great value trade for Whirlwind.
Yeah.
And next turn you can follow it up with a trade plus a Flampanzer. Thanatron is in this game.
Yeah, that was a very strange play from Pytorch. Not really using third Yokosuka where it's most effective.
I want to see this expansion come out from Pytorch. If you're Pytorch, you are not going to win the value game. And you need to get as many resources as you can to start hitting early. The longer this game goes on, the less chances you're going to have to expansion. Aichi and Martyr, getting the Martyr is huge. Being able to trade out over the next couple turns.
Yeah, both of those cards are absolutely massive.
Flampanzer can take out the cavalry, and then Whirlwind can trade into the type.
Yeah, and
Or is it better to take out the Yokosuka and trade into the type?
I think you just go for max value here from Thanatron's
Yeah,
side.
make your opponent have it. Make your opponent have it. If Pytorch could get this Aichi online and start generating some favorable trades, that would be nice. But on the other hand, Thanatron is getting close to the point where you know they're going to be dropping fighters. They have Yag Bomber, they have Focke-Wulf 190, they have those BF 109s, and so on one hand, dropping Aichi might be really nice, but it could be hard punished by a card like BF 109E.
They both have Schutzen now.
If you're Thanatron, you probably want to push this Schutzen, or you can take an extra turn. That works too.
Yeah, I like the Hipper. Schutzen is most effective when you're trading into the front line with it to guarantee the value. So it doesn't get double surprised attacked or just traded into. So I like this from Thanatron.
If Pytorch pushes up that Schutzen, Thanatron can air superiority and then trade their own Schutzen into it.
Yeah, alternatively,
or trade out with the Focke-Wulf, of course, but Pytorch went for the most expensive out of their options, and it kind of gets punished by a lot of the cards in Thanatron's deck. I mean, imagine if Thanatron had Yag Bomber there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I love that play from Pytorch. But in the same breath, what other options do you have? Thanatron is managing to make this work.
Yeah, it's certainly an awkward position Pytorch was put into. Just a pin on the
Oh, the the Pytorch is not gonna like what happens this upcoming turn. Thanatron
No,
is
I don't think
100%
so.
gonna either you get to Yag Bomber, push up that Panzer, or you get to trade with the Schutzen and the air superiority. I prefer the Schutzen play because it prevents your opponent from attacking in with an Aichi, and you have this huge backline that you can use to punish anything that they push up.
You can also, yeah, you can Panzer 38T first, see what you find before going for air sup and trading the Flame Panzer into the front line.
That also
You get to hold
works.
up Careless Talk.
Yeah, man, Thanatron has a lot of options here. I'm glad that he's thinking it through, but all of them seem good.
Yeah,
Every single one seems really good.
and every single one of Pytorch's plays seems awkward.
Yep. And there it is. And getting to hold up the Careless Talk on top of that. Wow. Thanatron is really commanding this game.
And these 5/5 bodies have the potential to end this game quick. Along with the Comet.
Yeah, that Aichi is just sitting there doing nothing. One of the strongest cards in Jagro, just completely walled by this Germany deck. I'm definitely gonna have to try this out on ladder.
Although Thanatron hasn't really seen the orders that make this deck so unique in terms of the burst of fire or the summon plans.
Yeah, Pytorch was just completely unable to get in the early damage. You know, if you're Jagro, you want to get in a bunch of damage early and then just like try and sneak your way in for that last couple points. But Thanatron's sitting at a comfortable 15. I mean, 15 is really, really hard to bust your way through.
Yeah. Especially when there's so much pressure coming back at you. There's the second Type 94.
Thanatron is threatening lethal, and Pytorch is going to have to use that Type 94 to stop it, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh man. Wow. What a set. We said going into this that we thought that the Jagro deck was favored, but Thanatron played this masterfully.
Yeah,
But
and
we gotta give credit to Pytorch. The fact that Pytorch is still kicking at 3:15 a.m. Like, what resolve?
yeah.
And with Comet, unfortunately, there aren't enough credits for that to be lethal. If Thanatron had the credits to play Comet and push up the Flampanzer, that would be enough.
However, if you just hit the HQ and you play the Comet, how does your opponent kill you? Or even
Yeah, it's not like
you don't even need to play the Comet. You can move up and attack with Flame Panzer, and your opponent's still at 4. And your opponent has no healing in their entire deck.
yeah, and you can
Can
even play
even
Heinkel for
Heinkel
good
off.
measure. Yep.
Yeah, Heinkel off a 1/1.
Whew. Wow. Thanatron definitely earning his place in top 4 of this tournament.
There's the third Type 94, but no surprise attacks used to kill any units this game.
Yeah, and Pytorch doesn't realize that there's a comet sitting in Thanatron's hands.
Nope. I am sure he's thinking about it, though.
Yeah, the only way for Pytorch to get out of this is to trade everything off and then play the Type 94 and pin that FW. But little does Pytorch know that there's just a comet sitting in Thanatron's hands.
Yeah. Well played. You have your 4 going to Iceland. Thanatron
go.
joining that elite group.
Wow, what a set. Absolutely a treat to watch.
Incredible. GG's to all the players who came in today.
Yeah, to get this far in the tournament, even if you did get knocked out there, to get this far in the tournament is a really impressive feat. And it's nothing to, nothing to laugh at.
I'm sure Pytorch is still gonna cry himself. I don't even know if I want to say to sleep, to wake up. I like just imagine the amount of time and effort put into sticking out till 3:15 a.m. and the level of play and doing such a phenomenal job, and then going into, I mean, beating Jagro once can be a challenge. Beating Jagro twice, you figure, is probably just not going to happen. They'll find a way to out aggro you and beat you. And this weird mid-range Germany thing just happened to pull it off right when Thanatron needed it. Starry, you were kind of saying, like, I need to try this on ladder to see how exactly this deck works. Were you surprised that it was able to, get that final win and shut down Jagro?
I mean, going into the match, yeah, if you told me going into that match that the German deck was going to win, I would have been like, you're crazy. But after seeing it, I do understand why it was able to win. Thanatron did need a couple of key cards right at the beginning, using the using the 15th Cavalry and the Orb Wind effectively. But yeah, clearly Thanatron has practiced that matchup. He knew exactly what to do in every situation and definitely deserved that win.
Berto, any overall takeaways from that? How could that series have gone differently in your eyes?
I think particularly that Soviet mirror match, Pytorch could have played a lot differently and made more value-oriented plays rather than tempo-oriented plays.
And here we have it. We have our top 4. So let's bring up the bracket and take a look at the 4 players who will be heading to Iceland to compete on December 2nd and 3rd for a $12,000 prize. So there you have it. J King defeating Socialist 3-0. Socialist making the most of their second chance, defeating Bezio 3-2. You had Leo defeating Pytorch, and unfortunately Pytorch could not bring the same luck and is defeated by Thanatron. So we've got J King, Leo, Socialist, and Thanatron going to Iceland December 2nd and 3rd. It is going to be a huge event, but before we get there, we are going to have the OCC Ultimate coming up next weekend. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Berto, Starry, Spooz, and Bubbles for a phenomenal cast today. I know it was grueling. I know it was a grind. I know it was a long day, but thank you all so much for doing a phenomenal job. Thank you all for tuning in, and don't miss us next weekend when we've got the OCC Ultimate.